Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3895. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked at Grand Sage Lan Yi. Without trying directly, one would never be able to experience the origin and decay of one's own body. This was different from death. It was more like self-creation, mysterious and mysterious. Just by looking and thinking, there was a world of difference. How likely is it for him to succeed? Lu Yin asked faintly, as if he was asking Gu Duanke and himself. Gu Duanke didn't answer. How could there be a probability of breaking through to immortality? It seemed that Grand Sage Lan Yi was compatible with Lan Yuzhou, making it easier for him to break through to the eternal realm. However, even a slight difference could lead to failure. Soon after, the unfamiliar powerhouse with great perfection also came. He stared at Grand Sage Lan Yi with a nervous expression. Looking at Grand Sage Lan Yi's continuous attempts, this person said, "I remember that the Blood Tower's Imperial Guard once said that countless coincidences can create immortality. Immortality is not just achieved through cultivation." Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Is there such a saying? Gu Duanke nodded. Opportunities are wonderful. The grass immortality of the spiritualized universe is very ordinary before entering the eternal realm. The Blood Tower's Imperial Guard once said that at the same level, he could kill it with one strike. However, this person stepped into the eternal realm and surpassed other powerhouses with great perfection. Therefore, immortality is difficult to understand. Even the Imperial Guard himself may not know how to break through. The unfamiliar powerhouse looked at Lu Yin. Some people seem weak but can step into immortality. Some people claim to be invincible but can't succeed in their lifetime. It's normal. Lu Yin frowned slightly. Was this talking about him? No one spoke anymore. They quietly watched Grand Sage Lan Yi's origin and decay. Someone else appeared in the distance. They didn't understand and left. For those who hadn't reached this level, watching too much might not be a good thing. After half a month, Grand Sage Lan Yi opened his eyes. He had failed. It wasn't that easy. He looked at Lu Yin and the other two, nodded, and continued to grab immortality matter. As long as there was enough immortality matter, he could keep trying. His speed of grabbing immortality matter was incomparable to others. During the most valuable period of Lan Yuzhou's reactivation, if Gu Duanke could try twice, then Grand Sage Lan Yi could try 5 times or even more. This was one of the reasons why he was more likely to break through to the eternal realm than others. In fact, at their level, what they wanted to know most was whether there was a chance of breaking through to the eternal realm. How many attempts would it take to step into immortality? 10 times? 100 times? 1,000 times? Or 10,000 times? If he could calculate the probability, the cultivation direction of the entire continent of the 9 clouds would change. Even if he sacrificed 1 or 2 generations, as long as he could reach the eternal life realm, it would be worth it. Unfortunately, this probability could never be calculated. Because no one stepped into the eternal life realm through the number of times. Regardless of whether it was the Gate of Wonder, the Blood Tower, or the green grass, they did not succeed blindly. Instead, they relied on their own understanding of the universe. However, no one knew how the Azure Lotus Protector stepped into the eternal life realm. He didn't say anything himself. Even though he failed, he can still try a few more times. I hope he succeeds. The continent of the 9 clouds needs a new eternal emperor, said Gu Duanke. In the distance, the unfamiliar expert at the Great Circle of Crossing Ku Wo opened his mouth and said, "Every opportunity to try is incomparably precious. The more people there are, the fewer chances there are. I originally thought that only the 3 of us would be able to try this time, but now someone is messing things up. Brother Gu, what do you say?" Gu Duanke subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at the man. "And you are?" Thunderbow. Never heard of it. Gudwanka coughed. Brother Thunder, since you know that this is a rare opportunity, why don't you hurry up? We don't always have the opportunity to witness the reboot of the universe. Next time, Brother Thunder may not have this opportunity. Thunderbow glanced at Luin, nodded to Gudwanka, and turned to leave. Luin did not stop him and watched him leave. Who is it? Gudwanka said, a long time ago, a strong man who has been sleeping, waiting for the universe to reboot. Mr. Lu, don't worry. This person is not against you, but he cares too much about this opportunity. In order to come here to witness the reboot of the universe, he has given everything he can. Naturally, he hopes to try 1 or 2 more times. Lu Yin understood. Warn him not to provoke me, or he won't have a chance. After saying that, he left. Gudwanka sighed and chased after the direction Thunderbow left. He did have to warn him not to provoke Lu Yin. This person's strength was unfathomable, and he acted unscrupulously. He did not care about a great circle of crossing Ku Wo cultivator. Since ancient times, there had been too many great circle of crossing Ku Wo cultivators in the continent of the 9 clouds who had tried to achieve immortality, but who succeeded. If they did not succeed, they would not have the confidence to provoke this person. In this way, another year passed. During this year, although Lu Yin was catching the immortal substance, he occasionally met some acquaintances. He saw Lu Xizhan's sword return with the collapse of the starry sky, creating a sword technique. He had truly walked his own path, not simply combining the sword techniques of the other 3 major sword sections. He saw Rugwa sitting at the intersection of collapsed spacetime and spacetime, enduring the pain of the shattering spacetime. He saw people from the bitter abyss. They were very young, but they had the cultivation of progenitor. Their posture was similar to Luo Ning's, but they had a more profound aura. They saw Jian Hong and the pure lotus. Most of these people gathered around the collapsed mother tree. And what left the deepest impression on Lu Yin was the orchid freaks. When the orchid universe was rebooted, the orchid freaks died in large numbers, and it was extremely tragic. When he saw this scene, Lu Yin stopped and just watched. If this scene happened in the Tian Yuan universe, he would probably collapse. He had been preventing the Tian Yuan universe from being rebooted, preventing this scene from happening. Now, everything was worth it. Go away. A shout accompanied by the collapse of the void spread in all directions. In the distance, Rugwa, who was sitting at the intersection of spacetime, raised his hand and grabbed forward. A lightning arrow pierced through the void and was caught in his palm. His body shook slightly, and he looked over angrily. Lei Gong raised his head and looked at Rugwa. Get out of my way. Don't delay me. Rugwa released the lightning arrow, and his palm was charred black. He frowned. Lei Gong, right? I know you. Nonsense. Junior, get out of my way. Behind Lei Gong, thunder exploded, and lightning arrows shot towards Rugwa. Rugwa was furious. Lei Gong, we have no grudges. Why are you attacking me? I told you to get out of my way. Didn't you hear me? The starry sky shattered, and spacetime overlapped and squeezed. Lightning arrows poured down and enveloped Rugwa. Rugwa exhaled and stood in place, allowing the lightning arrows to pierce through him. He was unharmed. Lei Gong's expression changed. What was this? Rugwa's gaze was cold. The 3rd level of the Rushi Sutra, the mind and spirit of the Rushi Sutra, allowed him to finally reach the realm of Rushi. The 3rd level of the Rushi Sutra, the mind and spirit of the Rushi Sutra. Rushi relied on the 3rd level of the Rushi Sutra to become the god of defense. Although he lost to Yu Sang Tian, it was not because he was incompetent, but because he was too conceited. He wanted to use the Rushi Sutra to directly enter the immortal realm. Rugwa had always thought that his elder brother, Rushi, could do it. But now, he did not think so. The immortal realm was too illusory. His elder brother had experienced it before, and used it to deduce the fourth level, the mind and the world, but could he really master it? If he mastered it, could he enter the immortal realm? Lei Gong's eyes flashed. Rushur Sutra, who are you to Rushur? Rugua's voice was low. Rushur is my elder brother. Lei Gong nodded. No wonder. Your strength is about the same as Rushur's, but you can't threaten me with this. Rugua did not refute. Lei Gong was a powerhouse who had been sleeping for a long time. He had once competed with his elder brother and Yuya. Even in the 9 clouds, he was a top master. His status was not below the leaders of the major forces. You're wasting my time. Lei Gong was not interested in talking to Rugua. The 2 spaces beside Rugua had collapsed. He wanted to find a new space to overlap. Turning around, he happened to see Lu Yin. Disgust flashed in his eyes. Although I don't know why you can touch the immortal matter with the cultivation of the primordial realm, this is a rare opportunity. I advise you not to waste my time. Otherwise, humph. After saying that, he was about to leave. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows and took a step forward. He appeared in front of him. Otherwise what? Lei Gong's eyes flashed fiercely as he stared at Lu Yin. In the distance, Rugua shook his head. It was fine if Lei Gong found trouble with him, but he actually found trouble with Lu Yin. He was courting death. Lu Yin did not want to do anything to this person, but this person provoked him time and time again. This was not right. He had not been provoked like this since he came to the 9 clouds universe. The last person who had criticized him was already dead. Lei Gong studied Lu Yin. A year ago, Guduanka had warned him not to provoke this person, saying that this person was invincible below the emperor. Lei Gong did not believe him, thinking that Guduanka was just trying to scare him. With his understanding of Guduanka, it was very likely that Guduanka did not want any trouble, so he purposely scared him. He had slumbered for far too long and had only awakened recently. He went straight to the 7th night pillar without communicating with anyone. No one knew of his existence, so he did not know about Lu Yin's deeds. Even though he thought that Guduanka was exaggerating, this person was definitely extraordinary if he could make Guduanka so fearful. Now was not the time to confront this person. Get out of my way, Lei Gong threatened. Lu Yin smiled. All fearlessness comes from ignorance. Let me see if you are fearless or ignorant. Lei Gong laughed out of anger. What an arrogant kid. You have the right to be arrogant if you can make Guduanka care about you so much. However, I don't have time to waste on you right now. I'll come find you after the trial is over. With that, he turned around and left. Lu Yin followed him like a shadow, blocking his path again with his hands behind his back. He was very leisurely. Lei Gong raised an eyebrow. Junior, as a primordial realm expert, you clearly do not have the opportunity to reach immortality, yet you try to steal the substance of immortality from us, delaying our fortuitous encounters. Not only do you not admit your mistakes, but you even provoke me and waste my time. What are your intentions? Lu Yin's lips curled up. That's reasonable, but I won't listen. With that, he reached for Lei Gong. Lei Gong's eyes narrowed. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Lightning surged from his body, and strands of particles surged out. The lightning was so dazzling that it was impossible to see his appearance. Bang! With a loud sound, the lightning and strands of particles dispersed. All the power dissipated. Lei Gong stared blankly at the hand that had landed on his shoulder before he was sent flying. I've taught you a lesson. Keep trying. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3896. In the distance, he felt sympathy for Luin. Apart from the three high gods, no one in the nine heavens universe dared to provoke him. Fortunately, Lei Gong only had a bad temper and didn't do anything excessive. He was taught a lesson and wasn't injured, so he could continue to catch eternal matter. If this person had any grudges with Luin, he could forget about trying to reach immortality. If he lost this opportunity, he wouldn't have another chance. No, whether he could survive or not was still a question. Lei Gong being taught a lesson was a small matter, so Luin didn't hit him too hard. But after that, Lei Gong would hide far away whenever he encountered Luin. The disbelief in his eyes never faded. He couldn't figure it out. Was a primordial realm a monster? He couldn't fight back at all. How could his cultivation, his comprehension, his talent, and so on be so weak in front of this person? He was pitifully weak. He met Gu Duanka once, and Gu Duanka told him a few things. He wanted to scold Gu Duanka for not telling him earlier, but Gu Duanka only replied with one word, tired. This word made Lei Gong hate him for half a year. Gu Duanka reminded him so that he wouldn't offend Luin too much, but he didn't completely remind him and let him be taught a lesson. Despicable guy. Another year passed, and Luin caught more eternal matter than he could get in the consciousness universe. This made him very happy. So what if he couldn't try to break through to immortality? He had a lot of eternal matter, and he could use the triple firmament sword intent many times. He also had the worldly lock, which was perfect for offense and defense. It wasn't enough, it was still not enough. He needed more eternal matter. If his eternal matter was comparable to a master grass, did it mean that he could really wrestle with a master grass? He also had karma, and his words were law. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. After a while, Luin, Gu Duanka, and Grand Paragon Lan Yi saw Lei Gong trying to break through to the eternal realm. His body had experienced origin and decay like Grand Paragon Lan Yi, and he was constantly comprehending, wanting to take that step. Using the universe's reboot, he could reboot himself. Everything that the universe could do could be transferred to him. Since it could be rebooted, there was eternal life. This was the belief of using the universe's reboot to step into the eternal realm. Lei Gong failed, so he could only continue to catch eternal matter. Half a year later, Supreme Venerable Lan Yi tried again and failed. Then, Gu Duanka tried again and also failed. Luin watched as they attempted it. He wanted to try it himself, but he could not. It was not only because he was only at the primordial realm, but also because the eternal substance had not reached the point where it could devour him. In order for the body to experience origin and decay, the only way was to empathize with the universe through immortal matter. Grand Monarch Lan Yi and the others would be devoured if they caught some eternal substance, but the amount of eternal substance Luin had caught far exceeded theirs. Even so, they couldn't be devoured, as the eternal substance couldn't do anything to his body. This was very troublesome. This reminded him of the difficulties he faced every time he made a breakthrough, and it seemed to be the same. The stronger one was, the more difficult it was to break through. In the Tian Yuan universe, the standard was the origin tribulation. Every single origin tribulation he faced was astounding. Although his breakthrough to the primordial realm had been successful before, it had been difficult because of his breadth of mind and aggressiveness. Next time, it would be suffering, and then there would be eternal life. Seeing that so many immortal substances were unable to devour him, he already had a premonition that he was going to take the path of rebooting the universe and breaking through to immortality. Perhaps it would be difficult beyond imagination. In the northern region of the Nine Firmaments universe, the Luo family was currently in a precarious situation. The Luo family, which had once been prominent and had made many forces befriend them, was now in a difficult situation. It was all because of the many cultivators gathered outside the Elysium. At some point in time, the spacetime of the Royal God Mountain and the spiritualized universe were completely connected. More and more spiritualized cultivators entered the Royal God Mountain, causing the number of cultivators in the Royal God Mountain to skyrocket. In the past, the Royal God Mountain was one of the 7 major forces in the spiritualized universe. It was directly under the jurisdiction of Yu Sang Tian. Without Yu Sang Tian's orders, no one was allowed to enter. However, ever since the spiritualized universe went on an expedition to the consciousness universe, Yu Sang Tian disappeared, and the Ru family disappeared without a trace. Coupled with the fact that the spiritualized universe and the Royal God Mountain were connected, no one could stop the spiritualized cultivators from entering the Royal God Mountain and seeing the Elysium. In the beginning, the Luo family took action and sealed off a huge area far away from the Elysium so that the spiritualized cultivators couldn't see the Elysium. However, someone broke the seal and completely exposed the Elysium to the spiritualized cultivators. From that moment on, the 9 firmaments universe was no longer a secret. The spiritualized universe knew about the existence of the 9 firmaments universe. What followed was the truth about the 9 firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe, the cruel truth of plundering. Countless spiritualized cultivators gathered outside the Elysium. They were unwilling to bear the bitter consequences of being robbed, especially when the truth that the spiritualized cultivators from several domains died because of the 9 firmaments universe was exposed. The spiritualized cultivators' eyes turned red, and they couldn't help but want to rush into the Elysium. This was a big matter that could affect the structure of the universe. The Luo family couldn't escape the blame for not being able to keep the secret of the 9 firmaments universe. Because the Elysium was controlled by the Luo family, they had the responsibility to protect the secret of the Elysium. There was a loud bang. "Get lost, all of you." Luo Nanshan's eyes were red, and he was panting heavily. He looked much older than before. The group of Luo family members was chased out. Their faces were gloomy, and they fell into silence. Luo Nanshan looked outside. The Luo family was finished. If the situation of the spiritualized universe was completely spread to the 9 firmaments universe, the 9 firmaments universe would definitely blame the Luo family. They had hidden it for many years, and it was getting harder and harder to hide it. The 9 firmaments universe would find out sooner or later. If Yuya, Xingfan, and the other cultivators under the God of Defense had not met with misfortune in the spiritualized universe, this matter would have spread to the 9 firmaments universe. A few years seemed very long, but to the 9 firmaments universe, it was just a moment. However, this was already the limit of the Luo family's ability to hide it. If the spiritualized cultivators attacked the Elysium, this matter would definitely be exposed, and the Luo family would be the first to suffer. How could this be? Someone must be looking for trouble. How was the God of Defense Mountain spacetime connected to the spiritualized universe? Without absolute power, it was impossible to connect. Also, how did the 9 firmaments universe spread? Not many people in the spiritualized universe knew about plundering the spiritualized universe's resources. Even the 7 major Sang Tian did not know about it. The spiritualized cultivators from several domains died because of the God of Defense under Xingfan. How did this matter get exposed? Everything indicated that someone was manipulating things behind the scenes. The Luo family members advised him to report it to the God of Defense. Only the God of Defense could deal with it, but Luo Nanshan couldn't report it to the God of Defense. Once he did, the Luo family would lose everything. The Elysium would still be the Elysium, and the 9 firmaments universe would still be the 9 firmaments universe. The spiritualized universe might lose 1 generation of cultivators, 2, or even 3 generations. In the end, this matter would be easily suppressed by the God of Defense, but the Luo family would be finished. As long as the spiritualized cultivators withdrew from the God of Defense Mountain, this matter could be suppressed. As for the spiritualized cultivators knowing the truth of the plundering of the 9 firmaments universe, they could find a way to push the blame to someone else. For example, Yiya's people were the ones who spread the news. It had nothing to do with the Luo family. The Luo family only needed to watch the Elysium. If the Elysium was not in trouble, the Luo family would not be in trouble. The rest had nothing to do with the Luo family. Luo Nanshan's eyes flashed. How could he make the spiritualized cultivators retreat? Mo Shang was missing, and he was not qualified to find Master Qing Chao. Besides, he suspected that the person behind it was Master Qing Chao. Only an immortal like Master Qing Chao could connect the god of Defense Mountain to the spiritualized universe. Besides them, who else could suppress the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin. Luo Nanshan suddenly thought of Lu Yin. Lu Yin came from the spiritualized universe to the Nine Firmaments universe. He had considerable prestige in the spiritualized universe. Where was Lu Yin? He took out his memory card to contact Lu Yin, but he could not reach him. Tsangtian City. That's right, Lu Yin destroyed the Qing clan in Tsangtian City. Luo Nanshan's eyes flashed as he contacted someone. Brother Luo. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to contact me. Yu Jing's face appeared on the screen. Luo Nanshan suppressed his hesitation and smiled at Yu Jing. Indeed, long time no see. We met at the foot of Hefeng Mountain. You were completing your family's mission, and I was chasing after my enemy. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. Brother, how have you been? Yu Jing smiled. Not bad. Brother Luo, if you have something to say, just say it. Luo Nanshan's face turned cold. All right, then I will say it. Brother, do you know the situation of the spiritualized universe? Yu Jing was stunned. He did not expect Luo Nanshan to mention the spiritualized universe. He thought that Luo Nanshan contacted him because of Lu Yin's destruction of the Qing clan. It was said that Lu Yin had some relationship with the Luo family. Spiritualized universe. I am not sure. I only contact Jikong region once in a while. Why? Luo Nanshan hesitated for a moment and told him about the spiritualized universe. Yu Jing's face changed. What did you say? Such a thing happened? Luo Nanshan's face turned gloomy. Yu Jing was silent and thought about something. He then stared at Luo Nanshan. How long can you hide it? Luo Nanshan shook his head. Not long. Someone is making a big fuss behind the scenes. The spiritualized universe's people are either angered or being used. They might attack Heaven's Gate at any time. Once they attack Heaven's Gate, the alarmed guard will be able to sense it. The Luo family is finished. Yu Jing said. Luo Nanshan did not deny it. The Luo family was finished, but how could the Yu family escape? One had to know that Jikong region's existence was to control the direction of the spiritualized universe. They claimed to be 100 years ahead of the universe. If the spiritualized universe went out of control, the Yu family would be in trouble. He only thought of Yu Jing when he thought of Tsangtian City. The Yu family could not escape from this. They had to fight together. Although Luo Nanshan did not say anything, Yu Jing was smart. He immediately thought of the key point. His face turned ugly. Luo Nanshan, why didn't you say so earlier? I forgot. Luo Nanshan said directly. He really forgot. But these two words made Yu Jing furious. He wanted to slap Luo Nanshan to death. Luo Nanshan's guess was right. The Luo family had to be responsible for the spiritualized universe's space-time. They were only responsible because Heaven's Gate was discovered. However, the Yu family was in big trouble. Luo Nanshan, you hid this matter from Heaven's Gate and spread it to the 9 heavens. At the same time, you also prevented the Yu family from sending a message back. Do you know that? Luo Nanshan closed his eyes in pain. I know, but I really forgot. The Luo family and the Yu family had never interacted much. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3897. Yu Jing clenched his fists in anger. Yu Xing must have contacted his family, but because the news was blocked by the Heavenly Gate, Yu Jing couldn't get any news. In Yu Jing's opinion, the Luo family should have told Yu Jing about this, but he didn't expect Luo Nanshan to have forgotten about Yu Jing. Alright, now is not the time to find out who is responsible. Brother Yu, the most important thing is to solve this matter, Luo Nanshan said. Yu Jing was furious. Solve? How? Can you and I suppress the entire spiritualized universe? Besides, there must be someone behind this. It should be the everlasting grass. Luo Nanshan sighed. He had also guessed what the everlasting grass wanted to do. Although the spiritualized universe had been plundered by the Nine Heavens universe, it still existed well. Why did it have to do this? What good would it do him? It had been peaceful for so many years. Let me contact Yu Xing. I want to know what happened to the spiritualized universe, Yu Jing shouted. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin had been in the Orchid universe for almost 6 years. Counting the time from the Nine Heavens universe to the Orchid universe, it had been 9 years. He had been out of the Nine Heavens universe for 9 years, which wasn't a long time. It would take another 10 years to reach Torch City from the spiritualized universe. In 6 years, Lu Yin had caught a total of 10,000 immortal substances. Even so, there was still no sign of backlash. He didn't know where Grand Sage Lan Yi and the others had placed the immortal substances they caught. Everyone had a different cultivation method. The biggest difference between him and Grand Sage Lan Yi and the others was that they didn't need to rely on the spirit seed liquid to catch the immortal substances, but he needed to rely on the spirit seed liquid. However, the immortal substances had indeed entered his body and were in the starry sky of his heart. This was true. Did he have to touch his body? Lu Yin tried but couldn't touch it. Perhaps this was the only reason. The gap between him and Grand Sage Lan Yi and the others was huge, but it wasn't that big. He should be able to touch the immortal substances directly when he reached the peak of the bitter disaster realm. Lei Hong's second attempt had allowed him to catch enough immortal substances, but this time, he had died. Lu Yin, Gu Duanke, and Grand Sage Lan Yi were far away as they watched Lei Hong scream. His body had gone through the origin and decay process. It was originally a repeated process, but after decay, he couldn't go through it again. They watched his body disappear bit by bit and finally turned into ashes. The three of them were silent as they watched this scene. This was the price of immortality. Trying to achieve eternal life was not without a price. The physical body relied on the matter of eternal life to cooperate with the origin and decay of the universe. If there was any mistake, the body and Tao would vanish. This was the only outcome. Once, I almost died, Gu Duanke said with a sigh. If I hadn't realized something before I died, this universe would have ceased to exist. Lu Yin looked at him. Gu Duanke had a complicated look on his face. There is no shortcut to anything. The shortcut you think is often more expensive than the right way. If it weren't for the fact that many people died trying to become immortal, there would be more strong cultivators at the peak of the Ku AI realm in the Nine Clouds universe. When the universe was rebooted, only a few of us were able to cross Ku adversity great perfection. Firstly, the eternal life substance was unable to satisfy too many people. Secondly, we were afraid that too many people would die. Lu Yin's gaze grew heavy. He had used the universe's rebooting to take a step towards immortality, but could he also be taken away by the universe? Backlash from the eternal life substance. That's right, backlash was a synonym for death. Try immortality. Either you successfully improve your state of mind and step into immortality with the universe's rebooting, or you fail and lose the eternal life substance. The worst-case scenario was that you couldn't even control the eternal life substance, and you would eventually die. Since ancient times, there have been many people who died trying to become immortal. Gu Duanku nodded. Many. Every time the universe rebooted, there would be people dying, and most of the time, there would be more than one. After he finished speaking, he looked to the other side. There, Grand Paragon Lan Yi was silently looking at the place where Lei Hong had died. He noticed that Gu Duanku and Lu Yin's gazes met, but he didn't respond and left directly. I don't plan to try anymore. I've watched the universe rebooted twice, and I've tried no less than 3 times. I'm lucky that I didn't die. Mr. Liu, I'll return to the 7th night pillar first. Good luck. Lu Yin watched Gu Duanku leave and then looked at the place where Lei Hong had died. There was nothing there. Whether it was the spirit seed or the cosmic ring, everything had turned to ashes. The word luck was written on the spring and autumn scroll. It used luck to obtain something, but it lost itself. He had walked the world and divined the mortals, and he had learned a principle: what you gain, you must lose. Everything in the universe was equal. It was the same when trying to break through to immortality. There was a price to pay for taking a shortcut. The universe was here, and it could be rebooted. However, the universe that truly encompassed the endless stars was not something that could be seen clearly by humans. What was at the end of the universe? Who was in control of karma, luck, opportunities, and so on? Lu Yin sighed and left after half a day. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. Grand Paragon Lan Yi tried a 3rd time, but he still failed. Gu Duanku really did not try again. Lu Yin had met Grand Paragon Lan Yi when he was trying to capture the eternal substance, and he had asked him a question. If he didn't plan on trying to break through to immortality, had he ever thought of using the eternal substance as a weapon? Grand Paragon Lan Yi's answer was simple. I can't bear it. It was only 3 words, but they expressed the pain and desire of a powerhouse who had completed the bitter adversity. How could they bear to try to break through to immortality and be stuck at the bitter adversity level forever? Who could bear the opportunity to reach the heavens in a single step? Once they succeeded, they would have endless immortality and could overlook the heavens. For a cultivator to reach the bitter adversity level, their state of mind must be extremely high. However, a high state of mind did not mean that they had no desires. Their desires were often greater than ordinary people's, more difficult to satisfy, and more difficult to give up. However, Gu Duanku endured it. Was he afraid of death? Perhaps, only obsession could defeat obsession. Gu Duanku did not even grab the eternal substance because he was afraid that he could not bear it. Once the eternal substance reached the point where it could backfire, how could he bear the opportunity to try to break through to immortality? Gambling could magnify the most terrible desires of the human heart. Unless there was no gambling capital. Lu Yin met Qing Yun and had just greeted her when Granny Yin appeared in front of her and stared at Lu Yin vigilantly. Lu Yin smiled. Senior, you haven't tried to break through to immortality. Granny Yin raised her eyebrows. Little guy, you're rude. Lu Yin looked past Granny Yin and looked at Qing Yun. In our hometown, we should shake hands every time we meet. Granny Yin moved 2 steps and completely blocked Lu Yin's gaze. Little guy, if you want to shake hands, find me. Senior, don't meddle in the affairs of the young. Granny Yin stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin bade farewell to Qing Yun and left. Watching Lu Yin leave, Granny Yin said angrily, this junior is too rude and shameless. Qing Yun smiled. Granny, he was joking with you. Granny Yin was helpless. Miss, you are too kind. You must stay away from that junior in the future. I don't have long to live and can't accompany you all the time. Qing Yun shook her head. Granny, you think too much. After that, she looked into the distance. Continue. The universe's reboot gave me a lot of insights. On the other side, Lu Yin returned to the seventh night pillar and asked Gu Duanke to help him catch the eternal substance. Gu Duanke was speechless. Mr. Lu, why do you think I am unwilling to catch the eternal substance on the premise that I don't want to try to break through to immortality? Lu Yin asked, why? Gu Duanke said, because there is no need. Once I catch the eternal substance, I can't help but want to catch more and try to break through to immortality. The eternal substance itself is not of much use to me. First, I don't have the eternal battle technique to cooperate with the eternal substance. Second, no one in the Jiao Shao universe needs me to use the eternal substance. More importantly, there is another point. He looked at Lu Yin. Any extra eternal substance will be taken away by the Supreme God after returning to the Jiao Shao universe. Lu Yin guessed the first two answers and deliberately came to verify them, but he didn't expect there to be a third answer. The eternal God will take away the eternal substance? Gu Duanke nodded. The great perfection of Du Ku Air is the first echelon combat power in the Jiao Shao universe. If everyone has the eternal substance, it will be chaotic. You know, if someone can use the eternal battle technique with the eternal substance, even the eternal God will have to be vigilant. Do you think the Supreme God will be willing? Although there are very few people who practice the eternal battle technique. Lu Yin understood. That's right. Why didn't he think of it before? The Supreme God was absolutely superior in the Jiao Shao universe. Except for each other, there would be no threat and they would not be willing to have any. The eternal battle technique with the eternal substance could definitely threaten the Supreme God. Even if it was only limited to a few opportunities to attack, the eternal God would not allow this to happen. What they wanted was absolute authority. No wonder Gu Duanke didn't catch the eternal substance directly. Then, when he used the eternal substance to kill the Jiao Shao universe, the Supreme God must have known, but he didn't find trouble with him. Was he too good to him? Lu Yin could vaguely understand the Supreme God's thoughts. Their pattern was completely different from ordinary cultivators. Even Ku Yuan, who had never looked down on the three universes, could not reach the level of the Supreme God in terms of pattern. Ku Yuan only followed his heart, while the Supreme God looked at the whole space. After another 2 years, Supreme Master Lan Yi tried for the fourth time to achieve immortality. Lan Yuzhou was too compatible with him. He thought he should succeed. If he didn't succeed, others would not succeed. But, this time, he died. Lu Yin and Gu Duanke watched from afar. Supreme Master Lan Yi roared unwillingly, but he couldn't stop death from coming. His body turned to ashes like the thunderbow, dying in the ruins of Lan Yuzhou's mother tree. Gu Duanke didn't say a word and returned to the seventh night pillar. Lu Yin watched quietly. Another powerhouse at the peak of the bitter adversity realm had died. The difference between this realm and the eternal realm was like heaven and earth. No one could calculate the probability of breaking through to immortality. Supreme Master Lan Yi was more likely than others to break through to the eternal realm in Lan Yuzhou, but how much did this increase the probability? He thought it was 10%, but the real situation might be 1%, 1,000th, or even 1/10,000th. Even the eternal God couldn't give an answer. If he knew that he would die, would he still try? The answer was yes. He would not give up any chance to break through to immortality. Immortality was the ultimate pursuit of every cultivator. Thank you for the tip, Brother Mo Si Mi Liang. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3898. Lu Yin wasn't the only one who had seen Grandmaster Lan Ye's death. Wei Heng, Jing Lian, Qing Yun, Granny Yin, and the others had all seen it. Lu Yin took a step forward and reappeared at the place where Grandmaster Lan Yi had died. Nothing was left behind except for the shattered remains of the mother tree. The mother tree that had once supported the entire lawn universe had been reduced to fragments and collapsed. As the universe rebooted, it continued to shrink. Soon, the mother tree would disappear forever. Would a new mother tree appear at that time? Luin walked over the remains of the mother tree and touched the dried bark. It was rough and would break if he didn't use any strength. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sadness as he watched the mother tree shatter with the universe's rebooting. Was the mother tree the first life of the universe? If the universe was gone, it would be gone too. What did this mother tree represent to the lawn universe? A child. The universe was being rebooted and destroyed, and the mother tree was also shattering. If the universe had a mind of its own, it would be like watching one's own child shatter in front of one's eyes. Luin squatted down and placed his hand on the remains of the mother tree, muttering to himself, "I'll send you on your way." With that, his strength spread out and shattered the mother tree. In an instant, the mother tree turned into ashes and disappeared into the starry sky. Luin remained squatting as the ashes of the mother tree revolved around him. Within the ashes, a blurry green light appeared and continuously entered Lu Yin's body. Luin was surprised. What was this? He raised his hand and allowed the green light to fall, but it passed through his palm. He couldn't touch it. But the green light had entered his body. Luin released the starry sky in his heart, and all the green light entered. It flew around his heart and gathered together to form a larger green light. He still couldn't touch this light. Luin couldn't understand and asked Jing Lian and the others, but they all shook their heads and said that they didn't see any green light, let alone understand it. Wei Heng, Lu Xizhan, and the others also didn't see it. Was that green light the mother tree's spirit? The mother tree completely disappeared and its ashes scattered. Luin didn't know if it was an illusion, but the lawn universe's rebooting speed was increasing. Not long after, Gudwanka found Luin and asked when they would return to the Nine Heavens universe. Lei Gong and Supreme Venerable Lan Yi were both dead, so the reboot of the universe was over. No matter what the others comprehended, there was no need to continue. If they didn't comprehend it at the beginning, they wouldn't be able to comprehend it later. 13 years had passed since they had left the continent of the Nine Clouds. They had been in the Orchid universe for 10 years. It wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. Now, the seventh night pillar could return to Nine Firmaments universe and wait for Luin to finish. Luin said, "Let's wait a few more years. Let me grab all the immortal matter." This was the first time that Gudwanka had heard someone describe the eternal substance as grabbing it clean, and he couldn't help but feel envious. Luin had been able to grab the eternal substance so brazenly, which meant that he was certain that it wouldn't be taken away by the eternal ruler when he returned. Gudwanka, on the other hand, had grabbed so much eternal substance without suffering any backlash. Gudwanka had no idea how Luin did it. Since this person was able to grab the eternal substance, he would definitely be able to use it. This meant that he also knew the eternal battle technique. A cultivator who had so many immortal materials and could use immortal skills was probably the strongest cultivator in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Nobody could compete with him. He didn't rush him. If he had to wait, then so be it. To a cultivator, decades or centuries made no difference. Nine Firmaments universe, Heaven's Gate, Luo Nanshan, and Yu Jing were all present. The Luo family, the Yu family, and the experts hired by the two families were all gathered outside Heaven's Gate. Once the cultivators from the spiritualized universe tried to break through Heaven's Gate, they would have to face them first. Looking around, there were many cultivators gathered inside and outside Heaven's Gate. However, the number of cultivators from the Nine Firmaments universe was less than 1/10 of the spiritualized universe. "You still haven't contacted Yu Jing." Luo Nanshan looked at Yu Jing. Yu Jing said in a low voice, "Something happened." It seems like we can only prepare for the worst. The spiritualized universe doesn't have any great perfection tribulation transcendence cultivators. Either one of us can suppress them. I'm just afraid of the person behind this. Luo Nanshan looked outside Heaven's Gate. If it's really Master Grass, what should we do? Only the imperial deity can deal with him. Yu Jing shook his head. Even if it's Master Grass, he wouldn't make a move openly. Otherwise, he would have broken through Heaven's Gate long ago. Master Grass must be involved in this. Otherwise, how could these people have the confidence to confront Heaven's Gate? I'm just afraid that there are other people besides Master Grass. Outside Heaven's Gate, under the starry sky of the distant Imperial God Mountain, countless cultivators faced Heaven's Gate and sat cross-legged. Their eyes were filled with hatred and resentment. The nine firmaments universe's control and deprivation of the spiritualized universe had completely ignited the entire spiritualized universe. People kept joining, but they didn't break through Heaven's Gate. Instead, they were suppressing themselves. Once they couldn't suppress themselves, it would be time for war. At the front of the crowd, Lon and Zi Tianshu were there. They represented sky beyond sky. At the back, Fengbo and Arrow God were there. There was a circle of people around them. Although they were sitting cross-legged like those in front of them, their auras were stable. If one looked carefully, they would notice that those people had scarlet vertical eyes. Time's up. Let them out. It's finally time. I'm really looking forward to seeing the expressions of those from the nine firmaments universe. The Luo family really thinks that they can stop the trend. A group of people appeared in Imperial God Mountain. This group of people walked past the spiritualized cultivators sitting cross-legged and walked toward Heaven's Gate. Finally, they stopped in front of Heaven's Gate. Quickly open Heaven's Gate and let me in. I'm Yu Jia from the Balin Sword sect of the Silan region. I'm Spring and Autumn Jian Renfu. I'm Third Night Pillar Yun Ping. Let me in. My teacher is a guest of the Chiu Nan clan. Inside Heaven's Gate, Luo Nanshan and Yu Jing were astonished. What's going on? Are those people real or fake? Hurry up and check the records. Master, those people are real. They all went to the spiritualized universe through Heaven's Gate, but they're all dead. How could they be here? Yu Jing's face was deathly pale. It was a conspiracy. It was a conspiracy. Someone had planned this a long time ago. Before Yu Sang Tian had defeated Ru Shi, many people from the nine firmaments universe had disguised themselves as spiritualized cultivators. At that time, the spiritualized universe had been in chaos. Some of them had died, but most of them had safely returned to the nine firmaments universe. Even though not many people had died for a long time. Now that all those people had appeared, there were many people. There were thousands of people outside Heaven's Gate. Those people were from all sorts of influential groups in the nine firmaments universe. They were from universe, nine firmaments, and even the defense of gods. They could stop the spiritualized cultivators from entering Heaven's Gate, but how could they stop these people? I just woke up. I've been sleeping. What year is it? Hurry up and let me in. I want to go back to my family. Luo family, I'm a disciple of Dream Sky. I want to go back. I haven't finished the Death Hills test yet. Open Heaven's Gate and let me go back. Luo Nanshan and Yu Jing felt a chill down their spines. They couldn't stop them. Someone had planned this for a long time. It was a conspiracy that spanned dozens of eras. Heaven's Gate couldn't stop them. Spiritualized universe and intent realm. Shi Xiu shouted angrily at the group of cultivators in front of him. Who told you to go against Heaven's Gate? I told you, intent realm can't get involved in this. Below him, someone was unwilling to accept it. The nine firmaments universe stole our spiritualized universe's resources. We cultivate it for the sake of the 9 firmaments universe. If the 9 firmaments universe wants to, they can make us die immediately. We can't accept this. Alliance Master, please say something. Intent Realm will attack Heaven's Gate. Shi Xiu was furious. Piss off. The cultivators left one after another. Master Feng walked over. Alliance Master, the influential groups can't stop them. Wan Shou, Tian Shou, and half of the cultivators from the 36 territories went against Heaven's Gate. Even the lunatics from the Jie region went there. Nobody can stop them. Shi Xiu had a headache. Master Feng wanted to say something but stopped. What do you want to say? Alliance Master, if we don't resist, the spiritualized universe will really become a puppet of the 9 firmaments universe. We cultivated for a lifetime to help the 9 firmaments universe. Should we really do that? Shi Xiu said bitterly, a gate can stop our spiritualized universe for more than 10 years. Do you think we can resist the 9 firmaments universe? But the supreme pinnacle has appeared. You saw it. Master Feng opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't say anything. No one knew whether the supreme pinnacle's appearance was real or not. Many people were sure because the passage connecting the space and time of the Imperial God Mountain to the spiritualized universe could only be opened by an eternal life realm cultivator. Moreover, the conclusion that the supreme pinnacle had appeared came from the Zhikong region, but Elder Yu hadn't appeared for more than 10 years. How are those insects? Shi Xiu suddenly asked. Master Feng said, they've been dealt with. It's just some insects. I don't know who raised them. Don't be careless. Those insects reproduce very quickly, and I have a bad feeling. Yes. In the Lingbao region, the Plain Master sect was also restraining their people to confront the Elysium. The Grand Universe Chamber of Commerce was doing the same, but they couldn't stop the entire spiritualized universe. Now, the spiritualized universe was lacking an opportunity to break through the Elysium. In the Tianyuan universe, with the return of Wu Jiang, the crisis of the hive gradually calmed down. The people on Wu Jiang were completely different from when they left the Tianyuan universe. The changes in the 9 firmaments were like scriptures, transforming the cultivators on Wu Jiang. Especially the breakthroughs of Heavenly Lord Doxing and Desolate God, the power of the Tianyuan universe had increased by more than one level. Wu Jiang's return had directly suppressed the crisis of the hive. Imparting scriptures like this allowed the cultivators of the Tianyuan universe to continuously increase their power. The Forgotten Ruins God was distressed that Lu Yin really knows how to cause trouble. Wu Jiang can actually return safely. I originally wanted to go to the spiritualized universe. Wang Xiaoyu calmly looked into the distance. Wu Jiang's strength has increased too much. Once we're discovered, we won't be able to escape. The Forgotten Ruins God chuckled, it's okay. No matter how much he improves, he can't catch us. It's just that it's becoming more and more impossible to go to the spiritualized universe. I'm really looking forward to it. Now that Wu Jiang has returned, how is little Lu Yin? Could he have broken through to immortality? Under a strange starry sky, a massacre was unfolding. It seemed intense, but it was always one side suppressing the other. On one side, it was the Desolate God. On the other side, there was a strange figure that looked like a human but had 8 arms. It was Qing Xian. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3899. Qing Xian gathered the advantages of the current spacetime creatures. She was extremely talented and could cultivate to a very high level in an extremely short period of time. However, no matter how fast she cultivated, there was a limit. She could not surpass the Desolate God in time and was killed by the Desolate God. At the moment of Qing Xian's death, under the same starry sky, in an inconspicuous corner, a beautiful woman with exquisite features and snow-white skin calmly watched. This woman was like a crystal sculpture, beautiful and flawless. However, her eyes had no pupils, they were completely snow-white. She was none other than Maobai, Qing Xian. Yuling stood beside Maobai. Yuling was shocked by the magnificence of the battle between the desolate god and Qing Xian. He looked at Maobai. Are you really not going to care? Maobai said indifferently, I don't care. Humans are malleable creatures. After going out for a while, they will transform when they return. That Qing Xian was nurtured by us with great difficulty. It doesn't matter. Qing Xian will face elimination herself. After that, she looked up at the starry sky and frowned slightly. Why? Is it getting farther and farther? In the orchid universe, Luin sat on the peak of the seventh night pillar with his eyes closed. He had rested for 10 days. His head hurt. It was an indescribable headache. It was as if his head had been rebooted along with the universe. This was the after effect of overusing madness. He had experienced it in the mind universe. Luin originally thought that the after effect would be bearable after he broke through to the primordial realm. However, he had underestimated this madness. Now, he felt like rolling a die 6 times. It had broken through some kind of limit and made him suffer pain. However, compared to when he was in the mind universe, the after effect had appeared much later. He had already caught close to 30,000 immortal matter. It had been 15 years since he left the 9 heavens universe, which meant that they had stayed in the orchid universe for 12 years. During these 12 years, many people had died. Luin had witnessed the deaths of Lei Gong and Grand Sovereign Lan Yi. Close to 100 other cultivators had also died. They had all entered the orchid universe to experience the rebooting of the universe up close. Everything had a price. They wanted to transform, and the corresponding price was their lives. Gudwanka came again and asked when Luin would leave. Are you in a hurry? Not really. Mr. Lu, you can stay if you want. However, you probably won't get much. What do you mean? Gudwanka looked at the rebooted Lan universe in the distance. The process of rebooting the universe is very long. The only valuable thing for us is the first few decades. During that period, the immortal matter will be released and close to the sequence of strings. As time goes on, the immortal matter will be dispersed. At first, we could catch 10 immortal matter per day, but now, we can only catch 1 immortal matter per day. Then, we can catch 1 every 10 days, and 1 every 100 days. In the beginning, we could try immortality in 1 or 2 years. Later on, we might not even be able to try it in 100 years. Later on, we can't even estimate. Because the immortal matter is scattered throughout the entire rebooted universe, it's not easy for us to catch it. Once the immortal matter is completely scattered, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It won't be easy even for you, Mr. Lu. Luin had not expected this. This meant that it would be even more difficult to capture the immortal substance than it had been in the consciousness universe. The immortal matter in the consciousness universe was the broken world. Once they found the broken world, they could be sure that the immortal matter was there. The range was fixed, but it was different here. Once the immortal matter was completely scattered, it was harder than looking for a needle in a haystack. He could not use his cultivation base to search the entire universe in an instant. It was definitely not as easy as looking for an ordinary person in the universe. I thought it would take at least a few decades for the immortal matter to disperse, but I didn't expect that not only Grand Sage Lan Yi, who can capture the immortal matter at an extraordinary speed, but also you, Mr. Lu, who is faster than Grand Sage Lan Yi, causing the process to speed up, Gudwanka said. Luin nodded. Then let's go back. In the past year, he had also noticed that the distance between the immortal matter had increased a lot, and the speed of capturing was far slower than before. Now, he did not know how long the crazy and manic sequelae would last, so it was meaningless to wait any longer. He already had nearly 30,000 immortal matter. Although it was still not comparable to ordinary immortal powerhouses, it was enough to challenge them. Gudwanka heaved a sigh of relief. Okay, let's go back. More than half a month later, the seventh night pillar shook, and the power to maintain the ejection of the sun beast was released from the bottom of the night pillar. In an instant, the night pillar flew out and headed towards the ninth heaven universe. How it came, how it left, the night pillar's return trajectory was the same as how it came. Lu Yin looked at the orchid universe, which was getting smaller and smaller. After the reboot ended, no one would come here. Even after billions of years, new life forms would be born, and no one from the nine firmaments universe would come here. They would only come if they wanted to destroy the orchid universe. At that time, would he still exist? If he was immortal, maybe he would still be alive. What would he be like at that time? Lu Yin looked at the lawn universe until it completely disappeared. The area was dark, and there were nearly 1,000 people who followed. Although a group of people had died, many of the remaining people had transformed. They were all excited, waiting to return to the ninth heaven universe and surprise their old friends and families. It would take 3 years to go to the lawn universe, and it would also take 3 years to return to the ninth heaven universe. In the first year, Lu Yin did not go anywhere. Even after the crazy and manic sequelae were over, he stayed in place and released the starry sky in his heart to explore the green light. But he could not understand it, so he gave up. On the starry sky land in his heart, the spirit seed liquid was densely packed with immortal substance. It looked very confident. 30,000 immortal substance was equivalent to 30,000 times of 3 heavens sword intent. Imagine, with so many immortal level 3 heavens sword intent, it would be overwhelming. Even if he encountered that immortal realm monster again, he would dare to release a wave. He also had to thank the Great Master for giving him a spot. He definitely had to go to the Death Hillock. After some time, Lu Yin went to the seventh night pillar and found the ninth spirit. The ninth spirit looked at Lu Yin helplessly and bowed slowly. Mr. Lu. Lu Yin looked at the ninth spirit. Back in the spiritualized universe, this girl had called him little guy. Now her attitude had changed. When did you return to the ninth heaven? Not long before the seventh night pillar went to the lawn universe. Where have you been all this time? First in Torch City, and then back in the spiritualized universe. How is Torch City? The ninth spirit thought about it and sighed. Torch City has been completely destroyed. That eternal realm creature only touched Torch City, and half of it was gone. If not for Mr. Lu's timely warning, who knows how many people would have died. Lu Yin said in a low voice, no matter what, I was the one who led them there. I am responsible for their deaths. The ninth spirit did not discuss this with Lu Yin. There was no right or wrong in this matter. Lu Yin had used Torch City as a springboard to escape. This was the nature of cultivators. The others who had been caught in the crossfire were just unlucky. Such things happened every day in the cultivation world. Lu Yin had already warned them. Some had escaped, while others had not reacted in time and died. That was their problem. At least the ninth spirit knew that no one in Torch City blamed Lu Yin. This was reality. There were no good people in the cultivation world. But she had not expected Lu Yin to blame himself. She had thought that this matter would not bother him at all. How is the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin asked again. The ninth spirit hesitated. Not very good. Lu Yin was puzzled. What do you mean? Didn't Master Greengrass go back? The ninth spirit's face was grave. Someone has revealed the truth of the ninth heaven universe. Lu Yin was surprised. His first thought was of eternity. I returned to the ninth heaven because I sensed that someone was stirring up trouble. I do not know what their goal is, but I know that if I did not return to the ninth heaven, I would not be able to. The ninth spirit frowned and took a sip of wine. When I left the spiritualized universe, people were constantly entering the God-governing mountain. At that time, the sky's gate had not noticed, and I did not say anything. I did not want to be involved in such matters. Now that so many years have passed, I do not know what has happened to the spiritualized universe. But the mastermind must have a motive. Luine was curious. You did not tell Dan Long about this. The ninth spirit shook her head. I said that I did not want to be involved in anything. I have been in the spiritualized universe for so many years. I have seen through everything. You stand on the side of both the spiritualized universe and the ninth heaven universe. That is why you are conflicted. Luine saw through her. The ninth spirit did not refute. She was from the ninth heaven universe, but had lived in the spiritualized universe for so many years. It was impossible to say that she did not care about the spiritualized universe. The ninth heaven universe suppressed the spiritualized universe too much. It would have been better if no one knew. Now that the spiritualized universe knew, how could those cultivators breathe? She felt a tinge of sympathy. The ninth spirit was an expert who had crossed the bitter calamity and was very powerful in the spiritualized universe. She was one of the 7 great mulberry skies, but she was still only crossing the bitter calamity. She had not reached the level where she could see certain things clearly. She could sympathize with the spiritualized universe and have her own selfish motives. This was not wrong. Moreover, whether she said it or not did not mean much. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3900. The ninth spirit shook her head. I don't know. When I left the 9 heavens to spiritualize, I was looking for Count of the Wind. Many years later, Qing Yun and Qing Shao came. Dan Ling's god of defense asked me to protect them well, and take care of them as if they were his nephews. I know nothing else. Aren't you surprised to see Qing Yun in the 9 heavens universe? There is no need to be surprised. It has nothing to do with me. The ninth spirit took another sip of wine. At this point, she suddenly thought of something. She looked at Luine. Mr. Lu, you seem to owe me a question. Luine nodded. There is such a thing. Back then, Luine had wanted to know more about the 9 heavens universe and the other 3 universes. He had dragged the ninth spirit to the wisdom sky domain to chat with Old Fool, each asking a question. In the end, the ninth spirit had answered Lu Yin's questions but had not asked any new ones. At that time, Luine had owed her a question. What do you want to ask? Luine asked. The ninth spirit thought about it, and then looked at Luine seriously. I want to use this question in exchange for Mr. Lu not asking me any more questions in the future. No. The ninth spirit arched an eyebrow. Unfair. Of course. How can one question be exchanged for multiple questions? I don't have the answers to the questions Mr. Lu wants to know. With your current level, there are not many people in the Jiu Shao universe who can answer your questions, including me. Lu Yin replied, I'm the kind of person who likes to hold back. Who knows? The ninth spirit said helplessly, I just don't want to get involved in these big matters. Mr. Lu has dominated the 9 heavens, and not even the High Ruler can do anything to him. He is the number 1 person below the High Ruler, and I'm just an ordinary cultivator who has crossed the bitter adversity. The slightest ripple will bring me bad luck. You're early, but it's a good thing you're early. Otherwise, we wouldn't be alive to drink. Lu Yin suddenly changed the topic. The ninth spirit did not understand. What does Mr. Lu mean? Lu Yin looked at her with a smile. Is that a problem? The ninth spirit met Lu Yin's eyes and nodded. Yes. You don't think I'm lying to you? Mr. Liu isn't that despicable. Lu Yin nodded. The person behind the spiritualized universe should be the person you've been looking for. Eternity. The ninth spirit's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin said, that's right. You're looking for eternity to find Fingbua. I can tell you that Fingbua is also here. Killing intent flashed in the ninth spirit's eyes as she stared at Lu Yin. She did not even notice the wine dripping from her gourd. Lu Yin replied, Fingbua is indeed still alive, and he's in the spiritualized universe with Eternal and Lan. You returned to the nine heavens too early, or else you would have been able to find out. Fortunately, you returned to the nine heavens. Otherwise, with your strength, you would have died at Eternal's hands. The ninth spirit was surprised. Lan. Her eyes flickered. No wonder. No wonder there is the shadow of the outland behind her. Is Lan also from the Eternal Realm? Lu Yin laughed. You must be in a hurry to go back. The ninth spirit gripped her gourd tightly, her expression ugly. If she had known that the everlasting immortal was behind this, she would not have returned to the nine clouds. Lu Yin left. He had not learned anything about Qin Yun from the ninth spirit, so he let it be. He was only curious about Qin Yun's constitution. The night pillar flew towards the nine clouds universe. It had been 2 years since they left the orchid universe. The seventh night pillar wasn't as peaceful as it had been in the beginning. Wujie, come out for me. I'm going to F*CK you up. I finally got a chance to rest, you be *starred. Wujie, don't let me find you. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Wujie, Wujie, Lu Yin looked into the distance. Someone was shouting for Wujie. Seeing Lu Yin look over, the person quickly bowed and retreated. Lu Yin looked away. Wujie, a disciple of the great dream sky, really knew how to play. Behind him, Jing Lian walked over and sat beside Lu Yin, exhausted. That Wujie is ****. No matter what, he has to go to the great dream sky for justice. Lu Yin was surprised. You're in trouble too. Jing Lian gritted her teeth. That **** likes to play pranks on people. He's different from the other disciples of the great dream sky. Others cultivate wholeheartedly. Even if they are a little immoral and steal battle techniques from others, they do it secretly. No one knows, and they won't spread it. That *** Wujie doesn't do anything but play pranks on people. He dares to play pranks on a Blue Lotus Upper Imperial disciple like you. What can't someone from the Great Dream Sky do? After all, he's from the Upper Imperial sect. The founder of the Great Dream Sky in the East region was called Wushang. He was a disciple of Mi Jin Upper Imperial. Lu Yin knew this. As for the cultivation method of the Great Dream Sky, he also understood it after Wujie appeared. The Great Dream Sky used the Great Dream 1,000 years as a cultivation method. It used 1,000 years in the dream to set up a day. To put it bluntly, it allowed one to feel the flow of 1,000 years in the dream and complete the entire process of suicide within 1,000 years. In reality, one could complete the process in 1 day. This process made one unable to realize the real purpose in the dream, but in reality, one would commit suicide. This was another kind of control. It sounded similar to the absolute command, but the absolute command was a combination of consciousness and thinking. This was a layout in the dream, and it needed to be cultivated slowly. Although it was not as good as the absolute command, it was already very terrifying. The Great Dream 1,000 years and the Great Dream Sky came from this. There were hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Great Dream Sky who traveled the 9 firmaments and cultivated in their dreams. They could do anything they wanted in their dreams, but because of the restrictions of the Great Dream Sky's rules, they did not cause too much resentment. In addition, the Death Hillock had warned that even if the Great Dream Sky's cultivators broke the rules and secretly learned other people's battle techniques, it would not be spread. Wujie was different. He was a malignant tumor in the Great Dream Sky. It was not that he had broken the rules, but rather that he liked to play tricks on others without hurting them. Even the Death Hillock could not find trouble with him, and the Great Dream Sky's warnings were useless. No one would have thought that one of the people who had followed them to the Orchid universe would be Wujie. Wujie had not done anything when they had come, but now that they had returned, his true nature had been exposed. Perhaps he had broken through something, but he kept finding people to experiment on, causing the people of the seventh night pillar to suffer. Many people looked for Gudwanka and asked him to find Wujie. Gudwanka avoided them, as he did not want to provoke the people of the Great Dream Sky. Who knew how far Wujie could cultivate in the end? Once he passed bitter adversity or even completed it, no one in the 9 firmaments would be able to escape his pranks except for the 3 supreme gods. It was best not to provoke him. Pristine Lotus had only come to complain, but after he left, someone unexpectedly came looking for him, Wei Heng. Lu Yin sized up Wei Heng. Wei Heng did not even look at Lu Yin. He just stared at the core space and did not speak. Lu Yin did not speak either, and neither of them spoke. Wei Heng stayed at Lu Yin's place for a while before leaving. The next day, he came again, stayed for a while, and then left again. Lu Yin could not understand what Wei Heng was doing. 2 months later, Lu Yin looked at Wei Heng and was speechless. "Do you have something to say?" Wei Heng stared at the core space. "Yes." "What is it?" "I want to rope you in." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Rope me in? Who do you represent?" "Master. The supreme ruler of the Blood Tower." "Yes." Lu Yin stared blankly at Wei Heng. "So, how do you want to rope me in?" Wei Heng retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Yin. "I don't know. I've been thinking about it for a long time." Lu Yin suddenly felt that Wei Heng's way of speaking was very familiar. Death Hill. Yes, it was very similar to Death Hill. That kind of straightforwardness, without any concealment, was exactly the same. The supreme ruler who controls Death Hill should be the supreme ruler of the Blood Tower. Wei Heng was surprised. "How did you know?" Lu Yin did not know how to answer. Could he say that he heard it? This temper was of the same origin. Did this mean that the supreme ruler of the Blood Tower had the same temper? No wonder Gon Mo did not know what to say. Wei Heng stared at the core space and did not speak. Looking at him, Lu Yin felt that he was trying to rope him in. How could he be so passive when trying to rope someone in? "Gon Mo, I've seen him before. My senior is a very honest person. He blocked my path in Hidden Sky City." "What did you say?" "I said, he blocked my path in Hidden Sky City." Not this sentence, the sentence before that. Lu Yin's face twitched. "Gon Mo, I've seen him before." Wei Heng said, "My senior is a very stupid person." Lu Yin stared blankly at Wei Heng, not knowing what to say. Wei Heng stood up and looked at Lu Yin. "My master is cold on the outside but kind on the inside. Do you want to be his disciple?" Lu Yin declined. "I already have a master." "Thank you." "You're welcome. I'll come again tomorrow." "I said that I already have a master and will not be the supreme ruler of the Blood Tower." "I know. Then why are you still here? Let's get to know each other and be friends." With that, Wei Heng left. Lu Yin looked at Wei Heng's back and laughed. He could tell that Wei Heng was serious about fulfilling the supreme ruler of the Blood Tower's request to rope him in. However, Wei Heng's personality was not suitable to rope in others. However, Lu Yin liked this kind of personality. Ever since he ascended the 7th night pillar, Wei Heng had been thinking about how to rope him in. However, all he could think of was to sit quietly beside Lu Yin and wait for him to speak. Lu Yin had to admit that Wei Heng was too straightforward. The next day, Wei Heng still came. Then, one day after another. During this time, Jing Lian also came looking for Lu Yin. When she saw Wei Heng, she was furious and tried to attack him, but Lu Yin stopped her. Jing Lian did not understand why someone like Wei Heng would come looking for Lu Yin. When she found out that he was trying to rope in people for the supreme ruler of the Blood Tower, she became unhappy and decided to come every day as well. Not long after, the people of the seventh night pillar felt strange. Jing Lian and Wei Heng sat on either side of Lu Yin like door gods, making Lu Yin feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, it would not be long before they returned to the Nine Heavens universe. On this day, Jing Lian and Wei Heng had just left when Lu Yin's eyelids suddenly felt heavy. He moved his finger and slowly closed his eyes. Lu Yin slept for a very long time, as if he had slept for 1,000 years. In his dream, he had been a young master of a wealthy family for the first 20 years. He had lived a carefree life and indulged in luxury. However, on his 20th birthday, his family had undergone a huge change, and his enemies had sought revenge. Blood had dyed the ground red, and he had fled to the depths of the mountains to cultivate. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. He had cultivated bitterly day after day, forgetting himself. He had cultivated for a total of 500 years, and when he had finally decided to take revenge, he had left the mountains and spent 3 years to find his enemies and fight them. He had lost this battle, but fortunately, he had managed to escape. He had also met 2 beautiful women and experienced many grudges. In the end, the 3 of them had all returned to the depths of the mountains to cultivate again. This time, they had cultivated for another 100 years before leaving the mountains to seek revenge. This time, he had won. As he looked at his enemies, the tragic scene of his family from 600 years ago appeared in his mind. His chest surged as he drew his blade. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3901. Suddenly, heaven and earth became silent. Everything in the surroundings was shattering and peeling off. In a corner of the 7th pillar, someone suddenly opened his eyes in shock, a peerless expert, not good. Just as he was about to flee, a figure appeared behind him and enveloped him. He sat there in a daze, not daring to move. Is this the Millennium Dream? It's quite a powerful technique, but I'm very curious. How did you make me want to sleep for a moment? The person turned around and looked at the person behind him. Who are you? Lu Yin smiled, inexplicably happy. The people who had gone with the 7th pillar to watch the Orchid Universe's reboot were all extraordinary, but there was still someone who didn't recognize him, especially one from Great Dream Empyrean. You don't know me, but I know you. You're Wujie, right? This person was Wujie, an expert of Great Dream Empyrean Prime. His only joy in life was to guide others into dreams and watch them while having some fun. Who are you? Lu Yin. Wujie's mouth fell open. You're Lu Yin. He didn't recognize Lu Yin, because when Lu Yin had broken through to the primordial realm, Wujie had been in someone else's dream. Even after leaving the dream, he had no interest in the real world. In his eyes, reality was the dream, and dreams were reality. When he had gone with the 7th pillar to the Orchid Universe, he had heard that Gu Duanca had welcomed Lu Yin, but he didn't care because he had never planned on exposing himself. He had only entered the dream after seeing the Orchid Universe's reboot, not just to tease others, but also to test his new comprehension. Unfortunately, he had run into Lu Yin. There were hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the 7th pillar, so the chances of running into Lu Yin were too low. Even if he had run into Lu Yin, he should have sensed it immediately. Lu Yin had entered the dream on purpose, so it had to be intentional. Otherwise, he would have sensed it. Wait, what did he just say? For a moment, he wanted to sleep. For a moment. Just for a moment. How was that possible? He was an expert of great dream empyrean prime, and with the dream spirit, he could make someone who had reached the peak of great dream empyrean prime directly enter the dream. This kind of strength was enough to be ranked in the top 3 in the entire great dream sky. Even those seniors du coup might not have the ability to do this, but it actually only made this person want to sleep for a moment. Did he just want to sleep? Lu Yin studied Wu Jie with interest. His appearance was ordinary, and he did not give off any bearing at all. He gave off a dispirited feeling. If Lu Yin had come across him on the streets, he definitely would not have paid any attention to him. However, someone like him had actually made Lu Yin want to fall asleep for a moment. It was unbelievable. He was only at the primordial realm. With Lu Yin's current strength, he could be described as invincible below eternal life. If Great Dream Sky had the ability to make him fall asleep, then so be it. After all, that was Great Dream Sky's specialty. However, this primordial realm expert could actually do it as well. Was Great Dream Sky really that powerful? Didn't that mean that the Great Dream Sky crossing bitter disaster expert was more likely to make him fall into a deep sleep? In that case, could that Great Dream Heaven Lord, Mi Jin Xiangyu's disciple, Wu Xiang, definitely make him fall into a deep sleep? Thinking up to here, Lu Yin became serious. In Wu Jie's eyes, Lu Yin's expression was filled with killing intent. Wu Jie hurriedly said, "Mr. Lu, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know that I would attack you. I just acted randomly. I have no ill intentions, really." "How did you find me?" Lu Yin stared at Wu Jie coldly. "Is it very difficult to find you?" Wu Jie didn't know what to say. Whether it was difficult or not, he could just ask the 7th night pillar. It was possible for Gu Duanke to find him because Gu Duanke knew the details of everyone who entered the 7th night pillar. Otherwise, Lu Yin was confident that Gu Duanke wouldn't be able to find him. There was no need to talk about the others. That Azure Lotus disciple and the Blood Tower disciple had all been played around with. If Great Dream Sky's disciples could be found so easily, they wouldn't be the strongest in the eastern region. But how did Lu Yin find him? He seemed very relaxed. "You've done a lot of good things recently, and you even attacked me. Don't you know that people who attack me don't have good endings?" Lu Yin said indifferently. Wu Jie smiled bitterly. "I didn't know that I would attack you. I really didn't want to. No matter how arrogant I am, I don't think I can win against you. Please show mercy, Great Dream Sky will repay you generously." Revenge? To repay a favor. It's gratitude, but it's also a threat. Wu Jie shook his head. "No, it's definitely not a threat. I can threaten others, but no one can threaten you, Mr. Lu." Although he didn't care about what happened in the real world, he still had some understanding of Lu Yin's past. He had destroyed the Spring and Autumn Scroll, overlooked the 9 firmaments, and even destroyed the Qing clan. This proved that this person wasn't afraid of anyone. Great Dream Sky was powerful, but it wasn't at the level where it could threaten such a powerhouse. Wu Jie didn't want to use Great Dream Sky to bet on whether Lu Yin was afraid or not. He would lose his life. Lu Yin laughed and slowly raised a hand to tap Wu Jie's forehead. Wu Jie's expression changed. "Mr. Lu, we have no enmity between us. It's just a misunderstanding. Please let me go this once for Great Dream Sky's sake. If I'm not wrong, then what you want to do with Great Dream Sky is for me to slap myself." Wu Jie's heart sank. "Mister, you misunderstood. No, I was just joking. Are you saying that I guessed wrong?" "No, mister." Wu Jie was shocked. Lu Yin's finger fell and tapped Wu Jie's forehead. His consciousness entered Wu Jie's body through his fingertip and turned into a world lock that locked Wu Jie's spirit seed, his knowledge of the outside world, and his cultivation. Wujie stared blankly at Lu Yin. The moment Lu Yin's consciousness entered his body, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. It was as if his entire body had sunk into a lightning swamp that couldn't be broken free. He only relaxed when Lu Yin stopped, but then he realized that something was wrong with his body. He looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin said indifferently, "Let the person in charge of Great Dream Sky come and apologize to me. Otherwise, you'll be crippled for the rest of your life." He then vanished. Wujie looked around and relaxed when he saw that Lu Yin wasn't around. It was good that he wasn't dead. There were still many things that he hadn't enjoyed yet, and he didn't want to die. Wujie tried to activate the Millennium Dream, but it was a bitter failure. How had Lu Yin managed to seal Wujie's power with his consciousness? Wujie tried to break Lu Yin's world lock, but he couldn't. It was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Could Lu Yin really do it himself? Wujie wasn't willing to give up and walked out to look for Gudwanka. Gudwanka was the strongest person in the seventh night pillar, and only he could help him. On the other side, Gudwanka saw Lu Yin. "What, are you afraid that I'll kill him?" Lu Yin smiled. Gudwanka laughed, "That won't happen. Mr. Lu isn't a murderous person, and Wujie didn't cross your bottom line." Lu Yin said, "Then you're wrong. He did cross my bottom line, but he didn't have the strength to do so." Gudwanka sighed, "In any case, thank you for showing mercy." Lu Yin didn't understand, "What does that have to do with you?" Gudwanka said, "It happened in my seventh night pillar, so I'm responsible. Also..." He paused and looked in Wujie's direction. "The people from Great Dream Sky are very special." "Are they from Great Dream Sky sect?" Lu Yin asked. Gudwanka shook his head, "Not only that, but the people from Great Dream Sky either have nothing after they die, or they leave behind their dream spirits. They can't leave behind their spirit seeds or corpses." Lu Yin was surprised, as this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. They don't cultivate spirit seeds. He had just sealed Wujie's spirit seed, proving that the people from Great Dream Sky cultivated spirit seeds. They did, but the 1,000 years of Great Dream changed them. "I'm not sure about the details, but one thing is for sure. The glory that the people of Great Dream Sky received when they were alive must be repaid after death, so they are very special. As for the details, Mr. Lu will have to go to Great Dream Sky to know. That's all I can say. In short, thank you for showing mercy, Mr. Lu." Lu Yin didn't expect Great Dream Sky to be involved in secrets. There were so many secrets in Joshua universe. Dream spirits, the unique power of Great Dream Sky, were formed after death. He was getting more and more curious about Big Dream Sky. No one could unlock Wujie's lock of heaven and earth except for him. Of course, the eternal life realm was an exception. If Big Dream Sky wanted to help Wujie, he could only come to him. From the moment they saw Joshua universe to the moment they entered, time seemed to have accelerated. The mother tree of Joshua universe made everyone feel at ease. After seeing the destruction of Lan Yu's mother tree, the mentality of those who didn't belong to Joshua universe changed greatly. They understood why the people of Joshua universe were different. The seventh night pillar streaked across the sky like a meteor and finally smashed into the ground, raising smoke and dust. Underground, the tomorrow beast growled and turned around to continue sleeping. As the smoke and dust dissipated, many cultivators rushed out of the seventh night pillar. Many of them didn't communicate with others from the beginning to the end. Everyone had their secrets, and for some, watching Lan Yu reopen with the seventh night pillar was also a secret. When the seventh night pillar returned to Joshua universe, Luo Ning immediately contacted his family. He knew that the Luo family was facing a crisis. He had been gone for 18 years, and he didn't know how the Elysium was doing. Not long after, his face turned pale as he looked at the northern region. In front of his remembrance was a middle-aged man who said sorrowfully, "Young master, don't come back. The Luo family is gone. Don't come back. Go to the junior pavilion. This is the order of the family head. Don't come back to the northern region. Luo Ning gritted his teeth and put away his remembrance. He silently walked towards the mother tree. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. He had also thought of the Elysium situation and stared at Luo Ning. He had also heard the conversation between Luo Ning and the person from the Luo family. What should have happened had happened. A few years ago, a group of cultivators from Jiuxiao universe who were thought to be dead had appeared outside the Elysium. These cultivators were forced by the spiritualized universe to open the Elysium and let them go. The Luo family withstood the pressure and cut off the connection between the spiritualized universe and Jiuxiao universe, blocking the cultivators outside to prevent them from attacking. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3902. However, Luo Nanshan had underestimated the person behind the scenes. The existence of the cultivators from the Nine Clouds universe had been notified to their families within a certain period of time. Someone from the Nine Clouds universe had also secretly cooperated with them. In the end, the Nine Clouds universe had found out about the changes in Elysium, and the cultivators from the spiritualized universe had launched an attack. The Luo family had to defend Elysium and face the pressure from some families from the Nine Clouds universe. In the end, they had failed, and their family had been destroyed. Luo Nanshan had died in battle, and a large number of cultivators from the spiritualized universe had rushed into Elysium. This had attracted the attention of the Elysium ruler, and Elysium had been sealed, completely cutting off the passage between the Nine Clouds universe and the spiritualized universe. This was only a barrier, but it could not solve the problem of the spiritualized universe being hostile to the Nine Clouds universe. Of course, this matter had nothing to do with the Luo family, and Luo Ning could not get an answer. He only knew that Luo Nanshan had died, and the Luo family had been defeated. He could not return to the northern region. Otherwise, what awaited him would be the attacks of the families behind the cultivators from the Nine Clouds universe, as well as the people the Luo family had offended. He could only return to the Junior Imperial Tower, as only the Junior Imperial Tower could protect him. Lu Yin took out his brooch and contacted someone, Ling Lan, the second in command of the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce. This woman had used him to contact the Luo family, wanting the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce to obtain the opportunity to go to the spiritualized universe to find the Ling Mu. Lu Yin did not know if the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce had contacted the Luo family, but if they had, then she should know very well about what had happened in Elysium. Ling Lan's face appeared on the screen. Her face was beautiful, but she looked tired. "Mr. Lu, you're finally back." Lu Yin looked at her. "You know where I went?" Ling Lan smiled bitterly. "I didn't know before, but you disappeared at the same time as the seventh night pillar, so I knew when you contacted me." "What happened in Elysium?" Speaking of this, Ling Lan was bitter and afraid. Something happened in the spiritualized universe. The Luo family could not defend Elysium, and it was attacked. Before that, many cultivators from the Nine Clouds universe who should have died appeared. They should have been controlled by the spiritualized universe a long time ago, and the Luo family isolated them, which led to their downfall. The most troublesome thing is that Mang Mang appeared. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Wang Lei." Ling Lan nodded and said seriously, "Forbidden cultivators in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Those cultivators look like humans, but they're not. They're called monos." Nobody would have thought that the monos would appear this time. "I thought they were just legends and would never appear again." Ling Lan did not know that the one who controlled the spiritual feed was Mang Da's people. Only Death Hillock and Lu Yin knew. The moment Wang Li appeared, the nature of the situation changed. Now, the northern region's Elysium is in chaos. The upper emperor of the Shock Gate has sealed the Elysium. Those from the spiritualized universe will definitely not be able to enter. Now, the one guarding the Elysium is Ku Yuan. The northern region is also searching for Wang Li on a large scale. Fortunately, our Lingbao Chamber of Commerce did not go to the northern region at that time. Lu Yin gazed at the northern region. Wang Da and Eternal. As expected, Eternal had made a move. Otherwise, how could Wang Da have been lured over? He was both a traitor to the human race and a traitor to the deaf. Has anyone from the spiritualized universe ever fought against the Elysium? Yes, I did. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to alert the alarmed Imperial Guard. Lu Yin exhaled. Eternal, you're here. Seeing Lu Yin look at the northern region, Ling Lan whispered, Sir, what do you think about the situation of the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin's tone was calm. I don't know. Ling Lan's eyes flickered. You don't know. How was that possible? The seventh night pillar had just landed, and they had contacted him. Clearly, they knew about the situation in the Elysium. They were the first to know. Where did the information come from? The Luo family. That shouldn't be the case. The Luo family had been destroyed. Lu Yin suddenly turned to look at Ling Lan. Your Lingbao Chamber of Commerce is really lucky. You clearly made a connection to the spiritualized universe, but you delayed it for so long. Ling Lan hurriedly said, with your connections, the Luo family agreed to let the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce go to the spiritualized universe. However, at that time, the spiritualized universe's cultivators had already blocked the Elysium, so we did not go. The Luo family told you. Ling Lan was stunned and did not know what to say. The Luo family could not wait to hide this kind of thing. How could they tell the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce? The Lingbao Chamber of Commerce desperately wanted the spiritual screen. Since the Luo family had agreed, how could they not go to the northern region? The Lingbao Chamber of Commerce was not affected at all. The only possibility was that they had found out about the changes in the Elysium through other channels. The Lingbao Chamber of Commerce was backed by the Zhu family, the Yu family, and the Yu family. That's right, Yu Xing, did the Yu family participate in guarding the Elysium? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Ling Lan's eyes widened, and then she hurriedly hid them. However, Lu Yin still saw the moment of panic and disbelief. The Yu family had indeed participated. This was very normal. The Luo family was only guarding the Elysium. The Yu family was the one who was most affected by the changes in the spiritualized universe. After all, Yu Xing controlled the wisdom void domain and was known to be 100 years ahead of the spiritualized universe. He was responsible for guiding the spiritualized universe to the path that the Nine Firmaments universe wanted them to take. However, the first unlucky person to be affected by the changes in the spiritualized universe was definitely the Yu family. It was impossible for the Zhu family to not find out about the Yu family's involvement. Thus, it was normal for the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce to be prevented from going to the northern region and completely escape the influence of this incident. Ling Lan did not know that Lu Yin knew that the Zhu family was behind them. If she knew, she would not be so surprised. After ending the conversation, Lu Yin wondered what Eternal and Master Greengrass wanted to do. If they wanted to enter the Nine Firmaments universe, why would they cause such a huge commotion? At the same time, the people who had returned from the seventh night pillar gradually learned about the changes in the northern region. The Elysium had been attacked, and the spiritualized universe had been turned against them. Many people looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin came from the Tian Yuan universe, but he had also entered the Nine Firmaments universe from the spiritualized universe. Did this matter have anything to do with him? Jing Lian and Wei Hing found Lu Yin at the same time and looked at each other. They did not care about the spiritualized universe's situation. They were both trying to rope in Lu Yin on behalf of their respective masters. Before they could speak, Lu Yin's pocket thoughts vibrated. He answered the call, and Ju Ro's face appeared on the screen. Lu Yin had thought that it was heartless, but he had not expected it to be Ju Ro. That's great. You're finally back. Something big has happened. The spiritualized universe is attacking the Elysium. Lu Yin rubbed his head. Alright, I know. Did you contact me specifically for this? Of course not. Did you think that it would not affect you? Let me tell you, you are in big trouble. Ju Ro stared at Lu Yin. Before he could ask, she said with a serious expression, someone suggested to the god of defense under the star sail to restart the Tianyuan universe and transfer the spiritualized cultivators of this era and the next era to the Tianyuan universe that has already been restarted. This way, the spiritualized cultivators who know the truth will not be able to affect the Nine Firmaments universe, and they will not affect the spiritualized cultivators of a few eras later. At the same time, they will be able to witness the restart of another universe and erase the Tianyuan universe's hostility towards the Nine Firmaments universe. Lu Yin's face sank completely, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Jing Lian and Wei Heng sensed it immediately and felt their surroundings freeze. They subconsciously retreated. At the seventh night pillar, everyone shuddered. Gu Duanke frowned and looked at Lu Yin. What a strong murderous intent. Who provoked this person? Hey, did you hear that? You are in big trouble, Ju Ro said carefully. She could not sense Lu Yin's murderous intent, but she could see that Lu Yin's expression had changed completely. Lu Yin asked calmly, who suggested it? Where is it? Ju Ro shook her head. I only knew about it when my sisters were talking about it. They said that someone suggested it, but I don't know who it is. Do me a favor and find out who and where it is. Oh, what do you want to do? Don't be rash. I heard that the god of defense under the star sail is now at the Sparrow Terrace, waiting for the startled Gate Lord's response. Once the startled Gate Lord agrees, then. Ju Ro did not say, but the answer was obvious. Lu Yin did not understand. The startled Gate Lord. What about Qing Lian and Xue Ta? I don't know. The god of defense under the star sail is only at the Sparrow Terrace. Maybe we only need to report this to the startled Gate Lord, Ju Ro said. Lu Yin nodded. I know. Help me check. Ju Ro pursed her lips. Don't be rash. She then ended the conversation. Lu Yin waited with his thoughts hanging in the air. The cold murderous intent just now had dissipated. Lu Yin turned back and looked at Jing Lian and Wei Heng. He smiled faintly. Under what circumstances can the god of defense under the star sail decide whether to restart a universe by reporting to the startled Gate Lord? Jing Lian and Wei Heng looked at each other. Master and the Xue Ta are not here. Wei Heng said, there are 3 gods of defense. If 2 of them are not here, the remaining one has full authority to make the decision. This is because no one can guarantee that the 2 gods of defense who left will come back alive. Lu Yin was surprised. So straightforward. Jing Lian glared at Wei Heng. Don't talk nonsense. Wei Heng was indifferent. I'm just telling the truth. How can you talk like that? It's like a curse. I won't curse Master. These are Master's words. Jing Lian was speechless. Lu Yin was puzzled. Qing Lian and Xue Ta left the Nine Cloud universe? Let me ask. Let me ask too. At this moment, Gu Duanke came. Mr. Lu, did something happen? Just now. Lu Yin looked at Gu Duanke. Senior, do you know the location of the Sparrow Terrace? Gu Duanke nodded. I've been there twice. Why? Senior, please tell me the exact location of the Sparrow Terrace. Lu Yin smiled faintly. At the same time, the dense branches of the mother tree covered the Nine Cloud universe. Just like the Eternity universe, the tree crown was also divided into 4, representing the 4 gods of defense. They were Yi Hai, Shuejiu, Sparrow Terrace, and Lost Path. Outside the huge gate of shock, 2 figures stood quietly. In the sky, countless birds flew happily, leaving trails of rainbows. The ground was like a mirror, reflecting the figures. This was an extremely spacious place. The ground was like a mirror, the gate towering into the clouds, and the cheerful birds. The 2 figures seemed eternal. Time ticked by, and many people were waiting. Under the gate of shock, the 2 people were waiting. The 7th night pillar, Lu Yin, Jing Lian, Wei Heng, and Zhu Rou were waiting. An hour later, Jing Lian replied, "Master is not in the 9-cloud universe." Then, Wei Heng replied, "Master is not in the 9-cloud universe." Lu Yin put his hands behind his back and looked up. That was where the Sparrow Terrace was. The wind had stopped. At this moment, Jing Lian and Wei Heng stopped talking. It was as if something was pressing down on their throats, making them feel suffocated. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3903. The entire 7th night pillar was silent. Humans were very sensitive and could sometimes sense indescribable danger. This was especially true for the sun beasts underground. They had woken up, but they did not dare to move or even turn over. Beside the night pillar, the wide lake rippled from time to time. Fish swam past the bottom of the lake, full of vitality and calm. An old man was fishing and was surprised to find more and more ripples on the lake. He did not know where they had come from. Another hour passed in the blink of an eye. The Huaixi vibrated, and Zhu Rou appeared. Lu Yin looked over. 5 people proposed it. Eastern region, idle King Wenjun from Nanshan City. Southern region, unaging immortal from Qinghai. Western region, Zhangtian City, Lord Yan. Northern region, Jiu Mu. And the former disciple of Yu Ye's god of defense, Yu Bei. These 5 people proposed to restart the Tian Yuan universe and transfer the spiritualized universe's cultivators to the Tian Yuan universe. They obtained the approval of the god of defense under the star sail and reported to the god of defense under the star sail. Now, the god of defense under the star sail and Yue Bei are waiting at the Sparrow platform. Not far away, Jing Lian was surprised. What? Restart the Tian Yuan universe? He knew why Lu Yin had exploded with killing intent. Wei Heng was indifferent. I've heard of these people. They've all undergone spiritual cultivation and reached the peak of the bitter calamity stage. They don't have much strength, but they're very famous. Gu Duanke was puzzled. Why would these people do something so high profile? They were able to reach the peak of the bitter calamity stage mainly because of luck. In terms of strength, they can't compare to ordinary cultivators who broke through to the bitter calamity stage on their own. Each of them adhered to the principle of moderation, which is equivalent to retirement. Now, they're standing out. Lu Yin closed his eyes. Anything else? Zhu Rou shook her head. No. My second sister wanted me to tell you that this was definitely the god of defense's decision. Those people were just a catalyst. Without them, the god of defense could have found someone else to propose it and give her a legitimate reason to report to the emperor. So, I advise you not to be too impulsive. It's not good to ruin your reputation because of these people. Lu Yin opened his eyes. I understand. Thank you. He then ended the conversation. Just as he was about to put the Huaixi away, it vibrated again. It was Lu Xiyu's call. Let's see how much I'll kill in the 9 heavens. Gu Duanke and the others' hearts sank. Not good, they were going to attack. The pure lotus said, don't be impulsive. You. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. An indescribably terrifying consciousness surrounded his body and dispersed with a bang. It pushed back Jing Lian, Wei Heng, and even Gu Duanke. This has nothing to do with you. Just pretend you didn't see anything. After he finished speaking, his majestic consciousness connected the heavens and the earth, heading towards the sparrow shocking platform. His consciousness was visible to the naked eye as it transformed into a magnificent beam of light that instantly disappeared into the starry sky. At that moment, the cultivators of the seventh night pillar all looked up and felt a boundless pressure. Soon after, the pressure expanded, and everyone in the eastern region looked towards the mother tree. They saw Lu Yin's consciousness moving towards the startling sparrow platform. What was that? A thread appeared in the boundless starry sky, connecting the seventh night pillar to the treetop. This was a consciousness that was as boundless as the abyss. At the same time, 4 streaks of triple firmament sword intent shot out from the seventh night pillar and scattered in 4 directions like fireworks. In the eastern region, Nanshan City, a luxurious palace was filled with laughter, singing, and dancing. Hundreds of beautiful women wandered around, and a middle-aged man hugged a beautiful woman in his arms. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He looked up and saw a terrifying consciousness that connected the heavens and the earth. Then, the consciousnesses might pressed down on the horizon. His face turned pale, and his body trembled. Lu Yin, that's Lu Yin's consciousness. He hasn't left. Xingfan, you lied to me, you lied to me. The next moment, the triple firmament sword intent descended. The middle-aged man saw it and attacked, but it was useless. His body was pierced by the sword intent, and he was nailed to the ground. His blood dyed the palace red. His name was Wen Jun, and he called himself the Idol King. He was born into a royal family, and because he did not fight for power, he was always the Idol King. Even if he was successful in his cultivation, he would still be the Idol King. He only wanted to enjoy his life, and the only thing he had done wrong was to believe Xingfan's words. He had believed that Lu Yin had left the 9 clouds and returned to the spiritualized universe. He had believed that the spiritualized universe was attacking the celestial gate because of Lu Yin, so he had agreed to Xingfan's suggestion to restart the Tianyuan universe. After Wen Jun's blood dyed the ground red, in the southern region, in the Love Sea, an amiable-looking old man was fishing. When the consciousness appeared, the old man let go of his fishing rod and looked up blankly. He muttered to himself, I just want to regain my appearance, I don't want anything else. Why is this happening? Xingfan, you said Lu Yin wasn't in the continent of the 9 clouds. You lied to us. You lied. The triple firmament sword intent descended, and the reefs in the sea broke apart. He was the ageless celestial being. Not being old was his wish, but because he had been disfigured when he was young, it was difficult to regain his appearance. Xingfan could help him regain his appearance, as long as he suggested restarting the continent of the 9 clouds. He didn't care if the continent of the 9 clouds was restarted, he only cared if Lu Yin was in the continent of the 9 clouds. Xingfan had told him that Lu Yin was the one who had commanded the spiritual world to break through the gate of heaven. Lu Yin wanted to use that to negotiate with the continent of the 9 clouds, so he wasn't in the continent of the 9 clouds. In the western region, in Sangtian City, someone rose up in the air and shouted crazily, "Save me! Save me! Save me!" In the Zhu clan, Zhu Ling watched the triple firmament sword intent pierce through the dome of stars and tear that person's body apart. Blood splashed in the sky, but he remained silent. That person was the city master of Tsangtian City, the previous city master of Tsangtian City. He had been supported by the Qing clan, but after the Qing clan had been destroyed, he had resigned. He hated Lu Yin. Xingfan had found him and told him that Lu Yin wasn't in the continent of the 9 clouds. He had agreed to kill Lu Yin, but he had to kill the continent of the 9 clouds. Zhu Rou and Zhu Qing stood together and watched in astonishment. He had still attacked. They had guessed that Lu Yin would attack, so they had warned him. Unfortunately, Lu Yin had still attacked. He had crossed the eastern and western regions to kill the city master of Yen City. What about the others? And the frightening sparrow platform? It couldn't be. In the northern region, Jiu Mu was standing outside the 9 Feet garden. In front of him were the cultivators from the Death Hill. Lu Yin's consciousness connected the sky and the earth, moving towards the frightening sparrow platform. Jiu Mu raised his head and closed his eyes. As expected, I was deceived. You knew you were deceived. Why did you suggest that? Someone appeared. It was Chao Yi. He had come from the 9 Feet garden. Jiu Mu looked at Chao Yi. Sooner or later, you'll find out who I am. I might as well take the risk and drag the continent of the 9 clouds down with me. Chao Yi stared at Kuroki. Yen Bo Heng, you robbed cultivators. On the surface, you betrayed 9 Foot garden, but in reality, 9 Foot garden is protecting you. You're right, we will definitely find you, even if you don't appear. In the distance, the triple firmament sword will descended from the sky and pierce through Jiu Mu's body, burying him into the ground. Chao Yi looked at the scarlet ground and sighed. The Death Hill had sealed the 9 Feet garden because of this person. Now, the 9 Feet garden had been completely destroyed because of Lu Yin. However, his actions had been too impulsive. Why had the 4 of them stayed in the Ionian world and not gone to the frightening sparrow platform? Xing Fan had left them for him to kill. What awaited him was the hatred and fear of even more people in the continent of the 9 clouds. Who in the continent of the 9 clouds wouldn't be afraid of crossing the 4 regions and killing people? Chao Yi raised his head and looked at the consciousness in the sky. Lu Yin, what are you trying to do? Are you going to attack the frightening sparrow platform? Then it wasn't as simple as being impulsive. The frightening sparrow platform was high up in the sky, and it was considered a supreme place. Ordinary cultivators couldn't even approach it, let alone attack it. But at this moment, Lu Yin's consciousness connected to the heavens and earth and touched the frightening sparrow platform. Behind his consciousness were 2 triple firmament sword wills that slashed towards the 2 figures standing under the giant door. One of them was Yu Bei, and the other was Xing Fan. When Lu Yin's consciousness touched the frightening sparrow platform, Xing Fan and Yu Bei both sensed it and looked into the distance in shock. How was this possible? How could someone be so impudent as to attack the frightening sparrow platform? On the 7th pillar, Lu Yin looked up at the sky and at the supreme and majestic supreme place. Yes, he had attacked. What idle king Wen Jun, unaging immortal, Yen City Lord, Jiu Mu. They were all just bait that Xing Fan had reported to the supreme ruler, and Xing Fan had wanted Lu Yin to attack. Since that was the case, then he would attack. But it wasn't enough. Killing these pieces of trash wasn't enough to quell his anger, and it wasn't enough to make it so that no one in the continent of the 9 clouds would dare to attack the Tianyuan universe. Today, Lu Yin would be willful for once. He would attack the frightening sparrow platform and see what the supreme ruler of the frightening gate would do. He wanted to see what the continent of the 9 clouds would do. He wanted to see if there was a place for him to survive in this world. Living in this world, although one had to carry a heavy bag and consider the big picture, there would always be a breath of air in one's heart. At this moment, Lu Yin didn't want to think too much. Perhaps this action would make the continent of the 9 clouds hate him, or perhaps it would cause the supreme ruler of the frightening gate to attack him. So what? Swallowing humiliation might not get what he wanted. The people of the Tianyuan universe wanted to integrate into the human race, but they had to do so while standing and not kneeling. Those who considered themselves friends were not afraid of all enemies. Sometimes, one shouldn't think about the consequences of one's actions. Did they think that hiding in the frightening sparrow platform would be fine? Lu Yin considered himself the #1 person below immortality. After cultivating for so long, why wouldn't he dare to attack? At this moment, Lu Yin suddenly felt very relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. It was as if the pressure that had been weighing down on him for so many years had suddenly disappeared. He exhaled a turbid breath, and a formless airflow that could be seen with the naked eye appeared on the surface of his body. It swept through the surroundings, causing the originally cracked earth to bloom with green grass and flowers. This scene stunned Gudwanka. What was this? At the same time, 2 triple firmament swords suddenly fell from the frightening sparrow platform, slashing towards Xing Fan and Yu Bei. Yu Bei was shocked and immediately hid behind Xing Fan. "Senior, save me." Xing Fan looked up, revealing a beautiful face that was extremely cold. She raised her hand, and her snow-white palm flickered as the 9 heavens transformation changed. She took a step forward, and a needle appeared in her palm at the same time, piercing towards the triple firmament swords, the heavenly needle art. "Lu Yin, I used someone else's body to perform the heavenly needle art, but you easily broke it. Did you really think that the heavenly needle art was that simple?" Xing Fan stared at the falling triple firmament swords, and her first sword slashed towards the heavenly needle art. The needle was shattered, and Xing Fan's pupils shrank. She hurriedly moved to the side, and the sword pierced through her shoulder and into the ground. At the same time, the second triple firmament swords fell towards Yu Bei. Yu Bei was shocked, as he hadn't expected Xing Fan's body to be pierced through. Before he could react, the swords entered his head and nailed him to the ground. Blood flowed along the ground. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3904. A scarlet-red color appeared on the land that was illuminated by the sun. Xingfan clutched her shoulder and stared blankly at the dead Yu Bei. She suddenly turned around and roared, "Eternal substance, Lu Yin. You used it. Despicable." On the 7th pillar, Lu Yin sneered, "Fine, I'll let you know why you died." As soon as he finished speaking, the original consciousness on the startled sparrow terrace attacked Xingfan. She stood in place and pushed her palms forward. This time, there was no eternal substance. She was Xingfan, the god of defense of the 9th firmament universe. How could she be defeated so easily? Xingfan stood in place and swayed. She spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fell down. Her face was pale as Lu Yin's voice sounded in her ears. "Kneel, kneel, kneel," she couldn't control her body. Her consciousness and thoughts were all telling her to kneel, but she didn't have any thoughts of resisting. She really wanted to kneel. She bent her legs and slowly knelt down. At the same time, she felt an inexplicable feeling of being penetrated. It was a karmic spiral that followed her consciousness. Just as she was about to kneel, another figure walked out of the void and grabbed her arm to help her up. Xingfan suddenly woke up and looked to the side in a daze. Dan Hong. The person who appeared next to Xingfan was an ordinary-looking woman. She looked like an elder sister next door. She was dressed very plainly, but she was the one who supported Xingfan. She was Dan Hong's god of defense. Dan Hong looked down. "Mr. Lu, you've passed." On the 7th pillar, Lu Yin hadn't expected Dan Hong to come out instead of the startled gate's god of defense. Some people said that she had become the god of defense because of her alchemy, and that she had contributed greatly to the 9th firmament universe. Others said that she had unfathomable strength. Now, Lu Yin was sure that she belonged to the latter category. She was even stronger than Xingfan. Even if Xingfan made a grave mistake, she shouldn't have knelt to you. Do you know what the consequences are? Dan Hong's voice fell on the 7th pillar, stunning Gu Duanke and the others. Kneel. What had happened on the startled sparrow terrace? The god of defense had been forced to kneel. What had Lu Yin done? Lu Yin was calm, but Xingfan was driven mad. She came back to her senses and realized that she had almost knelt down. She had been forced to kneel in front of that lowly person from the universe. How preposterous! How preposterous! Her eyes turned red. Lu Yin, you're courting death. After he finished speaking, he suddenly rushed out of the startling sparrow stage. His palms stirred up the wind and clouds, causing the sky to change color and the entire starry sky to tremble. Lu Yin frowned and looked down. It wasn't just the 9 firmaments universe. At that moment, the spiritualized universe's sky was also shaking. She had provoked the spiritualized universe's sky, which was the world of spiritual threads. Back then, Xingfan and Yuya had joined hands to fish for spirit transformations. Although Yuya had died, Xingfan could still use the spirit threads to control the world with his heaven and earth phenomenon ability. It seemed like a monster was breathing in the continent of the 9 clouds. Many people's hearts were pounding. They didn't understand what was going on. Danmu shouted, "Xingfan, stop." Xingfan could not hear anything. She hated Lu Yin for suppressing her time and time again. She hated Lu Yin for actually daring to go against her will. He was clearly from a lowly universe, so why didn't he listen to the defense of God's orders? How could he dare to resist? He shouldn't have resisted. He had destroyed one of her clones in the Tian Sua mountain range, killed Yu Bei in front of her, and forced her to kneel. She had completely lost her mind. Xingfan glared at the 7th night pillar. "I want you dead. Lu Yin, you're dead." World of spiritual threads, 1,000 sail celestial mirror. As soon as he finished speaking, mirrors appeared in the sky. In the sky and on the ground, countless people subconsciously looked at one of the mirrors. That mirror was them. They knew which mirror they represented. Why were they the mirrors? Gudwanka said solemnly, "The 1,000 sail celestial mirror uses one's cultivation as the mirror. The sky and earth are the sunlight. Everyone is a mirror. The refraction of the mirror's light condenses into a single point to form the celestial mirror. This is the convergence of the cultivation of countless creatures in the world, and it also contains the world of spiritual threads." Jing Lian and Wei Heng were stunned. This was the battle prowess of a defense god. A defense god was at the peak of the Ku adversity level, and they were disciples of a defense god. They often saw great perfection level cultivators, so they didn't pay much attention to defense gods. However, at this moment, their understanding was refreshed. A defense god was definitely different from an ordinary great perfection level cultivator. At this moment, Xingfan's strength surpassed their understanding of a great perfection level cultivator. Even the leaders of the various great powers, those who had cultivated to the great perfection level on their own, could not unleash such a terrifying attack. Gudwanka's eyelids twitched. A defense god was definitely a great perfection level cultivator, but that didn't necessarily mean that one could become a defense god. The more people understood the continent of the 9 clouds, the less they cared about the defense god. Everybody thought that the defense god was at the top of the Ku adversity level, but only a few people knew that the defense god's Ku adversity level was different. They stood at the peak of that level. They were qualified to touch the eternal realm. Yu Sang Tian, Yuya, and now, Xingfan were the strongest powerhouses he had ever encountered who had reached the peak of the bitter calamity stage. Aside from them, Grandmaster Lan Yi, Lei Gong, Ku Ji, Swordmaster Taizong, and other powerhouses who had reached the peak of the bitter calamity stage through their own cultivation were all slightly inferior. Perhaps only Gudwanka could compare to them. What was the defense of gods? It was chosen by the Eternal Emperor to distinguish them from ordinary great perfection level cultivators. How could an ordinary person imagine it? But it was still not enough. Xingfan's power was still not enough. Lu Yin knew this, and so did Xingfan herself. Although she was furious, she had directly experienced how terrifying Lu Yin's power was. The power that had almost made her kneel had suffocated her. It was still not enough. Xingfan's hair fluttered, and she took another step forward. Countless mirrors retreated. Thousand sails in front, sky mirror behind. Sunlight pierced through Xingfan, making her look like a sun that illuminated the entire nine heavens universe. It was so dazzling that it was difficult for cultivators to see clearly. Xingfan's body changed constantly. The changes of the nine heavens were like a scripture. The thousand sails sky mirror transformed for the second time. Sunlight surged and spread continuously, as if replacing the sky. A palm pressed down. Death. Lu Yin looked up at the sky, facing the palm that was illuminated by the dazzling sunlight. Now this is interesting. After saying that, he raised his hand as well. Boundless power and heaven-sealing foundation particles flowed along his arm. An invisible air current appeared in his palm like a gentle breeze, dispersing with a single blow. However, it was this invisible air current that made Lu Yin want to test it out. Just now, he seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis. It was a metamorphosis that came from battle force in the palm realm. Breaking through to the primordial realm had not resulted in a metamorphosis into battle force in the palm realm. However, when he had released the pressure and attacked the sparrow arena, the pressure and turbid air had been completely released. He had undergone a metamorphosis. It was a metamorphosis of both his mental state and his power. He had many ways to deal with Xingfan, but right now, he wanted to try this one. Dazzling sunlight fell from the sky, and Lu Yin reached out with a single palm. Countless gazes watched as he did so. The dazzling light pierced everyone's eyes, but it was only for an instant. In the next moment, the light was extinguished by Lu Yin, vanishing from his palm. It was as if a flame had been extinguished. It had been so casual and easy. Everyone who saw this was dumbfounded. They could not understand. Not only them, but even Xingfan herself could not understand. She stared blankly below, her eyes unfocused. The world returned to its original color, and the sky was still as blue and beautiful. There was no more dazzling sunlight, nor was there any trembling that shook the universe. Everything returned to normal, vanishing under a single palm. Lu Yin stood high in the sky and looked at Xingfan. His gaze turned cold. "Get down here." With a loud shout, an invisible force pressed Xingfan down to the ground. Xingfan was shocked, and only then did she react. An indescribable fear filled her entire body. Her world had been turned upside down, and she had been completely defeated. She had been defeated by Lu Yin, and she had been defeated so miserably that she did not even know how she had lost. He was an eternal realm cultivator. He was definitely an eternal realm cultivator. Xingfan screamed, "Startle Gate Lord, save me." On this day, many people cried for help from Lu Yin's massacre. The first 5 had all died, but a round pill appeared in front of Xingfan. It immediately exploded, releasing a terrifying pressure that caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to cave in as the pill fell towards the 7th pillar. Lu Yin did not move, and Gu Duanka slashed upwards with his sword, cutting through the pressure and clearing up the world. In the sky, Xingfan panted heavily. She was battered and exhausted, and there was still fear in her eyes. In front of him, Dan Ho's god of defense looked down at the 7th pillar and met Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin looked at her calmly. Gu Duanka frowned. "Dan Ho, you used a pill technique on my 7th pillar. That's too much." Dan Ho's tone was calm. "Pill techniques cannot harm the 7th pillar. Mr. Lu, you went too far." Lu Yin did not care. "Where did I go too far?" This time, his anger had completely dissipated, and he had killed 5 lackeys. As for Xingfan, it was impossible to kill her. After all, she was a god of defense. Lu Yin thought that the Startle Gate Lord would stop him, but he did not expect that the Startle Gate Lord would not even appear. Dan Ho's actions were to protect the God of Defense's reputation and also to give Lu Yin a way out. If Lu Yin had really killed Xingfan, it would be difficult for him to establish himself in the Nine Heavens universe unless he immediately broke through to the Eternal Realm. In fact, his anger had already dissipated when Xingfan almost knelt down. It was Xingfan who had taken the initiative to attack. Dan Ho looked at Lu Yin. Ever since you entered the Nine Heavens, you have been unscrupulous. You destroyed the Spring and Autumn Scroll and the Qing clan. You interfered with the Four Lin Swords Gate, destroyed the structure of Tsangtian City, and affected the Nine Heavens universe. You have crossed the line in these matters, and now you want to kill Xingfan. Do you want to become the enemy of the entire Nine Heavens universe? Lu Yin said, I heard that the God of Defense is respected. I used to believe it, but now it seems that it is no different from the Spring and Autumn Scroll. Dan Ho shook her head. The Spring and Autumn Scroll likes to kill people's hearts. Are you saying that I am doing the same? What else? You have broken through to the primordial realm, and your words are like the heavens and earth. From your words, I could tell that it was difficult for a child to bear the burden of his hometown and struggle to survive. You used tyranny to cover up your anxiety and threats to cover up your fear. At that time, I reported to the God of Defense that there was no point in reactivating Tian Yuan. 1 Lu Yin is worth 10 Tian Yuan. Lu Yin's expression changed as he stared at Dan Ho. Dan Ho's eyes did not show any signs of backing down. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3905. The wind blew past, lifting Dan Mu's hair and making it float in the wind. Lu Yin was speechless. Dan Mu would not lie to him at this time. This meant that she was really speaking up for the Tian Yuan universe. Gu Duanka's voice came from beside him. Mr. Lu, most of the people in the Nine Clouds universe do not understand Dan Mu's strength. They all think that she is not as strong as a complete Ku adversity cultivator, but no one objected to her becoming the defense of gods. This is the reason. Among the 5 gods of defense, Dan Mu had the highest prestige. She is someone who can plead for her enemies. She values the stability of the Nine Clouds universe. Lu Yin recalled the Ninth Spirit's words. She did not want to get involved in the fight between Yuya, himself, and Yu Sang Tian. She did not want to drag Dan Mu's god of defense into it. Lu Yin did not care then, but now that he thought about it, if Dan Mu was really as Gu Duanka said, this woman was indeed worthy of respect. Of course, from Yu Sang Tian's point of view, this woman was definitely a great enemy. She was determined to replace Yu Sang Tian. It used to be Yu Sang Tian, but now it was his turn. At this time, the birds on the startling sparrow platform cried out, suppressing all other sounds. Qing Yun stood on the startling sparrow platform and looked down. Past the order of the startling gate. Lu Yin, Xingfan, Dan Mu, Gu Duanka, Wu Qing, Bai Xia, Zhu Ling, and Ku Ji ascend the startling sparrow platform. Qing Yun's voice echoed between heaven and earth. Then, a huge door appeared in front of Lu Yin and Gu Duanka. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He looked past Dan Mu and Xingfan to the treetop. The startling sparrow platform. He had not expected to go under such circumstances. Were they going to meet the startling gate's lord? Dan Mu looked at Lu Yin deeply, turned, and walked towards the door. They could ascend the startling sparrow platform without climbing the mother tree. Xingfan looked at Lu Yin with hatred and fear. He followed closely. Gu Duanka approached Lu Yin. This is a decision. The leaders of the strongest forces in the 4 regions are called. Lu Yin was surprised. The leaders of the strongest forces. Gu Duanka nodded his head, in the eastern region's Great Dream Sky, Supreme has gone missing. The one who replaced Supreme in Great Dream Sky is Wu Qing, the southern region's Xiaoyu Tower Lord by Xia, the western region's Changtian City's Zhu Clan Master Zhu Ling, and the northern region's Ku Yuan who replaced Ku Deng, Ku Ji. But why did you call me? If I go, why don't you Jiu Shao and the others go? Gu Duanka also had some doubts. Lu Yin said, let's go. He then walked towards the door. His consciousness had already stepped onto the startling sparrow platform, but he couldn't rely on the eternal substance to reach the speed of his consciousness. It was difficult for him to step onto the startling sparrow platform in an instant. It would take time, and since the door had appeared, it was the entrance. He had to go through it. Gu Duanka sighed and followed behind him tiredly. Below, countless people were envious. No matter what the reason was, if they could meet the superior deity, it would be a blessing. In the eastern region, in a withered forest, a group of children were laughing and playing. An adult was chasing after them. Stop, little brat. The forest is dangerous. Don't run. Ha, father, you can't catch up with me, you can't catch up with me. Stop. The child was running too fast. Suddenly, a door appeared. Seeing that the child was about to crash into the door, the expression of the adult behind him changed. Be careful. The expected collision didn't happen. A hand blocked in front of the child. The child stared blankly at the hand in front of him. Following the hand, he looked to the side. Among the piles of withered leaves, he could vaguely see that it was a human figure. A pair of eyes stared at him with a smile. Together with the sudden appearance of the door, it was extremely frightening. The child screamed, "Ghost!" The adult was also afraid, but he still rushed over and hugged the child. He ran away without looking back. At the same place, the hand scratched its head. The withered leaves fell off, revealing an old man with a face full of vicissitudes. Ghost? Where is the ghost? Don't scare me. You'll scare me to death. I'd better leave quickly. There might really be a ghost. Ah. I've been sitting here for so many years. Why hasn't Master come back? Why did the superior deity of the startling gate call for me? Isn't it good to let the outside world think that I'm dead? Speaking of which, that little brat can't be calling for me, right? It's so scary. Let's go. In the southern region, a young man walked on the ground. He looked up at the sky and snorted with dissatisfaction. Behind him, a maid hugged her sword and followed closely. When she heard the snort, she asked softly, "Young master, what's wrong?" The young man said, "That Lu Yin is causing trouble." "Why did he call for me? I can't beat him. Did I say something I shouldn't and cause trouble for no reason?" The maid was surprised. "There's someone you admit you can't beat." "Nonsense." "Then, young master, do you want to change your weapon?" "Yes." "Change to what?" "A spear." "All right." The maid then sheathed her sword and took out a spear from her cosmic ring. She hugged the spear in her arms, which was rather out of place. The two of them slowly walked towards the sky. Over there was a door that had been following them all this time. In the Zhu clan's territory, Zhu Ling rubbed his head, feeling uneasy. "Mother, the superior deity of the startling gate has ordered you to leave quickly. You can't let the superior deity wait." "That door has already appeared," Zhu Rou advised. Beside her, Zhu Qing said, "We might not be able to see the superior deity of the startling gate, but it's not good to let Miss Qingyun wait too long." Zhu Ling sighed. "Why would I be called for the battle between Lu Yin and Xingfan? Normally, Yujing should be the one to go." Zhu Rou looked at Zhu Qing guiltily, wondering if it had something to do with her telling Lu Yin. "Mother, do you not want to see the superior deity of the startling gate?" Zhu Qing asked. Zhu Ling shook his head. It's a great honor to be able to see the superior deity, but for us to go at this time, it's clear that this matter has been decided. It's not good to offend anyone. No, sir definitely won't blame Mother. If Mother is afraid of offending Xingfan and Dan Hong, just say that Lu Yin is in the wrong, Zhu Rou interjected. Zhu Ling glared at her. Nonsense, do you think Lu Yin is a kind person? It's even worse to offend him. Have you forgotten what happened to the Qing family? Don't think that you can be so presumptuous just because you've been familiar with him for a few days. This person cannot be provoked. My Zhu family is far from being at the level where we can casually associate with him. Zhu Rou stuck out her tongue and did not say anything else. She knew that Lu Yin would not blame the Zhu family, because she was the one who had told Lu Yin about this matter. In the north region, Ku Ji set off. Before he left, he looked at the divine gate and instructed Ku Yuan's people to guard it well. At this moment, the divine gate was completely different from when the Luo family guarded it. The Luo family guarded the divine gate and was full of majesty, while Ku Yuan guarded the divine gate. Their combat power was definitely much stronger than the Luo family. However, in this imposing manner, some were lying down, and some were even standing upside down. This made the cultivators from the spiritualized universe speechless. They could not understand how such a group of strange people appeared in the ninth heaven universe. They were terrifyingly strong. At the startled sparrow terrace, a huge door connected the sky and the earth. Lu Yin stood at one side and looked around curiously. After his anger had subsided, he was curious about the startled sparrow terrace, especially the flying birds. If he remembered correctly, Qing Yun had invited him to the startled sparrow terrace. There was a chance to ask the superior deity, but he did not know when it would be. However, he did not seem to need it. Beside him, Gudwanka stood straight and did not dare to move. This was under the eyes of the immortal deity, which was a stark contrast to Lu Yin. On the opposite side, Dan Hong and Xingfan also stood and did not speak to each other. Soon, someone arrived. It was Ku Ji. He came to the door and stood calmly a little further away, not looking at anyone. Shortly after, Zhu Ling also came. She glanced at Dan Hong and Xingfan. They did not look at anyone and waited quietly. This was a habit formed by those who often reported to the superior deity. She looked at Lu Yin again, and Lu Yin happened to be looking at her. Zhu Ling nodded to show her friendliness. At this time, an old man arrived. He was dressed very simply and had a withered leaf on his head. This old man is Wu Qing. Long time no see, everyone. Zhu Ling glanced at Wu Qing and stepped aside. Like Ku Ji, she walked a little further away and did not seem close to anyone. Lu Yin looked at Wu Qing curiously. Was he the current master of Dream Sky? He wondered if he knew about Wu Jia. Long time no see, old friend, Gudwanka said to Wu Qing. Wu Qing smiled. I almost couldn't see you. Why do you say that? This old man almost buried himself. Dan Hong looked at Wu Qing. How is Dream Sky recently? Restrain Wu Jia. Sometimes he is too mischievous. Wu Qing laughed. Someone help me restrain him. That's good. His words surprised everyone. There was someone who dared to attack someone from Dream Sky. Wu Qing did not say anything else. He just smiled and stood far away. Finally, Bai Se came down. The maid did not follow him and remained outside the sparrow arena. He carried his spear with an unhappy expression. Lu Yin found that these people's characteristics were very obvious. This person should be the pavilion master, Bai Xia. Bang! Bai Xia put down his spear and looked into the distance. The smell of blood. How ruthless, daring to kill at the sparrow arena. He then looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin met his gaze. Bai Xia smiled. Let's be friends. I'm not your opponent. Lu Yin was taken aback. How straightforward. At this time, Qing Yun walked out of the void, and everyone looked at her. She represented the superior deity of shock. Qing Yun glanced at Lu Yin and then at Xingfan. The superior deity of shock is already aware of what happened at the Sparrow Arena. Originally, there was no need to care, but since it happened at the Sparrow Arena and involves spiritualization, it is up to you to decide who is right and who is wrong, and how to resolve this matter. Wu Qing and the rest calmly looked at the ground. It had nothing to do with them. Lu Yin looked up at Xingfan. Hatred flashed in Xingfan's eyes as he walked out and bowed to the door. Superior deity, I have already found a solution to spiritualization that can be eradicated. I also have the support of a group of cultivators from the 9 clouds. However, Lu Yin relied on his profound cultivation to kill cultivators from the 9 clouds universe and prevent us from resolving spiritualization. I suspect that his shadow is behind the spiritualization, and I beg of the superior deity to uphold justice. Dan Hong frowned and looked at Xingfan. Qing Yun said, Subordinate Xingfan, this matter is up to you to decide. This is the justice given by the superior deity of shock. You should not report this matter to the superior deity. Instead, let them decide for you. Xingfan looked up. Miss, if I may ask, what is Lu Yin's relationship with the superior deity of the Blue Lotus? This was her only concern. If she wanted to achieve her goal, it would be impossible if Keihai interfered. Thus, she had asked Wen Jun and the others to propose the reopening of the Tian Yuan universe. She did not want to face Lu Yin directly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3906. If Wen Jun and the others stepped forward, they could use them as bait to lure Lu Yin out and see what the final outcome would be. If this person had no scruples and had the support of Yi Hai, she would let go of her grudges and pay the price to resolve her hatred with this person. However, if this person was punished by the emperor, it would be different. To put it bluntly, the suggestion of restarting the Tian Yuan was Xingfan's final test for Lu Yin, and it would determine how they would interact in the future. However, she hadn't expected that Lu Yin would not only kill Wen Jun and the others, but also attack the startling Sparrow Arena in an attempt to kill her. Regardless of Lu Yin's background, this grudge could not be resolved. Fortunately, the Azure Lotus Protector was not here. As long as the startling Gate Protector showed his attitude, she would give it her all. Even if she couldn't get rid of this person, she would at least chase him out of the 9 firmaments. There was another issue that she had subconsciously overlooked, and that was that the alchemist from the Gate of Wonder had yet to make a move. Even though Lu Yin had killed Yue Bei at the Sparrow Arena, she had subconsciously overlooked this matter and did not dare to think too deeply about it. From the moment Lu Yin had asked her to kneel, she had only one choice. Lu Yin's power terrified her, and he was a constant threat. Fortunately, she was a lesser god of defense, so Lu Yin probably wouldn't dare to kill her openly. Qing Yun looked at Xingfan and then at the crowd. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, your decisions are the decisions of the alarmed Gate Shangyu. The alarmed Gate Shangyu guards the continent of the 9 clouds, he can decide everything. Xingfan heaved a sigh of relief, turned around, and looked at Wu Qing and the others. Everyone, this Lu Yin came from one of the 3 universes, and he has repeatedly trampled on the dignity of our 9 heavens universe. He destroyed the spring and autumn jade slip and called himself a clan. He has suppressed countless people to the point where they do not dare to speak up. Do you still wish for him to continue to harm others in the 9 heavens? Yesterday, it was the spring and autumn bamboo slip. Today, it is my Xingfan. Tomorrow, it will be all of you. This kid is temperamental, ruthless, and merciless, yet his strength is extremely formidable. Are all of you really at ease? Spiritualization is the foundation of the continent of the 9 clouds. This person is trying to stop us from becoming spiritualized. He's evil. Everybody, please make a decision and kill him. Xingfan spoke with sincerity, as she truly felt the same way. No matter what grudges they had in the past, Luyin had actually dared to try and kill her while she was in the startling sparrow arena. This was something that she had never expected. Furthermore, his strength was far more terrifying than she had imagined. Every word that she said now came from her heart. However, no one responded. Everyone was silent. Xingfan's heart sank as he turned to look at Dan Mu. Dan Mu looked up. That's too much. Xingfan's eyes widened as he stared at Dan Sun. He didn't expect Dan Sun to say that. Lu Yin looked at Dan Bu as well. Could this woman only know how to say, yes? We haven't found out who's behind the spiritualization yet. Are you sure it's related to Mr. Lu? Dan Hong asked. Just as Xingfan was about to speak, Qing Yun's voice rang out, this is the startling Sparrow Terrace. Every word and sentence has to be accountable to the startling gate's lord. These words suppressed Xingfan's affirmation. How could she be so sure that it was related to Lu Yin? Now that Qing Yun had reminded her, if she continued to accuse Lu Yin and spout nonsense, the one who would suffer would be her. I can't be certain, but everyone, think about it carefully. If this has nothing to do with Lu Yin, why would he stop us from resolving the spiritualization? Lu Yin sneered, but when faced with Xingfan's furious glare, he only showed disdain. Idiot! Xingfan was furious. Lu Yin, you're too presumptuous. This is the startling Sparrow Terrace. Lu Yin sneered. It's precisely because this is the startling Sparrow Terrace that I'm calling you an idiot. You'd better speak less, or else your stupidity will make the startling gate's lord unhappy. I heard that stupidity is contagious. Wu Qing took 2 steps back. Everyone stared at him in shock. Lu Yin also stared at him blankly. This was too cooperative. Xingfan looked at Wu Qing, the anger in her heart indescribable. Bastard, how dare he humiliate her like this? She wanted nothing more than to slap him to death. Wu Qing coughed awkwardly when he saw everyone looking at him. My legs are numb. I can move them. Xingfan glared at Wu Qing before looking at Lu Yin again. I know that you're from the Tian Yuan universe and have always wanted to survive for it. But now that you've entered the 9 firmaments and followed the 7th night pillar to see the truth behind the core space, you should understand that surviving in the universe isn't easy. What's wrong with sacrificing the Tian Yuan universe? For the 9 firmaments, sacrificing everything is worth it. Is it just because you're from the Tian Yuan universe that you're unwilling to do this even if it can resolve the spiritualization and eliminate the hidden dangers of the 9 firmaments? Mr. Lu traveled the 9 firmaments and destroyed the spring and autumn slips and the Qing clan for revenge, but many people helped you along the way. If not for their help, how could the 7th night pillar have identified unaging immortal and the others as soon as he returned? Does Mr. Lu place more importance on protecting the 9 firmaments, or are you willing to sacrifice the 9 firmaments for the sake of the Tian Yuan universe? Everyone stared at Lu Yin. These words were ruthless enough to force Lu Yin to make a choice. No matter what, it was wrong. If he chose the 9 firmaments, then he would be preventing the spiritualization from happening. In everyone's opinion, Lu Yin had acted out of anger for the sake of the Tian Yuan universe. If he didn't care about the Tian Yuan universe, then why would he act? If he chose the Tian Yuan universe, then how would he establish himself in the 9 firmaments? Bai Xiao looked at Xingfan with interest. This stupid woman had actually become smarter. She would never have been able to say such things in the past. Everyone looked at Lu Yin, waiting for his answer. Xing Fan let out a carefree sigh. These words had not come from her, but from Yu Bei. From the very beginning, Yu Bei had used Unaging Immortal and the others as bait to plot against Lu Yin. Then, he had waited for them at the startled Sparrow Terrace. Everything had been part of Yu Bei's plan, and he had wanted to destroy Lu Yin's reputation. It had to be said that Yu Ye's disciples were experts at manipulating people's hearts. If everything went smoothly, Lu Yin would have killed Unaging Immortal and the others in anger. Without Yi Hai's support, he would have been cursed by countless people in the Nine Firmaments universe, especially since Unaging Immortal and the others had suggested restarting the Tian Yuan universe, which involved resolving the spiritualization. As long as they said a few words in front of the startled Gate Lord, the startled Gate Lord might even suppress Lu Yin. As for Xing Fan and Yu Bei, they had been waiting at the foot of the startled Sparrow Terrace. They had every reason to not save the four and wait for Lu Yin to kill them. Then, they could use these words to force Lu Yin into a complete failure. However, Yu Bei had never expected that Lu Yin would dare to attack the startled Sparrow Terrace and instantly kill him. Thus, Yu Bei's words could only be said by Xing Fan. In front of everyone's gazes, Lu Yin only replied, "There is no Tian Yuan in my heart." Everyone's expressions changed as they stared at Lu Yin. Was he going to give up on the Tian Yuan universe? Xing Fan's lips curled up. Before she could laugh, Lu Yin continued, "There is no Nine Firmaments universe either. There is no spiritualization either. There is only the human race. It's just that the human race that is struggling to survive in the square-inch space is only the human race that knows their own limits. One day, there is no need for the Nine Firmaments universe to hide from the outside world. Only then will it be qualified to completely divide the universe's starry sky. Until then, Tian Yuan, spiritualization, and the Nine Firmaments will all belong to the human race. I, Lu Yin, have said before that the human race will be first and will protect it for life. Xing Fan, you keep on forcing me to make a choice. Give up Tian Yuan, give up Nine Firmaments, or give up spiritualization. Do you really think that I have to give up one? What are the three universes in your heart? What are the countless people in the three universes in your heart? Do you know that in the eyes of the immortal God, there is no division of regions? Only the human race is first. Since you have seen the square-inch space, why are you still so shallow? You are not worthy of being the god of defense. If I say you are an idiot, then you are an idiot. Shrewdness based on narrow-mindedness is stupidity. A loud voice resounded throughout the Sparrow platform. Qing Yun and the others looked at Lu Yin in a daze. Did he really consider the human race as first? Did his vision really surpass the several universes? Xing Fan's face turned red as he stared at Lu Yin. You are full of lies. Lu Yin, you are despicable. How dare you say that you don't care about the Tian Yuan universe? Enough, Qing Yun shouted. Everyone looked over. Xing Fan's face was pale as he stared at Qing Yun. Qing Yun looked at him coldly. Do you have evidence to prove that the spiritualization was from Mr. Lu? Xing Fan pointed at Lu Yin. If it was not him. Xing Fan, I am asking you. Do you have evidence? Qing Yun frowned with a cold expression. Gu Duanke and the others were surprised. This was the first time they saw Qing Yun angry. Why? Was it because of Xing Fan's words or because of Lu Yin? Xing Fan trembled as he put down his arm. He took a deep breath and said sullenly, No. Qing Yun said coldly, if that is the case, there is no need to mention it again. Xing Fan was unwilling. But he killed Lord Wen, the unaging deity, and the others. In order to solve the spiritualization, those people worked hard to find a solution. They finally thought of it and asked me to report it to you. Now that they have died without knowing why, we cannot just let it go. Otherwise, how can we explain to the entire Ninth Heaven universe? Qing Yun looked at Lu Yin. Why did you kill Lord Wen, the unaging deity, Lord Yan, Jiu Mu, and Yue Bei? Xing Fan stared at Lu Yin. No matter what, he had to make this person hated by the entire Ninth Heaven universe. He had killed people wantonly and came from the Tian Yuan universe. These two reasons were enough to make the Ninth Heaven universe not accept him. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and seemed to be deep in thought. Gu Duanke glanced at him. No matter what, killing people was the truth. Moreover, before this, Lu Yin had no grudges with those 5 people. This was something that could not be explained. In the world of cultivation, one could bully the weak. This was a skill, but of course, one had to bear the consequences of being feared and hated by everyone. Bai Xiao looked at Lu Yin curiously as well. Not only was this person powerful, but he was also very intelligent. It was no wonder that no one dared to provoke him. Xing Fan was truly foolish, and he could provoke anyone he wanted. It seemed that he had been a god of defense for too long that his brain had become useless. Dan Hong said, Mr. Lu, please give us a reasonable explanation. The people of the Ninth Heaven universe should not die without knowing why. Lu Yin looked up and glanced at Dan Hong, then at Qing Yun and the others. Finally, he looked at Xing Fan. You want me to give you an explanation? Fine, I will give you an explanation. With that, he raised his hand and drew several scenes in the air. The first scene was a bustling city with people coming and going. There were many cultivators, but it was not a mortal city. Instead, cultivators and mortals coexisted. Nanshan City. Wu Cheng was shocked. He recognized it. Lu Yin nodded. That's right, Nanshan City. Then, this location. As he spoke, the scene changed and finally shrank to a luxurious courtyard. There was a pavilion in the courtyard with a waterfall behind it. Fish swam against the current, trying to leap over the dragon's gate. This scene was very ordinary, and it could even be considered beautiful. However, no one knew what Lu Yin was trying to express. Xing Fan frowned and stared at the scene, his eyes trembling. Impossible, how could this be? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3907. Lu Yin smirked and looked at Xing Fan. Familiar. This is the place where you made the deal with Lord Wen. This is where you promised to give him your disciple. Everyone was shocked and looked at Xing Fan in disbelief. Give him his disciple. Xing Fan's eyes narrowed. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Yin sneered. Lord Wen calls himself the idol king and likes to play. The only thing that can move him is the disciple of the defense of God. After he finished speaking, he drew the second scene, the Sea of Love. A reef appeared. This is the place where you made a deal with the immortal aging immortal. You promised him that you would help him recover his appearance. However, he would never expect that the destruction of his appearance back then was also related to you. As a cultivator, it is very easy for him to recover his appearance. However, his face was poison and only you have the antidote for this poison. Xing Fan was shocked and looked at the scene as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible, how could this person know so much? Lord Wen and the unaging immortal had made the deal without anyone else present. This is Tsangtian City. You captured Lord Yan's hatred for me because of the destruction of his family and talked to him here. This is the northern region, thousands of miles away from the Juchi Garden. You found Elderwood and promised to help him spiritualize the universe to avoid Death Hill's pursuit. Because he robbed cultivators and was expelled by the Juchi Garden on the surface, he was still under its protection. And the last one is Yue Bei. Lu Yin drew a mountain range. Come to think of it, Yue Bei was the one who plotted the whole thing. He was the one who told you about the plan, and he was also the one who took the initiative to deal with me. You only cooperated with him because of your grudge against me. He didn't die in vain. Lu Yin looked at Xingfan. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Everyone looked at Xingfan. If what Lu Yin had said was true, then there was no doubt that those people had died. They had taken the initiative to join forces with Xingfan to scheme against Lu Yin, so why would they work so hard to help the ninth firmament universe find a way to resolve the spiritualization change? How could there be no enmity between them? However, they did not care about the truth of this matter. What they cared about was whether Lu Yin was right. Xingfan must have done this secretly, so how did Lu Yin find out? Zhu Ling's heart sank. This was karma. Only the power of karma could understand the past and present and see through everything. This was Lu Yin's true strength. It was laughable that Xingfan wanted to deal with him. Xingfan's hands and feet went cold. Even when he had been defeated by Lu Yin, his heart had never felt so cold. His gaze towards Lu Yin was no longer just filled with fear, but also reverence. This was the kind of reverence that only appeared when facing the eternal emperor. Qing Yun looked deeply at Lu Yin before turning to Xingfan. Xingfan, is he right? Xingfan was left speechless. Whether or not she was right was not important, as she was already afraid. This Lu Yin was unpredictable, so what exactly had he done? At this moment, she was in complete despair. Even if she had prepared all kinds of heart-wrenching words, they all vanished like smoke in thin air. He couldn't say anything. There was nothing at all. Xingfan, is what he said right? Qing Yun asked again. Xingfan looked at Qing Yun in a daze. His lips were cracked and his face was pale and bloodless. He could only slowly nod. Qing Yun nodded. Since that's the case, the deaths of Lord Wen and the others will no longer be investigated. At the same time, the position of the god of defense under the star sail will be stripped. Xingfan was shocked. Why did you strip me of my position? Even if I made a deal with Wen Jun and the other four, it doesn't mean anything. We even came up with a solution to spiritualization. Qing Yun looked deeply at Xingfan. Do you have any objections? Lu Yin was calm. There was no need to quibble at this moment. Actually, stripping a lesser deity of his position was already very polite. If not for the huge commotion and the fact that he had attacked the startling sparrow platform, he would not have let Xingfan off so easily. Xingfan took a deep breath and looked towards the ground in a daze. Xingfan, do you have anything else to say? Qing Yun asked. Everyone looked at Xingfan sympathetically. A dignified lesser deity of defense had actually been dealt such a blow. Actually, they couldn't blame her, as anyone else would not be able to take it. This was not a difference in power, but a difference in dimensions. It was like one was a human and the other was a god. The god knew everything. She has nothing to say. Dan Ho continued. Qing Yun looked at the others. Then, everyone, do you have anything to say? No one answered. Ku Ji and the others had not said much since they had stepped onto the startling sparrow platform. This was a decision that had been led by Lu Yin. From start to finish, Lu Yin had been standing at the top and looking down on them. Qing Yun nodded. All right, since everyone has nothing to say, then I have something to say. Lu Yin looked at Qing Yun in surprise. Qing Yun looked at Lu Yin with a calm gaze. Mr. Lu, you don't think that attacking the startling sparrow platform will end things like this, right? Everyone looked over. It was here. This was the main event. Actually, any mistake could be disregarded, but disrespecting the greater deity of defense could not be ignored. Since ancient times, who dared to attack the greater deity of defense? Other than the spiritualized universe Grass Eternal, no one else dared to do so. Lu Yin had attacked the startling sparrow platform, stained the ground with blood, killed Yu Bei, and almost forced Xingfan to kneel. His actions were undoubtedly too arrogant, as he did not put the greater deity of alarm in his eyes at all. Now, he had to pay the price. Lu Yin stood up and faced the huge door. He bowed slowly. Junior did not mean to disrespect the greater deity of alarm. If I have done anything wrong, I apologize. I don't accept it. Qing Yun was indifferent. Lu Yin was helpless. He was indeed impulsive and willful, but he did not regret it. The moment he put down the burden, he felt a sense of relief that he had never felt before in his life. He even transformed some kind of power. If he was given another chance, he would still attack, even if he did not have the transformed power. Mr. Lu's actions were not unintentional. You did it for the sake of the Tian Yuan universe. Since you have done it, you have to pay the price. Do you not dare to admit it? Qing Yun asked. Lu Yin and Qing Yun looked at each other. I admit it. Qing Yun nodded. All right, please make a decision. How will you be punished for disrespecting the greater deity? Gu Duanke and the rest looked at each other and were speechless. Qing Yun looked at Gu Duanke. Gu Duanke stared at the ground silently, as if there was a wonderful sword wool on the ground. Senior Gu Duanke, do you have a decision? Gu Duanke rubbed his head tiredly. Disrespecting the greater deity should be decided by the greater deity of defense. How can we overstep our authority? This is the authority given to you by the greater deity of alarm, Qing Yun said. Gu Duanke was in a difficult position. He looked at Lu Yin and then at the huge door. He shook his head. I can't think of it. Qing Yun looked at Wuqing. Wuqing closed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. If one listened carefully, one could even hear snoring. Qing Yun was still calm. Senior Wuqing, do you have a decision? Wuqing did not respond. Qing Yun shouted again, Senior Wuqing. Wuqing woke up from his dream and slowly opened his eyes. What? I didn't hear you clearly. Qing Yun repeated his words. Wuqing thought about it seriously and looked at Bai Xia. What do you think? Bai Xia rolled his eyes and kept his spear. He took out a long whip and swung it. Wuqing nodded. Understood. Then he closed his eyes again. Qing Yun looked at Bai Xia and then directly looked at Zhu Ling. Bai Xia's change of weapon represented his change of mood. The sword was happy, the spear was unhappy, and the whip was sad. It meant that he did not know either. Zhu Ling looked at Qing Yun and smiled. Sorry, miss, I don't know either. Qing Yun looked at Ku Ji. Ku Ji said, I think the same as everyone else. Bai Xia was speechless. We didn't think of anything. Ku Ji closed his eyes. The abyss is really deep. In the end, Qing Yun turned to look at the god of defense, who met Lu Yin's gaze for a moment before shaking his head and remaining silent. Qing Yun looked around. Why don't you want to make a decision? Bai Xia rolled his eyes. Why don't you know the reason? Lu Yin attacked the Sparrow Arena, killed Yu Bei, and almost killed Xingfan. From the beginning to the end, Jingmen Shangyu did not make a move. Even an idiot would know that something was wrong. Lu Yin was obviously showing his power. If Jingmen Shangyu had any objections, he would have made a move. How could he let someone from the Tianyuan universe show his power in the Jiao Shao universe? To put it bluntly, they did not want to make a move against Lu Yin. Whether it was because of Qinglian Shangyu or other reasons, it was impossible for them to offend Lu Yin. Even without these reasons, Lu Yin was terrifyingly strong. He could make Xingfan unable to fight back. He was almost an immortal realm expert. Anyway, he was invincible in the Jiao Shao universe. Who would want to provoke such a person? No one in the entire Jiao Shao universe would dare to provoke him from today onwards. He almost killed Xinyu. Who would dare to provoke him? Alright, since everyone is not making a decision, I will pass on Jingmen Xiangyu's direct decision. Lu Yin's expression was stern as he faced the huge door. Everyone's expression changed. As expected, Jingmen Xiangyu was prepared. Why would he let them make a wasted trip? Could it be that he wanted to see how Lu Yin would stir up the situation? Qing Yun looked at Lu Yin and said slowly, Lu Yin disrespected Xiangyu because of the Tianyuan universe. Since that is the case, I will leave the spiritualization to you. If you can solve it, this matter will end. If you can't, restart Tianyuan. Lu Yin's expression changed. Restarting Tianyuan was his lifeline. Jingmen Xiangyu threatened him with the Tianyuan universe to force him to solve the spiritualization. At this moment, Lu Yin did not know what Jingmen Xiangyu's attitude towards him was. If he was friendly, why did he threaten him with Tianyuan? If he was not, why did he not make a move? Lu Yin, this is Jingmen Xiangyu's decision. Are you willing? Qing Yun's voice sounded. Lu Yin took a deep breath and faced the huge door. He bowed slowly and said, I understand. Everyone looked at Lu Yin's back and could not help but be convinced by Jingmen Xiangyu's decision. Using the Tianyuan universe to force Lu Yin to solve the spiritualization was not biased. After all, the goal was to solve the spiritualization. They were also uncertain about Jingmen Xiangyu's attitude. Everything was settled, and Lu Yin stood up. Qing Yun walked over in front of him. She no longer looked dignified and smiled at Lu Yin. Mr. Lu, your sword is so domineering. Lu Yin probed, Jingmen Xiangyu is not angry, right? Qing Yun said, do you still care if Jingmen Xiangyu is angry? Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Of course. I have no intention of disrespecting Xiangyu. That's good. Mr. Lu, please solve the spiritualization as soon as possible. It does not seem to be easy. After all, it involves Wang Fu. Qing Yun said and disappeared. Lu Yin sighed and turned around to look for Xingfan. Xingfan left immediately, not daring to face Lu Yin. She was really afraid. It was understandable that she could not defeat him, but she could not understand why he could see through her. Even though she knew that Lu Yin would not make a move in the startling sparrow arena. Lu Yin did not stop Xingfan from leaving. This debt was not over yet. Those 5 were dead, and this woman had only lost a spot. How could this be? Gudwanka bid farewell to Lu Yin and returned to the 7th night pillar. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3908. Wu Cheng, Bai Xia, and the others nodded at Lu Yin and left. They didn't want to offend Lu Yin, but they also didn't want to get too close to him. He was both powerful and intelligent, and they both had different standpoints. They weren't sure if Lu Yin was telling the truth when he said that the human race would take the lead. If there came a day when he had to sacrifice either the Tianyuan universe or Nina Firmament's universe, who would he choose? And that day might not necessarily not appear. In the end, only Lu Yin and Dan Hong were left on the platform. Dan Hong looked deeply at Lu Yin and slowly said, I'll say it again. 1 Lu Yin is worth 10 Tianyuan universes. Lu Yin raised his brows. Senior, you're exaggerating. Dan Hong retracted her gaze and bitterly said, the human race will take the lead. I've always wanted to maintain the stability of Nina Firmament's universe, and I've always wanted to replace Yu Sang Tian to stabilize the spiritualized universe. However, I've been too short-sighted. Mr. Lu has jumped out of the universe to look at the human race, but I still look at Nina Firmament's. Lu Yin roughly understood this woman's thoughts. She stubbornly insisted on protecting Nina Firmament's universe. Previously, she had thought that she would give up on restarting Tianyuan for him because his value surpassed that of the Tianyuan universe. However, when he had saved Xing Fan, she must have wanted to kill him because he had shaken Innerfirmament's universe for the sake of Tian Yuan. Now, his words had left her at a loss. People with strong beliefs were most afraid of being lost. Of course, not just anyone could make them feel lost, but Lu Yin was definitely qualified. In fact, Xing Fan was more realistic than Dan Hong. He was certain that Lu Yin was lying and that Lu Yin couldn't let go of the Tian Yuan universe, but Dan Hong was shocked. People like Dan Hong were worthy of respect, but if she was stubborn, the consequences would be far worse than Xing Fan's. Lu Yin stared at her. "Senior, if you're determined to make an enemy, what else is important?" Dan Hong's body trembled at Lu Yin's words, and she stared at him blankly. After a while, she took a deep breath and bowed to Lu Yin. "Thank you." She then left. Lu Yin didn't know how his words would affect her, but he hoped it wouldn't be bad. Everyone left, and Lu Yin glanced at the platform again. The platform covered a quarter of the Tree Crown's area, far larger than Sky City. It was impossible to see it all. There were many silhouettes in the distance. They should belong to the alarmed gate. Lu Yin didn't bother looking at it. He walked out of the startling Sparrow Arena and found the location of the sky cable, intending to descend using it. Ascending the mother tree depended on that door. Now that there was no door left, it would take too much time to traverse the land. Only the heavenly rope was the fastest. This was the shortest way to get to the north region. He wanted to go straight to the heavenly gates to understand the situation and think of a way to deal with the spiritual transformation. Before he could land, a door suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Yin looked at the door and then subconsciously looked behind him. The giant door that connected the heavens and the earth was still closed, and there was no one around. This door clearly came from the alarmed gate, but where did it lead to? Lu Yin faced the giant door and slowly bowed. "Thank you, Senior." He then turned around and walked through the door. As he took a step forward, his vision suddenly opened up, and a familiar sight appeared, the heavenly gate. The destination of the portal was the heavenly gate. Lu Yin sighed in amazement. This was too convenient, and it seemed to be even faster than the one-leaf green lotus. Was this the power of the Gate of Wonder? A door connected the inside and outside. Passing through a door was equivalent to passing through a boundless land. However, Lu Yin couldn't sense any special power, which was the most frightening thing. Bringing him to the heavenly gate was not only to reduce the waste of time, but also a warning from the alarmed gate. It clearly showed him the gap between him and the eternal realm. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. If the alarmed gate opened so much faster than the one-leaf green lotus, would he be able to reach the consciousness universe in an instant? It shouldn't be. If there was such a method, why would the people of the ninth heaven universe use the one-leaf green lotus to reach the consciousness universe in a year? They could just cross the door directly. The one-leaf green lotus relied on karma to cover the three universes and the ninth heaven universe. Only the other world that the alarmed gate saw could be so fast. However, that world might not be able to reach the three universes. Otherwise, the alarmed gate would be too terrifying. The heavenly gate was currently guarded by people from the bitter abyss, and Lu Yin's sudden appearance startled many people. Although some of the bitter abyss cultivators were lying down, some were sitting, and some were standing upside down, they were all on high alert and immediately surrounded Lu Yin. There was even a powerhouse who had completed the bitter abyss, which attracted Lu Yin's attention. Lu Yin had traveled the ninth heaven universe, and this was the first time he had seen two powerhouses who had completed the bitter abyss on their own. Previously, the Spring and Autumn Scroll, Manifestation Valley, and other forces had more than one powerhouse who had completed the bitter abyss, but they had all accepted spiritual cultivation. There was only one person who had truly completed the bitter abyss on their own. Since the bitter abyss definitely did not accept spiritual cultivation, then this extra expert at the peak of the bitter abyss must have cultivated by himself. The bitter abyss was undoubtedly the strongest in the northern region. Mr. Liu. Why are you here? Ku Cheng was surprised, and his voice floated beside him. Lu Yin looked at Ku Cheng. The alarmed gate asked me to solve the spiritualization problem, so I came to take a look. Ku Cheng was surprised. What about my senior? He has already left the startling Sparrow Terrace, and it will take some time for him to return. Lu Yin looked at the white-robed man with white eyebrows and a white beard. This was the second person that Lu Yin had seen in the bitter abyss who had reached the peak of Ku adversity, and his aura was not any weaker than Ku Ji's. Ku Cheng hurriedly introduced, Mr. Liu, this is Senior Ku Han, who is in the Nine Abyss realm like Senior Ku Ji. Senior Ku Han, this is Mr. Liu, it's been a long time. Ku Han bowed. Lu Yin smiled and nodded. The bitter abyss is worthy of being called the strongest in the northern region. It actually has two seniors who have completed the bitter abyss on their own. I am impressed. Ku Han smiled. It can't compare to Mr. Liu's sword that cut through the four realms, and even the god of defense almost died. If there is a chance, I would like to exchange a few moves with Mr. Liu. Maybe I can take another step forward. Senior is too modest. If there is a chance, I would like to learn the bitter abyss cultivation method. Mr. wants to learn the bitter abyss cultivation method. Then you will have to wait for another 22 years. At that time, the bitter abyss will bring people to the spiritual universe. If Mr. Liu is free, you can go together. Lu Yin smiled. Thanks a lot. Ku Han smiled and dispersed the bitter abyss disciples. Lu Yin followed him to the heavenly gate. Back then, he was blocked by Mount Luo and attacked by Granny Ya outside the heavenly gate. He had no choice but to retreat and did not truly enter the heavenly gate. But now, he was standing inside the heavenly gate. He wondered how the Luo family felt when they faced the Eternal Realm monster. They must have been terrified. Now, the Luo family was gone. In the past, the heavenly gate was dense and colorful. The dark starry sky was illuminated, and the sound of bells made people feel refreshed. 7-colored lights shrouded heaven and earth. Cranes soared in the sky, and all kinds of strange creatures jumped around. It was a holy scene. Today, the heavenly gate was still the same heavenly gate that connected heaven and earth. The stone pillars were carved with mysterious patterns and were full of majesty, but the inside and outside were completely different. The bitter abyss made the heavenly gate less solemn, as if it was abandoned. The spiritualized cultivators also destroyed the 7-colored auspicious signs outside the heavenly gate. The cranes that once soared in the sky were gone, and the 7-colored light was replaced by darkness. As far as the eye could see, people were sitting cross-legged and staring at the heavenly gate. Their eyes were full of hostility. The heavenly gate was attacked once. Not only was it attacked from the outside, but also from the inside. It can't be helped. The cultivators who were hidden by the spiritualized cultivators have high status. The spiritualized cultivators have been planning this for a long time, Ku Cheng explained. The Luo family was defeated because of this. Mount Luo died on the spot, and the Luo family's territory was destroyed. No one escaped. Perhaps only Luo Ning is left in the Luo family now. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back and looked outside through the heavenly gate. Were the spiritualized cultivators in the wrong? Of course not. They just did not want their lives to be controlled by others. They had cultivated all their lives, and their spirit seeds had helped the ninth heaven universe and helped a complete stranger. This was unacceptable, especially when the star sail had taken the lives of cultivators from several domains. They could not even resist. This was a conflict that could not be resolved. Was the ninth heaven universe in the wrong? No. They were strong, so they could do whatever they wanted. This was the principle of the strong being respected. If one really thought about it, the ninth heaven universe understood the universe too well. If they were not strong, how could they protect the spiritualized cultivators? If they just relied on spiritualization, they would have been destroyed long ago. Both sides had their reasons for doing what they had to do, and they also had their reasons for why the other side was in the wrong. Lu Yin did not care about the spiritualized cultivators because the spiritualized cultivators were also playing the role of the ninth heaven universe. If not for the spiritualized cultivators wanting to restart the Tianyuan universe, Wu Jiang would not have risked his life on this expedition, and he would not have appeared here. In the past, the protectors of the four cardinal directions had taken the place of the spiritualized cultivators to trap the cultivators of the Tianyuan universe. They had also ambushed the progenitor and supported the eternity. This had caused the Tianyuan universe's development to slow down, and the three realms and 6 Daos had been split up. Countless cultivators had died tragically, and many eras had been wiped out. If one really wanted to talk about right and wrong, then the Tianyuan universe had not offended anyone. There was no right or wrong in the universe. The only right thing to do was to survive. For the Tianyuan universe, defeating the spiritualized cultivators was the same as surviving. For the spiritualized cultivators, defeating the ninth heaven universe was the same as surviving. For the ninth heaven universe, being strong was the same as surviving. Having self-awareness was the same as surviving. Everyone wanted to live, and plundering others for the sake of survival was hypocritical. However, if one gave up on this reason and simply plunder others, then the strong were respected. In the end, one still had to be strong. Lu Yin stood within the heavenly gate and looked at the spiritualized cultivators. These cultivators could not see him, as they had long since treated the heavenly gate as the ninth heaven universe. They simply did not know the difference between the spiritualized cultivators and the ninth heaven universe. Resolving the spiritualization crisis was not as simple as suppressing this group of people. If he suppressed this era, then what about the next era, and the one after that? If the spiritualized cultivators lost their faith in cultivation, then how many people would continue to cultivate? Would anyone be willing to walk down a path that led to a cliff at the end? They would rather stay in the middle of the path. At least they would not have to jump off the cliff. For the spiritualized cultivators, the path of cultivation that they saw now led to a cliff. The path was broken. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3909. Since it's broken, I'll just reconnect it, Lu Yin muttered to himself. How? A voice asked. It was an unfamiliar woman. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he exhaled. Senior alarmed Gate Shangyu. Yes. With Senior's wisdom, it's not difficult to continue the path of cultivation. Open the heaven's gate and allow spiritualized cultivators to reach a certain level or pass a certain test to enter Jiuxiao. Green grass has eternal life, and Jiuxiao cannot control his life. Eternal life is also the end of this path. But eternal life is too illusory. At this point, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. So there has always been a legend that spiritualized universes can achieve eternal life by rebooting the universe. Is this a continuation path that Jiuxiao universe has long given us? It's just a matter of convenience. Lu Yin exclaimed, the ninefold universe has already considered this day. Why do you still need to ask me? Looking down and looking up are different. Perhaps you have a better solution. Or are you just trying to deceive us by saying that the human race is in the lead? Lu Yin frowned. The path has been reconnected, but their beliefs are gone. In the past, the spiritualized universes thought that cultivation would allow them to live a long and comfortable life. Even if they did not achieve eternal life, they still had the belief to fight for it. But now, they have to consider the fact that the higher their cultivation, the easier it is for them to be plundered by Jiuxiao universe. The ambition of eternal life will always be a pavilion in the sky. If the path is reconnected, their beliefs must also be reconnected. That's right, alarmed Gate Shangyu said. Lu Yin continued, then let's change it. Let Zhou universe go from plundering to saving. How? The Tianyuan universe is now facing the danger of the hive. I suggest that we shift that danger to the spiritualized universes. They have lost too many powerhouses, and they may not be able to hold on. When the time comes, Zhou Heaven's Gate will open and protect the spiritualized universes. That will be saving, Lu Yin said. You're saving the Tianyuan universe. That's selfish of you. But it's helping the spiritualized universes. Otherwise, even if Zhou universe helps them continue their cultivation path, the spiritualized universes will not be grateful. In the long run, they will be miserable. The less useful they are to Zhou universe, the easier it will be for them to be abandoned. They won't give up. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Because they are also humans, alarmed Gate of Shangyu said. Lu Yin fell silent. Eternal life realm cultivators were different from ordinary people. He could say that the human race had taken the lead, but eternal life realm cultivators could see the universe clearly. Naturally, they knew that giving up on spiritualizing the universe would only mean giving up on more people in the future. We need to spiritualize the universe, forget this past, forget the truth. Lu Yin did not know what to do, as the spiritualized universe was an entire universe, not the cosmic tree realm. Back then, the four-way scales had been able to make the people of the cosmic tree realm forget about the Lu family, but such a method could not be used on the entire spiritualized universe. Xingfan was right about one thing. Without sacrificing several eras, it was impossible to forget this period of history. What was Master Greengrass thinking? If he was the one behind the spiritualization, then he was pushing the spiritualization universe to the extreme. There's one more thing. The spiritualized universe already has a hive, alarmed Gate of Shangyu said. Lu Yin was shocked. There's a hive. Where did it come from? The Azure Lotus Emperor has investigated. He's from the Tianyuan cosmos. Lu Yin was astonished, and his thoughts changed. Someone from the Tianyuan universe? How did he come here? Who sent it? This was exactly what he was thinking. The spiritualized universe is already experiencing a hive crisis, but they haven't noticed it yet. Where's Master Greengrass? Doesn't he know about the hive crisis? Even if the Nine Firmaments universe doesn't care, he can't ignore the spiritualized universe. He's not here. He went to exile an eternal realm monster. An eternal realm monster. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with it. Lu Yin blurted out, that eternal realm monster that's chasing after me. Isn't it blocking the path to the Tianyuan cosmos from the karmic constellation? Is that what the Azure Lotus Emperor told you? Let's just say that. Lu Yin was speechless. What's going on? Alarmed Gate of Shangyu did not answer. How long has Master Greengrass been gone? Was it before or after the spiritualization? Before. Then this spiritualization has nothing to do with him. I don't know. After all, this incident has been planned for too long. Other than him, no one else could have done it. Lu Yin suddenly thought of the eternal realm. No one else could have done it. No, the eternal realm could have done it. Lan's position as the chief steward of the outer sky was not low. She was on par with the 7 major mulberry skies. There were many things she could have done. The eternal realm had planned further than anyone else. Back then, he had schemed against the ancestor and the above heaven sect. Before that, he had left Lan behind to plot against the spiritualized universe. Moreover, Wang Li's appearance had nothing to do with the eternal realm. Lu Yin would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Lu Yin was very sure that the eternal realm had entered the nine firmaments universe, but he did not know where he was or what he was planning. The eternal realm was not omnipotent. Otherwise, why couldn't he find Wang Li after so many years? Now that he thought about it, it made sense that the spiritualized universe had nothing to do with Master Greengrass. Master Greengrass should not have pushed the spiritualized universe to the extreme. Where did the Azure Lotus Emperor and the Blood Tower Emperor go? Lu Yin asked. Alarmed Gate of Shangyu still did not answer. Lu Yin looked outside the heavenly gate in a daze. Others could stay out of the spiritualization, but he had to solve it. Let the spiritualized universe be ignorant and forget this history. Lu Yin stood there for a full 10 days. Then, he took a step out of the heavenly gate and walked towards the spiritualized cultivators. Outside the heavenly gate, there were spiritualized cultivators everywhere. There were many of them, but it was unusually quiet. These people's eyes were filled with hatred, fear, and hesitation. They could go against the heavenly gate not because they had courage, but because they had no way out. If they did not dare to resist the nine firmaments universe, the spiritualized universe would have no future. There were some things that made a difference between seeing and not seeing. Most of them hated the nine firmaments universe, but there were also some who hated the people who told the truth. They would rather live their lives in confusion, but now, they were forced to stand outside the heavenly gate. Perhaps they would die in the next moment. Previously, countless people had died or been injured when they attacked the heavenly gate. However, they could not see the bottom of the nine firmaments universe. Beliefs were very important, and so were their lives. As a result, many people's positions were unstable. This was also the reason why the nine firmaments universe did not care too much. If the entire spiritualized universe was united, even the eternal realm could not ignore the threat. Lu Yin walked out of the heavenly gate, and his figure gradually appeared in the eyes of the spiritualized universe's cultivators. Many spiritualized cultivators' expressions changed drastically when they saw Lu Yin. Lu Sangtian. The third master. It's him. Countless people in the spiritualized universe were in an uproar. They did not expect Lu Yin to come out of the heavenly gate. Back when they went on an expedition to the consciousness universe, Wu Jiang disappeared in the end. 2 spacetime-class battleships were destroyed, and the remaining ones were dragged back by Supreme Ji. Lu Yin never appeared, and many people thought that he was dead. Even though some years had passed, Lu Yin's legend was still not forgotten. As soon as he appeared, all the spiritualized cultivators were shocked. What Lu Yin had done in the spiritualized universe kept appearing in their minds, especially the scene of him fighting Wu Huang. It had become the most magnificent battle in the history of the spiritualized universe, and countless people were still shocked. Lu Yin's status in the spiritualized universe was very special. He came from the Tianyuan universe, and he should be the enemy of the entire spiritualized universe. However, he used his methods and strength to suppress the spiritualized universe until no one dared to show their faces. Then, the Jikong domain confirmed that he was Supreme Ji's disciple, so the people of the spiritualized universe had no choice but to accept him. Yu Sang Tian had never found trouble with him, and he was even one of the Sang Tians. The appearance of such a person caused an uproar outside the quiet heavenly gate. Within the heavenly gate, Ku Han and the others exchanged glances. They now understood why Lu Yin had been ordered to resolve the spiritualization crisis. He was extraordinary in the eyes of the spiritualized cultivators. Behind the spiritualized cultivators, Feng Guo looked on in astonishment. Lu Yin. Why had he appeared? He hurriedly retracted his aura. If Lu Yin detected him, he would definitely die. Lu Yin stopped and stood in front of all the spiritualized cultivators. He looked forward, and his gaze seemed to linger on each of them. You should all recognize me. Someone walked out from the front. It was Lon, the housekeeper of Beyond Heaven. Lan's expression was solemn, and Zi Tianshu was beside her. Behind her were winged butterfly and nine-tailed fox from the myriad beasts border, Rong Xiang from the Grand Universe Chamber of Commerce, and a group of experts from the 36 filaments. Among them was Du Kuo. Although there were not many of them, their aura was very imposing. The spiritualized universe could not compare to the Ninafirmament's universe. In the spiritualized universe, Du Kuo was already an absolute expert who was qualified to fight for the position of Sang Tian. Such a person's status was extremely important. Above them were the 7 great Sang Tians. Unfortunately, none of the Sang Tians had participated in the spiritualization crisis. Zhan Ming had sealed the gate of various arts, Yishang, and Origin had followed Wu Jiang to the Tianyuan universe. Meng Sang Tian and the Old Salamander had been suppressed in the Hell of General Appointment platform before being locked up in Mount Supreme. The 9th spirit had returned to the Ninafirmament's universe. Only Sang Tian from the Plain Master sect, who could move freely within the spiritualized universe, had not participated in this matter. It had to be said that this was a tragedy. In the spiritualized universe, Yu Sang Tian was in the consciousness universe. None of the 7 great Sang Tians had appeared, and the leader was actually a housekeeper. If Lu Yin did not know Lan's identity, he would have laughed. If the spiritualized universe had been at its peak, Yu Sang Tian would have led the 7 great Sang Tians to attack the heavenly gate. The threat would have been incomparable. Lan and the others faced Lu Yin and bowed slowly. Greetings, Lu Sang Tian. Greetings, Lu Sang Tian. Greetings, Lu Sang Tian. Zi Tianshu bowed slowly, his expression unprecedentedly solemn. Lu Yin had actually come. Who was Lu Yin? He was a ruthless person who had captured all the spiritualized cultivators to negotiate terms with Yu Sang Tian when he had just arrived in the consciousness universe. After that, he had defeated Yu Sang Tian and become the top expert in the spiritualized universe. If not for the appearance of the supreme extremity, he would truly be the top expert. Even with the supreme extremity's existence, this person was still alive and well. He was not someone Yu Sang Tian could compare to. The appearance of this person made all the spiritualized cultivators' hearts sink. This was because most of the cultivators present had followed the expedition to the consciousness universe. It was precisely because they were outstanding that they were qualified to go on an expedition to the consciousness universe. It was also because of their excellence that they could go against the heavenly gate. It was also because of their excellence that they knew what kind of person Lu Yin was. At this moment, the atmosphere changed. The murderous aura suddenly dissipated because of Lu Yin's arrival. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3910. No one dared to show any killing intent towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin was Sang Tian and also the strongest expert in the spiritualized universe, second only to the Supreme Pole. As for the fact that the Jikong domain had confirmed that Lu Yin was the Supreme Pole's disciple, they naturally did not take it seriously. Even so, Lu Yin's existence was still a huge rock in everyone's heart. Among the experts present, perhaps only Lan did not feel that pressure and despair. She had never been captured. All the spiritualized cultivators bowed in unison. Greetings, Lu Sang Tian. Their voices were loud and shook the starry sky. Even the heavenly gate seemed to sway. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back and looked at the people in front of him. Why are you here? Lan looked up at Lu Yin and said in a low voice, May I ask if Lu Sang Tian knows the truth? What truth? Lu Yin asked. Lan said, the truth between the 9 firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Yin nodded casually. I know. What's wrong? What's wrong? Many spiritualized cultivators were instantly enraged. Their eyes turned red as they stared at Luin, wanting to curse him out loud. Lon said in a low voice, "Since Lu Sang Tian knows, why doesn't he make the decision for the spiritualized universe? We will not ask why Lu Sang Tian came out of the heavenly gate. We just want to ask if you still acknowledge the spiritualized universe's Sang Tian." Lu Yin's lips curled up as he looked at Lon with a smile. Then, he looked at all the spiritualized cultivators. No. Lan's pupils shrank. She stared at Lu Yin coldly. Zi Tianshu, Rong Xiang, and the others stared at Lu Yin in a daze. They felt powerless. Lu Yin laughed heartily. His relieved smile made the spiritualized cultivators furious. Someone could not help but say, "Lu Yin, you were once our spiritualized universe's Sang Tian. It's shameful that you betrayed us and joined the Nine Firmaments universe. How can you still laugh? Although I'm mediocre, I'm not afraid of death. I can't stand people like you. Lu Yin, how can you still laugh? Are you shameless? Even if someone like you still wants to be Sang Tian, we won't agree. You deserve to be killed." Rong Xiang's scalp tingled. He still remembered Lu Yin's victory against Emperor Wu. At that time, he had wanted to join Lu Yin, but he did not have the chance. Actually, he was forced to come. Lu Yin let out a long sigh. First, he had let go of his burdens and attacked the Vermilion Bird Arena. Now, he was laughing heartily, which made him feel more relaxed than ever before. When he faced the angry and disdainful gazes of countless cultivators in the spiritualized universe, he asked loudly, "Where did I come from?" The curses and accusations immediately stopped. Only then did all the spiritualized cultivators come to their senses. This person seemed to have come from the Tian Yuan universe. Why did I go to the spiritualized universe? Let me tell you something. A group of fearless people despiritualized from Tian Yuan with the determination to die. They did it for revenge, to solve the crisis of Tian Yuan, and for our hometown. I did it because of your spiritualized universe. I can clearly tell you that the Tian Yuan universe's time has been reversed. During that period of time, the spiritualized universe was at its darkest. Under Sang Tian's lead, the spiritualized universe attacked Tian Yuan. Yu Sang Tian massacred my above-heaven sect, causing countless deaths. That's why I reversed the Tian Yuan universe's time. When Bao Qi, Yishang, and the others were still in Torch City, they were stopped by Yu Sang Tian just as they were about to set off. Because Yu Sang Tian had experienced the reversal of time, he knew that the Tian Yuan universe was prepared. Thus, Meng Sang Tian disappeared. Because he broke free from the reversal of time, Wu Jiang came and became spiritualized. From then on, the Dayu Villa, the third keeper, and I, Lu Sang Tian, were created. Do you still think that I'll admit that I'm Sang Tian? Lu Yin's words revealed the secrets of the spiritualized universe. Back then, there had been a spacetime battleship with 3 Sang Tians leading many spiritualized cultivators on an expedition to the Tian Yuan universe. They had prepared for a long time, and everyone had fought for a spot in the war. However, they had been stopped before they set off, and Meng Sang Tian had disappeared for a period of time. At that time, the entire spiritualized universe had not understood why this had happened. Many people had guessed that Yu Sang Tian had been to the Tian Yuan universe, and some had guessed that it had something to do with Lu Yin's identity. That was why the Zhikong domain had confirmed that Lu Yin was a disciple of a supreme Pole, and that was why he had been accepted so quickly. In short, there had been all kinds of guesses. However, no one had thought that this would actually be the case. It was not that the war had been stopped, but that the war had already happened, and time had been reversed. Inside the Celestial Gate, Kuhan and the other side. Now I understand why the river of time flows in the Tian Yuan universe. If the Tian Yuan universe could reverse time, what would happen in the continent of the 9 clouds? Then it would be complete chaos. When you reach a certain level, even if you don't cultivate the power of time, you can still affect the river of time. Our continent of the 9 clouds has no lack of such people, said Ku Ching. Ku Han looked at Lu Yin and muttered, so, he has suffered so much. The people from Ku Yuan looked at Lu Yin in a different light. Ku Yuan, had suffered so much, but how could their suffering compare to Lu Yin's? He had fought his way to spiritualize with the determination to die. This was completely different from Xiao Zhu's expedition. Now, he had come to the continent of the 9 clouds, and he was still alone. He had carried his hometown on his back and fought until now. Who could understand this kind of suffering and loneliness? Even if he died here, no one in his hometown would know. Even if they knew, they would not be able to avenge him. Some people carried hatred and felt that they were suffering, but the ones who were truly suffering were those who could not even bear the hatred. The spiritualized cultivators were silent. They could also hear Lu Yin's bitterness and hatred. That helplessness in the face of death was something that could not be explained with blood and tears. That carefree laughter was revenge. He was taking revenge on the spiritualized universe, and he was also mocking the spiritualized universe. However, no one could blame him anymore. Lu Yin's voice reverberated through the starry sky. I, Lu Yin, fought for my position as the spiritualized Sang Tian. Let's not talk about what the spiritualized universe gave me. The 36 domains, the 7 great powers, the 7 great Sang Tians, sky beyond sky, sky above sky, and sky above sky, including the Supreme Pole, who did not scheme against me. I do not owe the spiritualized universe anything. On the contrary, the spiritualized universe owes the Tian Yuan universe, and it's time to pay it back. He pointed at the heavenly gate. If you want to seek justice from the 9 firmaments universe and return your freedom, then pay off the debt you owe the Tian Yuan universe. This debt is mine, and you have to pay it back. Otherwise, if you want to enter the heavenly gate, you have to go through me. I, Lu Yin, am invincible in the starry sky of the spiritualized universe. It's impossible to surpass me. After saying that, he shouted, Green grass, come out if you have the ability. Let's see if your supreme pole can push me away and face the 9 firmaments universe. With a loud shout, a shock wave surged and almost overturned the starry sky. It pressed down on all the spiritualized cultivators, causing them to suffocate. The spiritualized cultivators were confused. Was green grass the supreme pole? Lu Yin knew about the existence of the supreme pole, yet he still dared to provoke them. What right did he have? Was he really confident that he could protect the heavenly gate? What does the enmity between the spiritualized universe and the Tian Yuan universe have to do with the 9 firmaments universe? Lu Yin, even if you want to represent the Tian Yuan universe to cause trouble for us, you shouldn't do it now. You're clearly helping the 9 firmaments universe here, Lon shouted. Lu Yin sneered. That's right. I'm helping the 9 firmaments universe. So what? If you have the ability, fight your way over. Lon was speechless. Lu Yin had directly admitted it without hiding anything. This confidence made them feel even more powerless. Did they have the ability to fight their way over? Lu Yin put his hands behind his back and looked at the spiritualized cultivators. If green grass doesn't come out, then what about eternity? Most of the spiritualized cultivators were at a loss. Eternity. Lan's gaze changed. Lu Yin, what do you want in order for you to move aside? It's you Sang Tian and the other major Sang Tians who are on the expedition to the Tian Yuan universe. It has nothing to do with us. We can't represent the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin laughed. So, you can represent the spiritualized universe now. After saying that, he slowly stretched out his right hand and flipped his palm. Lon and the others subconsciously retreated. Countless spiritualized cultivators were on guard. Lu Yin's strength surpassed all spiritualized cultivators. Once he attacked, it would be earth-shattering, but who was he going to deal with? Was it really the entire spiritualized universe? Lu Yin smiled and flicked his index finger. The sky changed color, and a vast force instantly swept through the entire Royal God Mountain. Even those in the heavenly gates could feel it. It was a consciousness force that was difficult to resist. At that moment, the entire universe was replaced and turned into a sky filled with consciousness. Lan's body floated uncontrollably. She was shocked and hurriedly attacked, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not control her body. At the same time, not far behind her, two cultivators in the front group were also floating. Soon after, more and more spiritualized cultivators floated in the air. At the very back, Feng Bo tore through the void and was about to escape, but he could no longer control his body and floated in the air. He was shocked, as he had been discovered. Lu Yin, I have something to say. I have something to say. Lu Yin, you. Although Lu Yin was smiling, his eyes were extremely cold. Eternity has already entered the 9 firmaments. I don't know what his goal is, but one day, I will catch him, just like all of you. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. Bang! Everyone who was caught, except for Feng Bo, was pulverized, and Feng Bo was thrown into the hell of the general appointment platform. There was no blood. They had been completely pulverized, and there was nothing left. Regardless of whether it was an expert like Lan or the others, they had all cultivated godly power, and they had all disappeared at that moment. Eternity had clearly entered the 9 firmaments, but these people were still outside the heavenly gates, which was equivalent to being abandoned. In that case, it was time to greet eternity. It was also time to greet the entire spiritualized universe. All the spiritualized cultivators stared at Lu Yin in a daze. With just a snap of his fingers, those powerhouses that were out of their reach had been obliterated. This power surpassed their understanding. Most of them had experienced being captured in the consciousness universe, so they were even more in awe of Lu Yin. At that moment, no one dared to say anything. Lu Yin retracted his hand and regained his composure. If any of you think that you can surpass me and face the 9 firmaments, you can come out now. The people from eternity had been dealt with, and only the spiritualized cultivators remained. Among these people, there were definitely people who followed Lan, but these people did not know about eternity. Even if they did, it did not matter, as it did not affect the overall situation. Dealing with Lan and the others was just the beginning. The root of the spiritualization change was the 9 firmaments universe's plundering of the spiritualized universe and the shattering of the spiritualized universe's beliefs. What happened next was the most important. Among the remaining people, the one with the most prestige was Zi Tianshu. Many people looked at Zi Tianshu. Zi Tianshu braced himself and walked out. He faced Lu Yin. Dare I ask, how should I address you? Lu Yin replied, as you wish. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39:11. Zi Tianshu thought for a moment. As long as they are not defeated, they are still Sang Tian. May I ask why Lu Sangtian killed Lan and the others? Lu Yin said, they have darkness that you don't know about. Don't worry about it. Someone else will take over. Zi Tianshu hesitated. Don't worry. No matter what, Lan was standing at the forefront. Could he just ignore it? But even if he wanted to, how could he? Rongxiang suddenly said, Lu Sangtian said that the spiritualized universe owes the Tian Yuan universe and wants to repay it. May I ask how? Although the expedition to the Tianyuan universe was not something we could participate in, we are now representing the spiritualized universe. We will not back down. Lu Sangtian, please tell us. Lu Yin glanced at Rong Xiang. This guy knew how to talk. He had gotten Zi Tianshu off the stage and given Lu Yin a chance to make a request. As expected of a businessman. The Tianyuan universe is currently facing some kind of crisis. It will be difficult for the Tianyuan universe to resolve it alone. I need the spiritualized universe's help. If you help the Tianyuan universe resolve this crisis, the grudge between the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe will be written off. Rong Xiang was puzzled. What crisis? You will know when you get there. Zi Tianshu did not answer immediately. He turned to face all the spiritualized cultivators. What do you think? No one answered. The silence was actually a sign of opposition. Lu Yin did not care. It doesn't matter. If you don't go, I will help Zhou block the heavenly gate and suppress the spiritualized universe. The Zhou universe can send people to resolve the crisis. It is up to you. Still, no one spoke. However, if the spiritualized universe can help the Tianyuan universe resolve this crisis, I can give you a chance to open the heavenly gate and enter Zhou. Zi Tianshu and the others were stunned. All the spiritualized cultivators were shocked. Open the heavenly gate. Enter Zhou. Really? Impossible. Can Lu Yin do that in the Zhou universe? Zi Tianshu stared at Lu Yin. Is Lu Sangtian serious? Lu Yin turned to look at the heavenly gate in the distance. Senior Ku Han, do my words count? All the spiritualized cultivators looked at the heavenly gate. Inside the gate, Ku Han nodded. Mr. Lu's status in the Zhou universe is as high as Sang Tian in the spiritualized universe. The cultivators from the spiritualized universe were shocked. Sang Tian was spiritualized. His status was so high. Zi Tianshu, Rong Xiang, and the others had not expected Lu Yin to have such a high status in the Nine Firmaments universe. Although he wasn't the leader of a great power, he wasn't the Night Chief, and he wasn't the defense of gods, who would dare to provoke him. If even defense of gods didn't dare to provoke him, wouldn't it be the same as Sang Tian in the spiritualized universe? Above Sang Tian was Yu Sang Tian, as well as Peerless Extremity. Above Lu Yin was Eternal Ruler, which was actually lower than Sang Tian. It should be Yu Sang Tian. After receiving Elysium's affirmation, the spiritualized cultivators' attitudes changed. Lu Yin could help them enter Elysium. Although they did not know how the negotiations with the Nine Heavens universe would turn out, it was still better than not being able to enter at all. Rong Xiang hurriedly expressed his stance. Many thanks to Lu Sangtian for helping us. Our spiritualized universe must enter the celestial gate and speak with the Nine Clouds universe. For this, we will pay any price. Zi Tianshu looked at Rong Xiang and then at Lu Yin before bowing deeply. Thank you, Lu Sangtian. Behind him, many cultivators hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Lu Sangtian. Following that, more and more cultivators bowed. In the end, all the spiritualized cultivators who were blocking the celestial gate bowed. Thank you, Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin was satisfied. Return to spiritualization and prepare the space-time battleship to go to Tianyuan. At the startled Sparrow Terrace, Qing Yun was surprised. Ku Yuan has such a high opinion of Lu Yin. He's willing to open the celestial gate for him. Granny Yin's expression was solemn. Miss, Lu Yin's strength is beyond our comprehension. Perhaps only Eternal Ruler can see it clearly. Granny has such a high opinion of him. I'm only talking about his strength, not his character. He's alright, right? In my opinion, this kid is somewhat despicable. Why? This kid promised to help the spiritualized universe open the celestial gate. Once the celestial gate is opened, it can be closed again. Will it affect anything? Didn't the spiritualized cultivators open it once? Qing Yun was stunned and looked at Granny Yin strangely. Did he say that? Granny Yin shook her head. I've lived for so many years. What can't I tell? If you can tell, how can the spiritualized universe's cultivators not? Of course, some people can tell, but these words give the spiritualized universe a way out. Otherwise, with this person's strength, how can the spiritualized universe withstand him? When people are confused, if someone walks in front, regardless of whether that person is right or wrong, they will follow him. This is human nature. Qing Yun looked deeply at the northern region. At this moment, the door behind her opened. Granny Yin turned around and saw the person behind the door. She bowed deeply. Greetings, startled ruler. Qing Yun turned around. Mother. You may leave. Granny Yin bowed again and left. Mother, how will Lu Yin resolve the spiritualization? Didn't he say? Open the celestial gate. He's going to the Tian Yuan universe. Qing Yun did not understand. To the Tian Yuan universe? Although Xingfan's idea is cruel, it's the only solution. He'll transfer all the spiritualized cultivators of this era and the next era to the Tian Yuan universe so that the spiritualized universe will continue to be ignorant. However, the only change is that he won't reopen the Tian Yuan universe. Lu Yin will accept the spiritualized cultivators to the Tian Yuan universe and give them space to live. He said that he's done this more than once and has experience. Qing Yun understood. So opening the heaven's gate is fake, and going to the Tian Yuan universe is real. You've walked the world and seen all kinds of people. Can't you see through them? Communication is not based on the content itself. Even mortals do this, let alone the ruler of a universe. Qing Yun nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, she looked over curiously. Mother, are you speaking up for Lu Yin? The door slowly closed, and there was no reply. Qing Yun blinked. Was this a tacit agreement? She realized that the three supremes of Jiuxiao had a good impression of Lu Yin. It was strange. Was it because Lu Yin had comprehended karma? She looked at the northern region again. Whether it was the Jiuxiao universe or the spiritualized universe, most people had underestimated Lu Yin. If they knew that the immortal supremes had a good impression of Lu Yin, what would their attitude be? This was not a problem of provoking, but a problem of how to curry favor. Mortals and cultivators were all the same. Lu Yin was very excited now. He did not expect that the spiritualization could solve the Tian Yuan crisis. Speaking of which, he really had to thank Xingfan and the others. Without them, he would not have been asked to solve the spiritualization by the alarmed supremes. Qing Lianyu had stopped him from returning to the Tian Yuan universe, and now, no one could stop him. Master Grass was not around. He had to hurry back. Otherwise, it would be different when Master Grass returned. Master Grass was the only variable. He had to go to the spiritualized universe to integrate into the Tian Yuan universe as soon as possible. However, before that, he released Fingbua. It was time to talk to this person. Back on the bone boat, he did not hear Fingbua speak, so he did not know a lot of information. Now, Fingbua clearly had something to say. Fingbua was released and fell to the ground in a sorry state. The first thing he saw was Lu Yin and the distant and majestic heaven's gate behind him. His face turned pale. Lu Yin looked at Fingbua calmly. Say something that I won't kill you. Don't waste my time. Fingbua looked at Lu Yin. I can bring you to the immortal. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. You are still wasting my time. After saying that, he grabbed Fingbua. He did not believe that Fingbua could find the immortal. There was no need to guess. With the immortal's schemes, how could he be found? The immortal had paid a huge price to enter the Zhuxiao universe. How could he be found by Fengbo, who had been abandoned? Fengbo was terrified. He had already died twice and did not want to die a third time. I know the immortal's greatest secret. Lu Yin's hand stopped in front of Fengbo's forehead. He looked at him with interest. Tell me. Fengbo panted heavily. Don't you think it's strange? The immortal's true god immortal art seed can only revive us once, but I was revived a second time. Why does he keep me alive? It's because I know his greatest secret. Lu Yin found it funny. Isn't it better if you die? I can't die. If I die, the secret won't be able to be kept. You're still playing this game with the immortal. Do you think I believe that you can threaten the immortal? Fengbo said, I'm not threatening him. He doesn't need to expose his secret because of me. It's not worth it to him. The true God immortal art seed can revive a designated person. The true God immortal art also has the power to revive, but once it's used, the technique will disappear. However, the immortal art seed can be used again. Even if he doesn't use this chance to revive, he still has to cultivate the true God immortal art. He might as well use it on me because he doesn't want to waste it. In that case, your so-called secret is worthless. Lu Yin did not care. Fengbo hurriedly said, it's valuable in the eyes of others. It's extremely valuable. Lu Yin stared at Fengbo. He said that he didn't care, but how could he really not care? If he didn't care, he wouldn't have just left Fengbo behind. This person had been revived several times and was clearly not ordinary. However, Lu Yin couldn't figure out why the immortal didn't bring him along when he entered the 9 heavens and instead left him outside the heaven's gate. No matter how he looked at it, Fengbo seemed both important and unimportant. Fengbo's eyes flashed. A secret was a secret because it couldn't be said. If it was said, it would be worthless. However, he had to say it to Lu Yin. He didn't doubt that Lu Yin could kill him. This person didn't care about his life at all. The immortal is white. Just as he said those words, Fengbo's body suddenly shattered and scattered like a seed. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into thin air. Light flashed around Lu Yin and reversed for a second. It was useless. The seed still shattered and wasn't affected by the power of time. It was like it had already happened. Even reversing time couldn't change it. Lu Yin stared at the shattered seed in front of him and repeated Fengbo's words in his mind. The immortal is white. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39:12. White what? Someone from the Bai family. Someone from the Bai family of the cold immortal sect of the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin frowned. His intuition told him that the secret that Fengbo had mentioned was very important, but if it was related to the frigid immortal sect, then what was so important about it? The Bai family's patriarch of the cold immortal sect had died in primordial ancient city, and so had Bai Xiener. The Bai family no longer had anything to do with him, so what big secret could they have? So what if Eternal was really a member of the Bai family? Even if his guess was bolder and the Bai family's patriarch, Bai Mu, who had died in primordial city, was a fake and Eternal was Bai Mu, so what? Would it affect him? Would it affect the current state of the universe? It had no effect at all. Even the Tianyuan cosmos couldn't affect him, let alone the Bai family. In that case, was Bai a surname or not? Scenes from the past flashed through Lu Yin's mind as he tried to find some clues, but unfortunately, he couldn't find anything. That's right, ninth spirit. Lu Yin crossed the heavenly gate and took out the spirit cloud stone he had used in the spiritualized universe to contact the ninth spirit. A period of time passed, but there was no response. Lu Yin estimated that he would not need the spirit cloud stone when he returned to the Nine Heavens universe. He took out his pocket silk and contacted Qing Yun. At the seventh night pillar, Lu Yin had met Qing Yun more than once, and he had even exchanged contact details with her. At the startled Sparrow Terrace, Qing Yun looked at Lu Yin on the screen. "Mr. Lu, what's the matter?" Behind her, Yin Po was incomparably vigilant as she stared closely. This brat had finally found a way to contact the young lady. She couldn't let them be alone. Lu Yin said, "I want to contact the ninth spirit." Qing Yun was surprised and looked at Yin Po. Granny Yin leaned forward. "Ninth spirit? Why are you looking for the ninth spirit?" Lu Yin replied, "We met in the spiritualized universe, and there are some things that I would like to ask you about." Yin Po initially wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, she didn't. Even though she was wary of him, he was terrifyingly strong. Maybe someday he'd break through to the eternal life layer. Even if he didn't break through to the eternal life layer, with his current strength, he was second only to the eternal life emperor in the continent of the Nine Clouds. After obtaining the ninth spirit's contact details, Lu Yin ended the conversation and contacted her. Very quickly, the ninth spirit's image appeared on the screen. "Mr. Lu, are you looking for me?" "I have a question," Lu Yin said. The ninth spirit shook her head. "I have no problem exchanging with Mr. Lu." Lu Yin looked behind her. "You're in the north. How did you know?" "I can see it. The bitter abyss is in front of the mother tree behind you. You came from the eastern region for Lon." The ninth spirit took a sip of wine. "Sir said that Lon and Count of the Wind are both people of eternity. Naturally, I will go to the heavenly gate. I hear that she is the leader of the spiritualized cultivators of the universe." Lu Yin shrugged, "Then you're too late. She's already dead." The ninth spirit's expression changed as she looked at Lu Yin. "Sir, you killed her." Lu Yin replied, "I need to resolve the issue of spiritualization. Since I know that she's playing tricks behind my back, I naturally won't let her go." The ninth spirit's face was solemn. "The Count of the Wind is dead as well." The ninth spirit was shocked. She stared at Lu Yin. "You killed Count of the Wind?" Lu Yin shook his head. "I didn't kill him. He was revived by the immortal art of the true God, so he should have died at Eternal's hands. I still have some questions to ask him, which is why I'm looking for you." The ninth spirit clenched her fists, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She downed a mouthful of wine, her face flushed. After a while, she threw the wine gourd away. "If the eternity can revive him once, it can revive him twice, right?" She looked at Lu Yin hopefully. Lu Yin thought about it, then nodded. "Perhaps." The Count of the Wind was the ninth spirit's greatest enemy. She had gone to the spiritualized universe to find the Count of the Wind. The ninth spirit was an expert who had overcome the bitter adversity. Perhaps her bitter adversity was the Count of the Wind. If the Count of the Wind was really dead, it would be at her hands. It would be a blow to her as well. Lu Yin did not deny the ninth spirit's hope. It gave her the motivation to pursue. "What do you want to ask?" The ninth spirit sat down without a care for her image. Lu Yin asked, "What grudge do you have with the Count of the Wind? How much do you know about him?" The ninth spirit did not understand. "What does my grudge with the Count of the Wind have to do with you?" "It has nothing to do with Eternal. I just want to know." The ninth spirit laughed. "Alright, if you want to know, I'll tell you." Before long, Lu Yin put the nostalgia away. He still had not found any clues. The grudge between the ninth spirit and the Count of the Wind was actually very simple. It was a grudge that ran deep. Once, the Count of the Wind had been a guest of the ninth spirit's family. For some reason, the Count of the Wind had wiped out the ninth spirit's entire family. At the time, the ninth spirit had been out traveling, and had managed to escape. At that time, the Count of the Wind had been much more powerful than the ninth spirit. After that, the Eternal had taken the Count of the Wind to the Tian Yuan universe. The Count of the Wind's cultivation had progressed slowly, while the ninth spirit, driven by her grudge and her cultivation in the Nine Heavens universe, had improved rapidly. She had surpassed the Count of the Wind, not only reaching the primordial realm, but also overcoming bitter adversity. She had searched the entire Nine Heavens but could not find the Count of the Wind, so she had gone to the spiritualized universe. The grudge was clear. The only thing that was unclear was why the Count of the Wind had wiped out the ninth spirit's entire family. And the reason was something that the ninth spirit still had not found out. Lu Yin sighed. The trail was broken. If he wanted to continue, the only way was to revive the Count of the Wind. Could he be revived? If the Eternal cultivated the immortal technique of the true God, perhaps he could. Only then would he know the secret. He no longer hesitated. After bidding farewell to the people of the embittered abyss, he walked out of the Heaven's Gate and headed for the spiritualized universe. Resolving the crisis of the Tian Yuan universe was the most important thing. Lu Yin purposely found a place that connected the God-governing mountain spacetime to the spiritualized universe. He looked at the place where the Eternal Realm monster had been thrown into the God-governing mountain spacetime. He had thought that the monster would be gone once he threw it in, but he had not expected it to remain there until now. Why had Master Qin Chao left this passage open? It was precisely because of this passage that the spiritualized universe's cultivators were constantly entering the God-governing mountain spacetime. In that case, it was very likely that Master Qin Chao had participated in the spiritualization, even if he was not in the spiritualized universe. At that moment, the spiritualized cultivators from the God-governing mountain spacetime returned with the conditions that they had discussed with Lu Yin. Master Su Dao, Shi Xiu, and the others were surprised that Lu Yin had come out of the Heaven's Gate, but they were not surprised that Lu Yin had been able to suppress those cultivators. The current spiritualized universe was completely different from the spiritualized universe of the past. Wu Zhang's arrival had caused nearly half of the spiritualized universe's top experts to die or be captured. There was also a group of experts who had joined Wu Zhang, and the remaining experts were less than a third of their original numbers. Yu Sang Tian had disappeared, and of the 7 great Sang Tians, one had sealed itself off, while the other had not paid attention to worldly affairs. This spiritualized universe could not even compare to the Tian Yuan universe, so how could it resist Lu Yin? Not only was Lu Yin powerful, but he was also extremely skilled in strategy. The spiritualized universe could only be controlled by him. Lu Yin had returned to the spiritualized universe after more than 30 years. When he looked at the familiar cosmos, Lu Yin actually felt carefree. Was it because there were no powerhouses in this universe who were stronger than him? Or was it because he had stayed in this universe for so long that he had developed feelings for it? Lu Yin did not know. Although his battle prowess was unparalleled, he was still human. He was an ordinary person with flesh and blood, and he sometimes had more emotions than ordinary people. Even when facing his former enemy, this place had left behind too many legends about him. The first thing he did after arriving in the spiritualized universe was to deal with the hive. He did not know why the hive had been brought to the spiritualized universe. If not for the fact that he could borrow the spiritualized universe's power to resolve the hive's crisis in the Tian Yuan universe, he would rather leave the hive here. The spiritualized universe wanted to use the Tian Yuan universe as a barrier. Dream on. Now that he wanted to bring the spiritualized universe to the Tian Yuan universe to resolve the hive's crisis, he also needed to resolve the issue here. The hive had to be completely eliminated. The profundity of a square inch was unimaginable to those who had not experienced it. The remains of the hive that he had seen in the Qing clan's secret scroll indicated that this civilization was not too far away from the humans. Regardless of whether it was the spiritualized universe or the Tianyuan universe, they should not be exposed. Speaking of which, the hive could not have appeared in the spiritualized universe for no reason. Could someone from the Tianyuan universe have brought it here? If Lu Yin could think of this, then so could the ancestors. He had failed to live up to their expectations. He wondered how the people who had come here were doing. Lu Yin's consciousness spread throughout the spiritualized universe, dealing with batch after batch of bugs. The spiritualized universe did not care about these bugs, which caused them to reproduce very quickly. Fortunately, the spiritualized cultivators were spread throughout the universe, so it was easier for them to pinpoint the location of the bugs. At the same time, he also searched for the Eternals, as they were a huge threat. The spiritualized cultivators gathered on the spacetime battleship, just like the expedition to the Tianyuan universe. Countless cultivators moved forward excitedly because Lu Yin had promised that the spiritualized cultivators who helped the Tianyuan universe resolve its crisis would have the opportunity to go to the Nina Firmament's universe in the future. This promise was the reason why so many cultivators were so excited. He had paved the way for these people. It was not just eternal life. As long as they could cultivate in the Nina Firmament's universe, they would be free from the pain of having their spirit seed stolen. They could not see any hope of resisting the Nina Firmament's universe, so they could only join the Nina Firmament's universe. This was what many cultivators thought. Some wanted to resist the Nina Firmament's universe and return their freedom, while others wanted to join the Nina Firmament's universe. Lu Yin had practically integrated both groups. Furthermore, there was no limit to the number of participants, so anyone could participate. The entire spiritualized universe was in an uproar. Half a year later, in the spirit treasure realm, the plain master Dao had a bitter expression. He put down his fishing rod and looked behind him. "I'm not your subordinate." "Of course," Lu Yin said. He stood not too far away from the plain master Dao and looked at the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. "Then why are you forcing me?" "I'm just playing around. It's more interesting if everyone goes. You forced me to be Sang Tian back then, and now you're forcing me to go to the Tianyuan universe. Do I owe you anything?" Lu Yin smiled at the plain master Dao. "I'm not forcing you. I'm inviting you on behalf of the Tianyuan universe." The plain master Dao's expression was solemn. "Tell me honestly. What are your plans?" "The Nina Firmament's universe will not allow the spiritualized universe to know the truth. The spiritualized universe is too important to them." Lu Yin thought about it. Originally, the Nina Firmament's universe wanted to exterminate the cultivators of the spiritualized universe from 3 eras to completely hide the truth. The plain master Dao's eyes narrowed. He instinctively did not believe it, but he suddenly realized that the spiritualized universe was not worth caring about. More than half of the elites had been killed or injured. Even if they disappeared for a few eras, the price would not be too high. "I've fought to transfer all the cultivators who know the truth to the Tianyuan universe. The truth can be spread in the Tianyuan universe, but it cannot be spread in the spiritualized universe," Lu Yin continued. The plain master Dao stared at Lu Yin. "Really?" Lu Yin laughed. "For the Nina Firmament's universe, there are many ways to resolve this matter. However, this is the only way that will not harm my interests." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-13. Su Shidao's heart was heavy. He faced Lu Yin and bowed deeply. "I thank Mr. Lu on behalf of the countless cultivators in the spiritualized universe." Lu Yin was not lying, as the Starcel's method could not be implemented with his interference. The alternative was naturally to erase the cultivators of the spiritualized universe from several eras, which was a plan that many people in the Nine Firmaments universe supported. However, erasing the cultivators did not mean directly killing them. Instead, the cultivators would be brought to Night Pillar and sent on an expedition to the outer universe until the last person died in battle. That was even more cruel. They had to die for the continent of the Nine Clouds. Lu Yin had indeed helped them by transferring all the spiritualized cultivators to the Tian Yuan universe. Just as Jingmen Shangyu had said, the main point was not to open the gate of heaven, but to go to Heaven's Prime. Once they went to Heaven's Prime, they could forget about coming back. When the sixth mainland had moved to the fifth mainland, many of the cultivators in the cosmic tree realm had also been transferred to the fifth mainland. There were also the three sovereign spacetime continuums. Lu Yin had done this many times before, so he was very familiar with the process. However, none of them had ever been on such a large scale. This was a task that would take a long time. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to solve the hive crisis first. To the spiritualized cultivators, whether or not the Tian Yuan universe's crisis was resolved depended on Lu Yin, not themselves. If Lu Yin said it wasn't resolved, then it wasn't resolved. People need freedom, but sometimes, freedom may not be right. One person was willing to exchange his life for freedom, but that didn't mean that everyone was willing to do the same. This was the general trend. The Plain Master sect could not reject him. They had to go to the Tian Yuan universe. Otherwise, no one could be sure if he would spread the truth. When Lu Yin was around, the Master Su's sect had supported him and had a good relationship with him. If Lu Yin wasn't around, who knew what he would do? He couldn't afford to be careless in this matter. This was the case for the Master Su's sect, the experts of the 36 domains, Shi Xiu, and the others. This first batch could bring most of the spiritualized universe experts to the Tian Yuan universe. There would be a second batch and a third batch. Things would be different then. They might not necessarily be willing. Another half a month passed, and in outer space, the karma spiral pierced through sentient life forms. Karma was the end, and Lu Yin continued to search for Buin. This was the last of the 13 celestial phenomena in the consciousness universe, and it had always been hiding in the spiritualized universe's parallel spacetime. Even though it posed no threat to Lu Yin, it could increase his consciousness, so why not? You're that Lu Yin. Why do you have such a strong consciousness? Impossible, your consciousness is still above old heads. Buin's form was that of a woman. She was rather beautiful, but now her beautiful face had lost all color. Lu Yin did not waste any more words with her. Consciousness life forms were not real people, so there was no need for him to hold back. Soon after, his consciousness increased a little. Then, he went to heavens beyond and dragged Yi Meng away under Zi Tianchu's gaze. Yi Meng had been locked up here all this time. After absorbing another celestial phenomenon, Lu Yin's consciousness increased once more. And at that moment, the 4 spacetime battleships were ready. Countless cultivators from the spiritualized universe boarded the battleships as they waited to head to the Tian Yuan universe. Lu Yin stood outside the Gate of Laws, wanting to break through the complete wheel and see the Gate of Laws. However, the Great Master's constant reminders made him give up on this plan. Thank you for not making things difficult for me. It was Chowie of Death Hill, the master of the 6th peak. Behind Chowie was a group of Death Hill cultivators, all of whom had cold expressions and overflowing killing intent. It was obvious at a glance that they were different from ordinary cultivators. Lu Yin didn't even turn around. Did the headmaster send you? Yes. Staring at the Gate of Arts. Chowie looked at the Gate of Laws. Mr. Lu didn't make a move and mentioned the Great Master. Did the Great Master say something to Mr. Lu? Lu Yin looked at Chowie and raised his hand. Under the vigilant gazes of the Death Hill cultivators, he patted Chowie's shoulder. Guard it well. The great master said that this place is very important. With that, he left. Chowi watched Lu Yin's figure leave, and his gaze landed on his shoulder. He wanted to avoid it, but he couldn't move. This person was much stronger than when he was in the consciousness universe. Destroying the spring and autumn jade, Qing clan, slashing the 4 realms with his sword, suppressing Xingfan, and withdrawing from spiritualization. This was Lu Yin. This person would break through to the eternal realm one day. Right, help me tell Xingfan to use her spirit threads to scan the entire spiritualized universe and see if there are any insect nests that we missed, Lu Yin said as he looked back. Chowi was surprised. Xingfan. She's willing. Lu Yin smiled. Let her do it. I said so. With that, he disappeared. The Death Hill cultivators stared blankly. This was too domineering. Directly ordering the defense deity to do something. Right, Xingfan was no longer the defense deity, but even if she was stripped of her position, she was still a peak expert at bitter adversity. Chowi took a deep breath. Xingfan was not easy to get along with in the 9th heaven universe. Aside from the eternal ruler, she dared not give face to anyone. Would she really listen? It seemed that this person's fight with Xingfan had a secret that outsiders could not see. A few days later, Lu Yin landed on the rebooted battleships and looked around. Many spiritualized cultivators were satisfied, as there were more than expected. Although the spiritualized universe hated the 9th heaven universe for plundering their resources, they also yearned for it. As he scanned the area with his consciousness, his expression suddenly changed and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already outside the 4 battleships, on a desolate planet. An old man was standing there, looking at the battleships with a complicated expression. Lu Yin suddenly appeared in front of the old man. The old man stared at Lu Yin in a daze, and his eyes widened. He slowly knelt down and shouted respectfully, Master Lu. Lu Yin supported the old man and stared at him in shock. Calamity. The old man's eyes were red, and tears streamed down his face. It's me, Master Lu. It's me. I'm Calamity. Lu Yin looked at Calamity. How did you become like this? Calamity grabbed Lu Yin's arm tightly and laughed. It's worth it. Everything is worth it. To be able to see Master Lu again, my death is worth it. What's going on? Calamity panted heavily. His body was in a very bad state. Lu Yin had used his absolute cultivation to change Calamity's physique, filling his body with strength once more. However, Calamity was just an ordinary person. He had never cultivated before, and his strength came from ancestor Aka. No matter how strong Lu Yin's cultivation was, he could not help Calamity recover. Calamity's body had completely deteriorated, and his vitality had long since disappeared. It was not easy for him to hold on, and this was his current state. The only thing Lu Yin could do was keep him alive and let him continue living. His cultivation was gone, but he could live for a very long time. Thank you, Master Lu. Thank you, Master Lu. It's worth it. Everything is worth it. I can finally see Master Lu again. Calamity mumbled as he continued to talk about his experiences. Lu Yin listened quietly, and it was more or less as he had guessed. However, he had not expected that the person who had brought Calamity to the spiritualized universe with the hive was Uncle Jiang. Calamity had brought the hive all the way here and left it in the spiritualized universe. As time passed, his body could not hold on any longer, and his cultivation had disappeared. He had tried his best to board the battleship and return home, but he could only barely explore the universe and did not have any battle power. How could he board the battleship? In the end, he had been left on this planet to die. If Lu Yin had not used his consciousness to scan the surroundings, he would not have discovered Calamity. During this time, Luin had been searching for bugs while also looking for old friends from the Tian Yuan universe. However, the spiritualized universe was too large, and his consciousness could not scan the entire universe. Many bugs had also escaped to parallel universes, which made it very difficult for him to find Calamity. He had left his hopes for the end. The 4 battleships had headed to the Tian Yuan universe. If someone from the Tian Yuan universe had brought the hive here, then it would definitely follow the battleships back to the Tian Yuan universe. In the end, he had guessed correctly. Calamity had indeed wanted to follow the battleships back, but he did not have the ability to board them. Luin was glad that he had not given up, or else Calamity would have died here. Master Lu, I did not disappoint the Tian Yuan universe. I threw the hive into the spiritualized universe, Calamity said excitedly. Luin was moved and nodded. He praised, "You're very good. Calamity, let's go. I'll take you home." Calamity was excited. He had thought that he would die in the spiritualized universe, and from the moment he had left the Tian Yuan universe, he had been prepared to die in the spiritualized universe. He had never thought that he would have a chance to go back. If he did not leave the Tian Yuan universe, he would never understand his loneliness. As long as he had the chance, he wanted to return to the Tian Yuan universe. Even if he died, he wanted to die in the Tian Yuan universe. The Tian Yuan universe was his home. Luin brought Calamity onto the battleship and did not say anything else. He immediately gave the order to set sail. Their destination was the Tian Yuan universe. The 4 spacetime battleships started moving and headed towards the Tian Yuan universe. When the reboot was thrown out by the springboard, Luin once again saw the square-inch distance. However, after the Night Pillar expedition, he knew that the square-inch distance in front of him was still very small. It was just the square-inch distance in the 9 firmaments universe. The true core distance was something that even the 9 heavens universe had to hide. Self-knowledge was the strongest weapon a civilization could use to gain a foothold in the universe. Humans had to know their own limits. Just as the spacetime battleship set off towards Torch City, someone in the northern region of the 9 heavens universe looked at the gate of heaven and muttered to himself, "Let's go. If you don't go, I won't be able to come. From the start, I was ahead of you, but now, you're ahead of me. You don't know that the faster you go, the faster you'll see the darkness." With that, he turned around and disappeared. The void distorted where he had been standing, and a figure appeared. It was a woman wearing long white boots. Her hair was equally white, and she looked like a snow maiden. When she appeared, the surrounding air turned cold, but it was only limited to a radius of 1 meter. Anything beyond that was normal. The woman was looking for traces of that person when her expression suddenly changed. A figure appeared behind her. "You're looking for me." She slowly turned around and looked at the person. "You're looking for me, right? I'm curious. How did you track me? It looks like I underestimated you." The woman stared at the person. "You're the Eternal." That person was indeed the Eternal. He had used the spiritualization to break through the gate of heaven and enter the 9 heavens universe. "That's right." The woman stared into the Eternal's eyes. Her eyes were clearly spirited, but they were also lifeless. She was clearly looking at the Eternal, but it also seemed like she wasn't looking at him. It was terrifying. A moment later, her expression changed and became incredulous. "How is that possible? You?" The Eternal smiled and looked at the woman. "Is it strange? How is it useless? If not for the fact that I wasn't confident, why would I betray you? He was really willing to tell you my bone language. Unfortunately, even if he came personally, it would be useless." The woman's face was pale, even whiter than her hair. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39:14. Yongheng raised his hand and touched the woman's face. "What's your name?" The woman did not answer. Yongheng smiled. "Don't worry, you can answer." The woman's pupils shrank. "Me too." Yongheng nodded. "Of course, listen to me. Tell me, what's your name?" The woman hesitated for a moment and replied softly, "Qing Shui." After that, she clenched her fist as if waiting for something. After a while, nothing happened. She was overjoyed. "No, really, you really helped me suppress the bone language." Yongheng smiled. "Yes." Qing Shui took a few steps back and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, senior, thank you for helping me." Yongheng said, "Helping you? Have you ever thought that perhaps I can also control your bone language?" Qing Shui's expression changed as she looked at Yongheng in disbelief. Yongheng stared at her. In the next second, Qing Shui could not help but raise her hand. Her white and smooth palm was suddenly torn apart. The bone came from the palm, tearing her skin from the inside out. Blood dripped down, reflecting her pale face. She was shocked. "How can you know my bone language? Don't you know that if the gap is too big, it can also be controlled?" "All right, tell me your current situation." Yongheng spoke slowly. His voice was still so gentle, but to Qing Shui's ears, it was scarier than anyone else. She had no choice but to tell Yongheng everything he wanted to know. After an hour, Yongheng sighed. "You're really not idle. You're much faster than I thought. You're from Hidden Sky City's Qing clan, right? If that's the case, you've really found him." Qing Shui said bitterly, "This is my father's greatest regret. 100 Kill Libra's bloodline is in charge of the Qing clan. My bloodline is responsible for finding him. My father found him and was given the bone language. He had to fake his death and join them. Our bloodline is the same. Then, Duke Qing exterminated the Qing clan's bloodline and forced 100 Kill Libra to fight Lu Yin. In the end, he buried himself. Was that also your plan?" Qing Shui didn't deny it. "The Qing clan must disappear. If he succeeds, the Qing clan will be reborn in a different form. If he fails, our bloodline can still leave behind descendants and let the Qing clan reappear. 100 Kill Libra is too stupid. He didn't even realize that Duke Qing was going to wipe out the direct descendants of the Qing clan. Of course, this is also related to us. It was us who guided Duke Qing to think of this method, and it was also us who told him the location of the hidden members of 100 Kill Libra. Every family can't guarantee that they won't be destroyed, so they will hide their direct descendants. The 100 Kill scale can hide from everyone, but it can't hide from us. If not for the fact that his hidden clansmen have all been killed, how could he have risked everything to fight Lu Yin? But we didn't interfere with Duke Xing's attack. He did it with his own strength, so it's destined that their bloodline will perish. The Eternals praised. Good moves. 100 Kill Tian Qing would never have guessed that the destruction of the Qing clan was orchestrated by you. You were cautious and did not interfere with Qing Gong's attack. Otherwise, your whereabouts would not have been hidden from Lu Yin. He has comprehended karma." Qing Shui was shocked that Lu Yin has comprehended karma. The Eternals clasped his hands behind his back. "Yes, he can be considered a good opponent." Qing Shui was afraid. At that time, she had suggested that her father help because she was afraid that Qing Gong would be discovered. Once he was discovered, the 100 Kill scale would definitely be able to capture him, and the plan would have failed. Fortunately, her father was cautious and did not interfere. Karma was an omnipotent power to the cultivators of the Zhuxiao universe. Lu Yin had previously revealed a power that was second only to the eternal ruler, but Qing Shui was not afraid. She knew too well what was hidden behind her back, but it was different now. Lu Yin had actually comprehended karma. Would he be so easy to deal with? There was also this Eternals in front of her. This guy had once betrayed her, and now he had returned. Not only was he not controlled by Guyu, but he had also suppressed her Guyu. What did he want to do? Follow me. I will help you break free from all control. The Eternals smiled at Qing Shui. Qing Shui stared at him blankly. Did she have a choice? Then what do I have to do? Go back and watch him. Tell me that I will take everything he has. Thank him for everything he has prepared for me. The high and mighty eternal ruler, Yu Zhuxiao, Yu Tianxia, and Death Hill are all in the center. These people's gazes are all focused on the square inch. They have never looked down. How nostalgic. It's time for the Eternals to reappear. 2 years passed, and the 4 spacetime class battleships had already crossed the second springboard. They had been traveling the square inch for 2 years. Calamity sat at the bow of the ship and looked at the deep starry sky. His excitement had already calmed down. He did not know how the Tian Yuan universe was doing. Wu Jiang had returned 1 step earlier. He should be able to resolve the crisis of the hive. How long has it been since Wu Jiang left the Tian Yuan universe? Lu Yin's voice sounded. Calamity stood up and bowed. Master Lu. Lu Yin gestured with his hand. Calamity straightened up and replied, 117 years. Lu Yin sighed, 117 years. That's really far away. For cultivators, more than 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. But for Lu Yin, how long had his entire cultivation life been? 100 years was definitely a long time. One had to know that He Wuxian had given Lu Yin a chance of 100,000 years. Who would have thought that in just a few hundred years, Lu Yin had spiritualized the Tian Yuan universe and caused such a huge change in the entire human universe? The person Calamity admired the most was Lu Yin. Lu Yin could do what others could not, so he was Master Lu. He was the faith of the entire Tian Yuan universe. He could not imagine what kind of frenzy the Tian Yuan universe would erupt once Lu Yin returned. In the past, when Wu Jiang had set off, he had been prepared to die. At that time, some people had fantasized that one day, Lu Yin would return to the Tian Yuan universe with mighty power and eradicate all existences that were enemies of the human race. Their fantasies had finally become reality. Perhaps those fantasies were not delusional, but they understood Lu Yin too well. They had witnessed Lu Yin's growth every step and witnessed too many miracles. Some people were called miracles, but for Lu Yin, they were called goals. Lu Yin looked at the square inch in a daze. His calm expression could not hide the excitement in his heart. He was finally going home. Another half a month passed, and one day, Lu Yin saw a door suddenly appear. It opened, and a figure walked out from within. It was a figure that could not be looked at directly. It contained a distance that could not be seen. It was clearly there, but it gave off an untouchable feeling. Lu Yin could not see its appearance clearly. The door, coupled with this feeling, allowed Lu Yin to immediately recognize this person as Startlegate Shangyu. Junior Lu Yin greets Senior Startlegate Shangyu. Lu Yin hurriedly bowed. Why had Shangyu come? The war in the Panasonic universe is tragic. The 2nd, 4th, and 6th night pillars might not be able to hold on. Qinglian and the Blood Tower are far away from the square inch. I have to guard the 9 firmaments and cannot leave. Lu Yin, don't return to the Tian Yuan universe for now. Help support the Panasonic universe. Lu Yin was shocked. The 3 night pillars are about to lose. Almost. Without support, they will definitely lose. Lu Yin did not want to go. He just wanted to return to the Tian Yuan universe. The war in the Panasonic universe had been initiated by the 9 firmaments universe. Since they were going to lose, they could just return and wait for Qinglian and the others to help. Lu Yin, how has the 9 firmaments universe treated you? Lu Yin's expression was solemn. To be honest, the nine firmaments universe had treated him well. He had dominated the nine firmaments, and the eternal protector had not interfered. When he had spiritualized, he had even attacked the startling Sparrow Terrace. The startled gate Shangyu had not intervened, and the azure lotus Shangyu had wanted to give him the seven fairies. The blood tower Shangyu had also explicitly asked his disciple, Wei Heng, to rope him in. No matter what the others in the nine firmaments universe thought, the three supremes had treated him well. The reinforcements from the Tian Yuan universe have not changed. The four battleships are still there, but you are missing. It does not affect the overall situation. However, the war in the Panasonic universe is very important. There are some things that you will understand after experiencing them. Some wars must be fought. Lu Yin was curious. Senior, you are in charge of the nine firmaments universe. How do you know the war in the Panasonic universe is tragic? If the startled gate Shangyu had seen the war in the Panasonic universe, he would definitely have helped. If not, could it be that the nine firmaments universe could maintain contact with the nine firmaments universe? That would be amazing. He Fangshan, you don't need to ask about the specifics. Consider this trip as the nine firmaments universe asking for your help. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. I will return with you. Please wait for me for a moment. I will give you an explanation. Sure. Lu Yin wanted to ensure that this group of spiritualized cultivators would not cause any trouble in the Tian Yuan universe. He also needed someone to protect Calamity. The Plain Master sect was the best candidate. Not long after, Lu Yin passed through the gate and returned to the nine firmaments universe. He had thought that the startled gate Shangyu could only open the nine firmaments universe. It seemed that he had underestimated her. The eternal life realm's methods were unfathomable. It was not easy to see through them. Not long after Lu Yin returned to the nine firmaments universe, an order spread throughout the nine firmaments universe. From today onwards, Lu Yin will be the fifth Night Pillar's Night Leader. He will be ordered to support the Panasonic universe. We will set off in 2 months. Anyone who participates in the war in the Panasonic universe can, in the nine firmaments universe, a loud voice reverberated throughout the vast heavens and earth. Countless cultivators looked up. Support the Panasonic universe? The war in the Panasonic universe seemed to be very tragic. Back then, those people had thought that the war in the Panasonic universe would be simple and had fought to go. Many people had died. The fifth Night Pillar wanted to support them, but the Night Leader was still Lu Yin. Some people were conflicted. Should they go or not? With Lu Yin as the Night Leader, supporting the fifth Night Pillar would not make the war go smoothly. However, even if they were going to lose, they would not need to support the fifth Night Pillar so quickly. Furthermore, Lu Yin's combat power was extremely strong. Even now, no one could see through him. With him leading the way, once the Panasonic universe was defeated, their status would be different. Furthermore, the battle merits obtained in the war would allow them to improve quickly. Don't think about it. Let's go. Isn't it just the Panasonic universe? Do you think I'm afraid of those creatures from other universes? Count me in. 2 months is enough for me to reach the fifth Night Pillar. This might be the opportunity I'm waiting for. Idiots. 3 Night Pillars have already gone, and you still want to support the fifth Night Pillar. Even Lu Yin has become the Night Leader. Can't you imagine how tragic it will be? You'll just be courting death if you go. That might not be the case. If it really gets that tragic, it won't be voluntary. Instead, it will be forcibly conscripted. At that time, you and I won't be able to go just because we want to. The disciples of all the major forces in the 4 domains will be taken away. I don't think we should go. Who is Lu Yin? He's equivalent to half an eternal realm cultivator, but he still wants to support them. It's obvious how tragic the situation is. Even an eternal realm cultivator went on an expedition to the Garter Sky universe. Luin can't compare to an eternal realm cultivator, so the casualties are not as tragic as expected. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39:15. Countless people were talking about it. The major factions immediately gave out missions. They also hoped that some disciples would go on the expedition. Regardless of whether they lived or died, the factions would be rewarded. It would be even better if some disciples could rise to the top with this battle. War was a gamble. One's life was used as a bet for the future. In the east, Wujia looked miserable. Do we really have to go? People will die. Our great dream sky has never done this kind of charging and breaking through enemy lines. Wuching sighed. This is the only way for you to unlock your power. I saw Lu Yin, and I don't dare to talk to him. We are from the great dream sky. We can't even withstand one strike from Lu Yin. Is it that exaggerated? It's definitely not exaggerated. Wujia, the fifth night pillar is your only home. Go. Mr. Ibai, who was also in the east, looked to the south. The fifth night pillar. It's time to repay the debt. Then, he took out his cultivation spirit. The spring and autumn slip was destroyed, but the disciples who did not attack Lu Yin were still alive. Mr. Ibai was also alive. Because of his past conduct, he was given a powerful cultivation spirit. He had wanted to die as an ordinary person and did not plan to use his cultivation spirit. Now, he wanted to atone for his sins. The spring and autumn slip was destroyed, but it did not mean that he had paid for his sins. The spring and autumn slip had stolen so many cultivation spirits, which made him feel uneasy. Dying on the battlefield was the best ending. In the north, under the mother tree, Lang Ryu grabbed the tree tightly. I'm not going. Don't force me. I won't go even if I die. Long black hair wrapped tightly around Lang Ryu's arm, trying to pull him down. Kunin, don't force me. Dalong, let's go together. The fifth night pillar is waiting for us. I'm not going, you crazy woman. Don't drag me down if you want to die. Are the people of the Great Five Palaces so cowardly? Yes, they are. Then you should go. Courage is the only motivation for you to live. My motivation to live on is to stay away from that Lu Yin. Because of Lu Yin. Okay, let's go and persuade him not to participate in this war. If he goes down, we go up. Do you think I'm an idiot? He is the night leader. I'm not going. Dalong, let's go together. In the western regions, a gloomy man was flying towards the mother tree. He wanted to use the celestial rope to go to the southern regions and join the fifth night pillar. His name was Li, and he was from the Spiritual Alliance. He had come from the spiritual universe and used to be a strong cultivator from the spiritual universe. He had fought against Qian Men Fei Du for the position of Master of Celestial Hands, but he had failed and had been brought to the continent of the Nine Clouds. This trip to the fifth night pillar was not for the war, but rather to explain the situation to Lu Yin on Hui's behalf. During the spiritualization transformation, Lu Yin had killed Lan in front of everyone, and he had even mentioned that Lan was related to the Eternals. This matter had already reached Hui's ears, and she had immediately panicked. Lan was her disciple, and she was afraid that Lu Yin would implicate her. She had been thinking about how to explain things to Lu Yin. This time, it just so happened that Lu Yin had become the fifth night pillar, so she had sent Li to join the fifth night pillar to express her sincerity and explain things as clearly as possible. She did not want to be inexplicably nailed to the ground one day. He had been feeling uneasy during this period of time. On the mother tree, there were 9 layers of blood. The blood-colored land stretched on endlessly. 2 silhouettes were engaged in a frenzied battle. One held a long saber while the other held a huge blood scroll. They were Gan Mo and Wei Heng. The two fought for a full 3 days before stopping. The reactivation of the Lawn universe has indeed improved you a lot. In at most 100 years, you will be able to overcome bitter adversity. You might even surpass me immediately. Gan Mo kept his saber and praised. Wei Heng said in a low voice, "But senior brother, your saber skills are deteriorating." Gan Mo sighed and raised his saber to look at it. "You have a knot in your heart." Gan Mo said, "My saber was easily blocked by someone." Wei Heng said, "Lu Yin." "That's right. That finger not only blocked your saber, but it also blocked your temperament, making it difficult for you to improve." Gan Mo did not refute. He kept thinking about what happened that day. 2 fingers clamped his saber, and he had also lost something at that moment. Wei Heng kept the blood scroll. "I can't help you, but if you can walk out of your heart, your saber skills and your temperament will transform." "I know, but how can it be so easy to walk out of my heart?" "Do you hate Lu Yin?" "Of course not. My skills are not as good as his, so how can I hate him?" "Then let's go to the 5th night pillar." Gan Mo was surprised. "You want to participate in the universal war?" Wei Heng said, "Master asked me to rope him in." Gan Mo nodded. "I know, but you don't know how to speak." "I can look at him." Gan Mo was speechless. He recalled the first time he met Wei Heng. This guy had stared at him so hard that he had nightmares. In his dreams, there was a pair of eyes staring at him. "Junior brother, why don't you change your method?" Wei Heng did not understand. "Why? Is it useless?" Gan Mo wanted to say that it was not a problem of whether it was useful or not, but whether it would make enemies. However, when he thought about how their master was the Blood Tower protector, even if Lu Yin was unhappy, he would not do anything. Thus, he did not say anything. "Do you want to go to the 5th night pillar?" Gan Mo shook his head. "I belong to the 8th night pillar, so I can't go." "You go, but be careful. This universal war is definitely not simple. To a certain extent, Lu Yin is half an eternal realm, and he was ordered to resolve the spiritualization. Even under such circumstances, he was sent to participate in the war. You can imagine how difficult it is." "I understand. I'll take my leave then." In Yihai, Jinglian was troubled. Should he go to the 5th night pillar? Wei Heng had actually gone to the 5th night pillar, so he could not fall behind. No matter what, he had to keep an eye on Lu Yin on behalf of his master and not let him join the Blood Tower. However, he really did not want to go. In the 9 heavens, the 4th night pillar had the most disciples, and the leader was Senior Mingjue. He had never thought of joining the 4th night pillar, or else he would have joined the 4th night pillar long ago. Now that he wanted to join the 5th night pillar's expedition to the universe, wouldn't it be awkward if he met Senior Mingjue? He had rejected Senior Mingjue's invitation back then. If he did not join, what if Wei Heng pulled Lu Yin away? He felt that he had to share his master's burden. Now that his master was not around, he could not let Wei Heng have his way. When he thought about this, he gritted his teeth and decided to join. "Master, I have sacrificed too much for you." The 5th night pillar's expedition order disrupted many people's plans. Throughout the 9 heavens, many cultivators gathered in the southern region. The 5th night pillar was located at the border between the southern region and the eastern region. Lu Yin was currently at the Startling Sparrow Terrace, and he could borrow the power of the Startling Gate to enter the 5th night pillar. However, after looking at the route, he decided to go by himself. He would pass by Mount Hafong halfway, and there was still Duke Wei's corpse there. people from Lone Swan Island and the Chio Nan clan had told him that Duke Wei's corpse was being targeted by a fiend. Unless he went by himself, he would not be able to obtain it. This trip would be a good opportunity for him to take a look and see what kind of fiend the Chio Nan clan was afraid of. Moreover, Fangs Han had been the one to investigate the situation in the universe, and he was very curious as to how they had done so. Perhaps he could use this information in the Tian Yuan universe in the future. Half a month later, there were constant battles at the foot of Mount Hafang, and the stench of blood never disappeared. Someone came down from Mount Hafang and attacked fiercely, killing his enemies before heading north. This person would be safe for 100 years. He was now a disciple of the Eternal Life sect and had nothing to fear. Get lost. This person was in a hurry to find his enemies. News of him ascending Mount Hafang must have spread, and if he was late, his enemies would escape. The person in front of him did not avoid him and continued walking. The person was furious and casually waved his hand, but it was like a normal person smashing into a mountain wall. Intense pain traveled up his arm, and his body was flung away by an irresistible force before crashing into the ground. When he looked again, the person in front of him had already disappeared. The person stared in the direction of Mount Hafang in a daze. That person had gone to Mount Hafang, and when he thought about it carefully, his expression suddenly changed. That face belonged to Lu Yin, the same Lu Yin who had cut through the 4 filaments with his sword and dared to attack the startled Sparrow Terrace. It was no wonder that he had not even been able to retaliate. He felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, Lu Yin had not been heavy-handed, or he would have been in deep trouble. The identity of a disciple of the Eternal Life sect was indeed difficult to deal with, but it also depended on who the person was facing. That Lu Yin was clearly a lawless person. Even if Lu Yin had killed him in a moment of impulse, he would not be able to come back to life no matter how high the price was. His enemies would continue to roam free and unfettered. The person exhaled and stopped thinking about it. He would not cross paths with Lu Yin again. Those who ascended Mount Hafang were the furthest away from death for 100 years. After 100 years, they would be the closest to death. Everything in the world had nothing to do with him anymore. On the other side, Lu Yin arrived at the foot of Mount Hafang and looked up. Mount Hafang was not very majestic. Although it towered into the clouds, there were too many such mountains in the continent of the 9 clouds. The branches of the mother tree were far taller than the peak of the mountain, and when they drooped down, they were enough to block out the sun. This was a mountain that only those who had passed through bitter adversity could ascend. There had to be a mystery behind it. Lu Yin wanted to try, but Mount Hafang held a special meaning. He did not want to make things difficult for the Eternal Life sect. As he thought about it, he took a step forward and disappeared. In front of him, on a low peak, a bottle of wine slid down the side of the mountain. The drunkard slowly stood up and looked into the distance. He was here. His eyes suddenly became clear. He wanted to prove that everything his master had said was correct. Mount Haksong was surrounded by vengeance, and the most worthless things were lives. When Lu Yin stepped foot on Mount Hafang, everyone felt as if their hearts were being grasped by something. With each step, the earth, mountains, and dust trembled. Lu Yin walked step by step towards Duke's corpse. It had been there for a long time, and no one had been able to approach it. Duke's corpse was some distance away, and the people from Lone Swan Island were also watching. Zhang Hongyun suppressed his excitement and did not allow himself to make a sound. Mr. Lu had finally arrived, and he wondered what would happen with that fiend. During his time at Mount Hafang, he had heard legends about that fiend. It was even more shocking than when the Kainan clan had been forced to retreat. No one dared to provoke that fiend, and no one dared to go to Mount Hafang. Not long after, Lu Yin stopped beside Duke Hafang's corpse and looked up at the low peak not far away. He saw the drunkard. The man's body swayed twice, and he stood up. His eyes grew clearer as he looked at Lu Yin. It was supposed to be a simple matter, but you made it complicated, Lu Yin said calmly. This person was definitely an expert, and there weren't many people in the entire Nine Firmaments universe who could give Lu Yin such a feeling. Even Yu Sang Tian, Xing Fan, and the others gave Lu Yin a deeper feeling. Although this feeling did not represent true power, it reflected it to a certain extent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39:16. On top of the mountain, the man grinned. My name is Qing Xing. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Mr. Lu. Lu Yin stared at him. What's your purpose? To verify a statement. What statement? Someone said that I'm the ultimate fighter under immortality. Whatever that person says, I have to defend. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. If that person says that the mountain is not a mountain and the water is not water, you will still defend it? Qing Xing laughed. That's right, as long as that person says it, I will make the earth have no mountains and the world have no water. Lu Yin laughed. Many people say that I'm crazy, but you're even crazier than me. I'm curious, who is that person? Mi Jinyu. Lu Yin was surprised. Mi Jinyu. Qing Xing looked serious. I'm Mi Jinyu's disciple, Qing Xing. Today, I invited Mr. Lu here to verify a statement. The ultimate fighter under immortality, is it you or me? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. That's not an invitation, it's a threat. At least Mr. Lu is here. As long as I can verify it, you can take the corpse away. If I beat you, I can take the corpse away even if you stop me. This is not a deal. You led me here, so I took a detour. You have to pay the price. Qing Xing was stunned, then laughed again. Mr. Lu, you're crazy enough to make me pay the price. No one has done it since Master died. Lu Yin nodded. I believe you, but only until this moment. Qiu Nanjun told him that Qing Xing wanted to compete with him to see how big the gap was. At that time, Lu Yin thought that Qing Xing wanted to see the gap, but he didn't expect that Qing Xing wanted to verify his strength. Qing Xing looked at Lu Yin from top to bottom. Can we not use the immortality substance? It doesn't matter. Lu Yin didn't care. Qing Xing waved his hand, and the smell of alcohol dissipated. The heavens and earth shook, and the sky darkened. Around Hefang Mountain, all the cultivators looked at Qing Xing in shock. They saw that Qing Xing was completely different from before. His whole body was pitch black, as if he had fallen into the boundless darkness of the stars. Only his eyes were bright like a monster. Bang! Qing Xing took a step forward and floated in the air. His aura skyrocketed and a gust of air rose from his feet. Then, it rushed into the sky and engulfed the heavens and earth. Suddenly, the heavens and earth lost their light and stirred up the wind and clouds. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The world had changed, and this person had changed as well. He raised a hand, and the space around him, including time, changed as well. Gray strands twined around his finger, repeating the scene that had just occurred. Occasionally, he could even see scenes from a few days ago, or even dozens of days ago. Zhang Hongyun trembled. Fear engulfed him. The more he looked at Qing Xing, the more he could feel the terrifying power that had erupted from Qing Xing at that moment. It was a power that could devour one's mind. Zhang Hongyun's vision blurred. He hurriedly averted his gaze, not daring to look again, but his mind was in chaos. His thoughts were in chaos at this moment. Qing Xing took another step forward, and the airflow suddenly increased. Lu Yin was astonished, it could still explode. At the same time, a storm was brewing in the southern region. Countless people looked at Hefang Mountain and saw a stream of air rushing into the sky, connecting the heavens and the earth. It seemed to have surpassed the mother tree. What's going on? Such a grand scene left everyone stupefied. Everyone who looked over felt their eyes becoming chaotic, finding it difficult to maintain their composure. Countless people shed tears of blood. And that sense of chaos was still expanding. An elder looked up at the sky and lamented, "Mi Jin Shangyu, this is Mi Jin Shangyu's power." Mi Jin Shangyu is not dead yet. Grandpa, what did you say? This is Mi Jin Shangyu's power. Kneel down. Mi Jin Shangyu is not dead yet. The heavens are protecting the 9 heavens. The heavens are protecting the 9 heavens. Greetings, Mi Jin Shangyu. Mi Jin Shangyu. Countless cultivators who had been rushing towards the 5th night pillar stopped and looked at the airflow. At the 5th night pillar, Qiu Nanjun stood in front of the war drum and bowed emotionally. Greetings, Mi Jin Shangyu. Sword Master Taizong, Lian Jing, and the rest bowed as well. The entire southern region was shaken. At the startled sparrow terrace on the mother tree's crown, startled Gate Shangyu looked at the airflow that connected the heavens and the earth, the chaotic ancient Qi manual. I saw it again. I thought that your disciple would never make a move again. Mi Jin, you can rest in peace. The appearance of the airflow caused the entire 9 heavens to boil. Countless people bowed emotionally. Only the people of Hefang Mountain knew that it wasn't Mi Jin Shangyu, it was Meng Xian. They hadn't thought that Meng Xian could use Mi Jin Shangyu's power. Their hearts were in a mess. They didn't dare look at it again. They didn't even dare think about it. If one looked at the 9 heavens from the universe, they would realize that they couldn't see Hefang Mountain at all. That was the chaotic ancient Qi manual. When Qing Xing took another step, he was already in front of Lu Yin. He pointed at Lu Yin and the airflow suddenly shrank. Then, he pointed at Lu Yin. The earth and the sky were back to normal. He condensed the energies of the earth and the sky in one finger. He could destroy the universe and turn the world upside down. That finger was Qing Xing's most powerful attack. It came from the chaotic ancient Qi manual. It came from Mi Jin Shangyu's strength. Mi Jin Shangyu had confirmed that he had reached the limit of his fighting abilities under immortality. No kind of strength could remain in front of that finger. Lu Yin watched the finger descend. His eyebrows twitched, and a cold qi enveloped his body. He felt a sense of danger. Without immortality, someone could actually make him feel threatened. It was a familiar feeling, one he hadn't felt in a long time. It made him feel hot-blooded. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. He couldn't help but want to use his battle force. He raised his hand and pressed down. The air froze. Between Qing Xing and Lu Yin, 2 arms froze in the air. One was from Qing Xing, and the other was from Lu Yin. His hand pressed down on the finger, and they both stopped at the same time. 2 airflows intertwined and then pressed down on the ground. The airflow dispersed and their hair fluttered. Around Hefang Mountain, everyone was waiting for an earth-shattering battle, but all they got was a gust of wind. There was nothing. Zhang Hongyun suppressed his fear and looked over. He saw Qing Xing staring at his finger blankly. He couldn't move. He also saw Lu Yin with his left hand behind his back and his right hand pressed down on the air. He looked indescribably relaxed. Crack. The ground beneath his feet cracked. Qing Xing stared blankly at his finger. It had been suppressed. His chaotic ancient breath technique had been completely suppressed. The chaos had been forcibly straightened out, and the void was as stable as a mortal facing steel. What kind of power could actually suppress his finger? Lu Yin pulled back his hand and looked at his palm. It was really strong. He didn't know what the transformed battle force was. Perhaps the ancient gods could give him an answer. Previously, it had been so easily extinguished by Qing Xing Fan's peerless attack. Now, it was similarly suppressed by Qing Xing's finger. This wasn't just a matter of strength, it was a difference in level. Lu Yin put down his hand and looked at Qing Xing. Are you done? Qing Xing pulled back his hand and looked at Lu Yin. His eyes were still filled with shock and disbelief. How much of your strength did you use? Lu Yin thought for a moment. 50%. He hadn't used any of those, and saying that it was 50% was already a consolation. But it sounded harsh to Qing Xing's ears. He thought that he was the limit below immortality, but he couldn't even reach 50% of Lu Yin's strength. It was ridiculous. If Lu Yin had used 90% of his strength, Qing Xing could comfort himself with the fact that he had neglected his cultivation all these years. But 50%. How could he catch up? The gap was too big. He couldn't help but wonder if Lu Yin was really an immortal. Don't look at me like that. I'm not an immortal. Lu Yin guessed what he was thinking. Many people in Ninefall Universe had guessed it, but he really wasn't an immortal. Qing Xing smiled bitterly. This is the limit below immortality. I'm nothing. Master was wrong. Lu Yin didn't know what to say. He respected Mijin Shangyu, but Qing Xing was actually the limit below immortality. Yu Sang Tian and the others might not have been able to withstand that finger, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to fight anymore. It was a pity that he had met Lu Yin. Whether it was the Tianyuan universe, the spiritualized universe, or Ninefall universe, Lu Yin's existence was constantly changing people's perceptions. Even a powerhouse like Qing Xing's perception was refreshed. Lu Yin walked to Qin Gong's corpse, took off his cosmic ring, and checked it with his blood. There was indeed a void wall. Qin Gong had placed all his hopes on Qin Gong, but they didn't understand the horror of karma. Looking at Qin Gong again, Lu Yin made him disappear. The grudge was over. Mr. Lu, what else do you want me to pay? Qing Xing's voice sounded. Lu Yin looked at him. If I want to know about Hefeng Mountain, can you tell me? Qing Xing hesitated. It's the rule of Ninefall Universe that I can't reveal anything about Hefeng Mountain. Besides, I haven't climbed Hefeng Mountain, so I don't know what secrets it has. Lu Yin nodded and didn't ask any more. I can tell you a story. It was told to me by my master. Lu Yin was curious. I'm all ears. Qing Xing looked at Hefeng's Han and said, there was once a child who got lost and happened to meet a giant. The two got along very well, but the giant was not welcomed in its tribe and was often beaten up. One day, the giant's tribe found the child and wanted to eat it. The giant, who was on good terms with the child, took the child and ran away. Unfortunately, there were too many giants surrounding them. The child and the giant were trapped in the call, and there were giants in all directions. They couldn't escape. Fortunately, the call was very big, and it was impossible for there to be giants in every direction. The child thought of a way to make the giant tie himself to a huge bamboo pole and poke out of the call to see where there were giants and where there weren't. This method allowed the child to find the call where there were no giants guarding, and he successfully escaped with the giant. Qing Xing finished, and it was a very short story. However, this had allowed Lu Yin to recognize Hefeng Mountain clearly. This mountain was that bamboo pole, which was the source of the battle in the omnisensory universe. This was also the purpose of the cultivators who had ascended Hefeng Mountain. Lu Yin looked at Hefeng Mountain again, and there was more respect in his eyes. Regardless of the standpoints of Ninefall Universe and Tianyuan Universe, those who climbed Hefeng Mountain and eventually disappeared deserved respect, even if they had their own goals. Qing Xing looked at Hefeng Mountain and sighed, I'm leaving. I'll never come to Hefeng Mountain again. Lu Yin was surprised. Why? My master built Hefeng Mountain, and I've been guarding it for him. Unfortunately, I can't even verify his words, so how can I guard Hefeng Mountain? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39:17. Lu Yin looked at his back and asked, "What kind of person was Mi Jin Yu?" Qing Xing stopped and turned his back to Lu Yin. He thought for a moment before replying, "A busybody." "How did he die?" "Two retreated and one died." "Don't ask, or I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in the continent of the 9 firmaments. Remember, be smart and don't be a scapegoat." Lu Yin looked at Qing Xing's departing figure. "Two retreated and one died. A scapegoat. Was that so? Of the 2 who retreated, one must be the Blue Lotus Superior Yu, and the other must be the Blood Tower Superior Yu." At that time, the Wonder Gate Superior Yu had not yet reached the Eternal Realm. She only broke through the Eternal Realm after the expedition to the Mind Universe. To be honest, the 3 Supremes had been very good to him ever since he came to the continent of the 9 firmaments. It felt like they were indulging him, but he didn't want to believe it. However, he hadn't been in contact with them for long, so he didn't know what kind of people they were. He would rather trust Qing Xing and keep his guard up. From the Tianyuan universe to the continent of the 9 firmaments, Lu Yin had always been on high alert. In the distance, Zhang Hongyun and the others watched quietly. No one dared to disturb Lu Yin until Lu Yin looked at him and waved. Zhang Hongyun took a deep breath and walked over. "Mr. Lu." Lu Yin nodded. "Your Lonely Swan Island is very good." Zhang Hongyun was excited. "Thank you, Mr. Lu. It's an honor to work for you." Lu Yin released Zhang Yushu. Zhang Yushu saw Zhang Hongyun and was excited. "Grandpa." Zhang Hongyun glared at him. "Silence, don't you see Mr. Lu? Why aren't you saluting Mr. and thanking him for sparing your life?" Zhang Yushu wasn't stupid. He had thought it through the last time he came out and bowed. "Thank you for sparing my life, Mr. Lu. Yushu is very grateful." Lu Yin grunted. "Go back with your grandpa. You've worked hard." "I wouldn't dare." "It's my greatest fortune to be able to follow you, Mr. Lu," Zhang Yushu hurriedly said. Zhang Hongyun added, "Yushu hasn't had many opportunities since he was young. Meeting Mr. Lu is his greatest opportunity." Lu Yin smiled and tapped Zhang Yushu's arm. Zhang Yushu felt his meridian swell, and he subconsciously wanted to retract his arm, but he forcefully resisted the urge. He knew very well that if Lu Yin wanted to harm him, there was no need for him to waste his breath. He only felt that his entire arm was numb, and he couldn't feel anything. Zhang Hongyun looked and became more and more excited. As expected, working for Mr. Lu would be rewarded. He just didn't know what it was. Lu Yin pulled his hand back. "I'll fuse some power into your body. After a period of time, this power will strengthen your body and increase your strength. It'll be enough for you to surpass your peers, and if you encounter any life-threatening danger, you can use this power to save your life. As long as you're not facing an absolute powerhouse, I'll be able to protect you." Zhang Hongyun was overjoyed. "Yushu, quickly kowtow to Mr." Zhang Yushu hurriedly knelt down. "Thank you for the power, Mr. Thank you." He looked up, but Lu Yin had already disappeared. Zhang Yushu heaved a sigh of relief. His arm was still numb and he could not feel anything. Zhang Hongyun hurriedly helped his grandson up and touched his arm. He could feel a strong sense of strength and he exclaimed, "This Mr. Lu is indeed famous for his strength. He once used his strength to break the Spring and Autumn Jade Scroll and was invincible in this world. Even the Third Night Pillar, who was known as the ruler of strength, could not do this." Zhang Yushu nodded. "Grandpa, what did Mr. Lu do in the Ninefirmament's universe? It doesn't seem as simple as destroying the Spring and Autumn Scroll." "Are you that afraid of him?" Zhang Hongyun smiled bitterly. "Even if you know what he did, you'll still be afraid. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Let me tell you, when we heard that Mr. Liu wanted Lonely Swan Island to do something for him, the island master almost came personally. Every time you go back, you'll be treated differently. Haven't you always liked the island master's daughter, Jing? That won't be a problem. Zhang Yushu was overjoyed. Really? That's great. Zhang Hongyun sighed. It's a pity. If you can become his disciple, you'll reach the heavens in a single bound. Let alone Jing, even the 7 fairies can propose marriage. Who would dare say that you're not qualified? Zhang Yushu was puzzled. Then why didn't you mention it? Do you think such a small matter can make you his disciple? One must know one's limits and not be greedy. Wait until Lonely Swan Island does something for Mr. Liu, then we can try to mention it. Besides, there were some things that Zhang Hongyun didn't dare to say. He was afraid that Lu Yin would cause too much trouble and implicate Lonely Swan Island. Everyone had their own selfish motives, and Lone Swan Island had gone to great lengths to help Lu Yin not just for Zhang Yushu's sake, but also to establish a relationship with Lu Yin. However, if Lu Yin became an enemy of the entire continent of the 9 clouds, then Lone Swan Island's relationship with Lu Yin would also be destroyed. Now it seemed that Lu Yin was highly regarded by the 3 Eternal Lords, but he was still from the Tianyuan universe. No one could predict his future. Life in this world was often a gamble. If you won, you would reach the heavens in a single bound. If you lost, you would fall into the abyss. If Lonely Swan Island had the courage to gamble, it wouldn't be at the bottom of the rankings. A few days later, Lu Yin saw the 5th night pillar. Many cultivators in the sky and on the ground were heading towards it. Lu Yin hadn't expected that he would become the night head of the 5th night pillar. He didn't know what Sword Master Taizong was thinking. At this moment, Sword Master Taizong's expression was calm, but his disciple Sui Ding knew that he was feeling uneasy. That's right, it wasn't anger, but unease. Sword Master Taizong didn't want to go to the full sensory universe, not because Lu Yin had taken the position of Night Head, but because this battle wouldn't be easy. When had an expedition to the outer universe ever been easy? It was an entire universe with countless parallel universes that gave birth to countless life forms. No one knew what kind of civilization would be born. Even if the full sensory universe was understood in advance, it was impossible to understand everything. In the past, there had always been an eternal realm cultivator in charge of the outer universe, ready to take action at any time. However, this time, there was only Lu Yin. Lu Yin was very strong, but he wasn't an eternal realm cultivator. This made Sword Master Taizong uneasy. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. The full sensory universe should be equal to the Ninafirmament's universe, not something that could be destroyed by a few night pillars. Master, that is. Sword Master Taizong looked up. Lu Yin had arrived. Everyone in the 5th night pillar was silent. Lu Yin's arrival meant that the battle was near, and they would be leaving soon. Lu Yin's consciousness swept across the entire night pillar. He was now the night head, so he had the right to do so. There were quite a few familiar faces. Wei Heng and Jing Lian were here as well. Were they going to keep an eye on him? Wu Jie was here as well. It seemed like Dream Sky didn't want to interact with him and wanted him to deal with it himself. There was also Lang Ruyu, Ku Mu, and the others. Mr. Yi Bai. Lu Yin looked at a corner of the 5th night pillar, where Mr. Yi Bai was bowing to him. This person was one of the few people who had been praised in the Spring and Autumn Scroll. Lu Yin hadn't expected him to participate in the battle. There were originally many cultivators in the 5th night pillar. There were 2 people who had achieved the Great Circle of Ku Wo, Sword Master Taizong and Lian Jing. Now, there were many more experts, but there was no one who had achieved the Great Circle of Ku Wo. The 5th night pillar was very lively, but the atmosphere was much more solemn than when the 6th night pillar and the others had left. Reinforcements meant that the situation was unfavorable, and they didn't know what awaited them. Luin landed in front of Swordmaster Taitsang. Swordmaster Taitsang hurriedly bowed. Knight Chief. Wei Ding also hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Knight Chief. Luin said, I'll leave the arrangements for the 5th Night Pillar to you. Is that all right? Swordmaster Taitsang was helpless. He wasn't even the Knight Chief, but he had to do the Knight Chief's job. However, under the pressure of Lu Yin's gaze, he had no choice. Understood, Knight Chief. Luin found a place to rest. He also reminded Swordmaster Taitsang to not let Jing Lian and Wei Hing find him. He didn't want to be stared at by 2 men. Before Swordmaster Taitsang could react, Jing Lian and Wei Hing came over and asked where Luin was. Swordmaster Taitsang could only say that he didn't know. The 2 could only look around. Wei Ding was dumbfounded. Jing Lian and Wei Hing were both high and mighty eternal imperial disciples. Yet, they were left in the dust. Mr. Lu was too ruthless. Cultivators continued to join the 5th Night Pillar. It was only when the original departure time was reached that the 5th Night Pillar was sealed. Even if someone came, they couldn't join. Underground, the Tomorrow Beast let out a violent roar. Luin opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. A door appeared, towering between heaven and earth, appearing above the 5th Night Pillar. Luin bowed deeply. Greetings, Almighty Emperor. Greetings, Almighty Emperor. Greetings, Almighty Emperor. Countless voices gathered into a sea and spread out in a mighty manner. Even the roars of the Sun Beast were suppressed. A gentle voice came from the door. Sacrifice is necessary to survive. Since you are willing to enter the battlefield, you must have the determination and will to achieve. Live and win. You can obtain everything you want. In the name of the continent of the 9 clouds, I wish you a triumphant return. Dong! 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 War drums sounded and the ground shook. The Tomorrow Beast roared and raised the 5th Night Pillar. With a roar, the 5th Night Pillar turned into a shooting star and disappeared from the continent of the 9 clouds. At that moment, countless people in the continent of the 9 clouds watched. They had finally left. Who knew how many people would return? Some of them would definitely transform and bring about a change to the continent of the 9 clouds. After experiencing the 5th Night Pillar rushing out of the continent of the 9 clouds, it wasn't as shocking as the first time. Luin was more curious about the scroll that the Almighty Emperor had given him. It contained information about the war in the full sensory universe. He had said that he had to leave the continent of the 9 clouds to see it. As soon as he left the continent of the 9 clouds, he couldn't wait to open it. It was a 10-meter-long scroll with several scenes drawn on it. As the scroll opened, scenes rose into the sky. Although they were drawn by someone, they were vivid and lifelike, just like a real battlefield. The more Luin looked, the more solemn his expression became. He could understand why the continent of the 9 clouds had sent reinforcements. Just the scenes in this scroll showed that many cultivators had died, and the way they died was different. It was full of strangeness. He saw a group of cultivators standing on the ground, not daring to move. Their eyes were covered with black cloth, and they were like statues. They allowed the storm in the distance to approach and tear them apart. Even so, they didn't dare to move, as if they were waiting for death. He saw a group of cultivators fall as they walked, and full sensory creatures crawled out of their bodies. It was extremely cruel and horrifying. He saw a group of cultivators hiding on a planet, trembling. They died one by one as if they were being kept in captivity. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39:18. He saw a powerhouse unleashing a shocking amount of power, but in the end, he died with a wail. Among them, he also saw Luli standing at the top of the sixth night pillar. His body fell and slid down the ground, leaving behind a long trail of blood. Seeing the sixth night pillar spread to the fully sensed creatures, everyone there seemed to be dead. Tragic, only the word tragic could describe the scene on the scroll. It was no wonder why the fifth night pillar wanted to provide reinforcements, and why the alarmed emperor had intentionally let go of his spiritualization in order for Luyin to assist the Panasonic universe. Luli was a powerhouse at the great circle of crossing bitter calamity, yet he died just like that. His death was so strange, and there were no visible external injuries. His internal organs must have been turned into particles. This was a method that omnipotent lifeforms used to kill other lifeforms. It entered the body, replaced the organs, and killed the creature. It was a very simple process, but it caused the second, fourth, and sixth night pillars of the expedition to suffer. Lu Yin called Swordmaster Taizong and the others over to look at the scroll together. The Taizong Swordmaster was shocked. Tsonggu. He pointed at the cultivator who had displayed a shocking power but had died while howling in grief. His name is Tsonggu. He was a second night pillar who had passed the great circle of bitter adversity. Even though he had undergone spiritual cultivation, his strength was not low. He was known as the Palm and Fist Dual Master. He had the 5 yang palm and the 6 directions fist. His 5 yang palm and 6 directions fist were enough to make anyone take him seriously. Lian Jing stared at the painting. I can't tell. Qiu Nanjun, Wei Heng, and Jing Lian were all present. Even Wu Jie, Lang Ruyu, and Ku Nan had come as well. These people were at the primordial realm at the very least, and Lu Yin had sent them here to find all the ways the fully sensory creature could attack. Only creatures with complete senses could deal with it. These creatures were very strange. They could enter the bodies of living creatures through channels that they could not see. Before the sixth night pillar's expedition, the confirmed channels of attack were vibration, smell, and sight. Now, it seemed that it was far more than that. This group of people died from the tremors. They would rather be torn apart by the storm than endure the pain of having their organs replaced. It seems that this fully sentient creature is very painful when it kills people. This group of people died from smell. Look at the plants around them. They must be emitting a smell that humans can't see or even smell. But once this smell comes into contact with a human body, it can become a channel of attack. Very few people died from sight. Everyone was blindfolded. Lu Yin immediately ordered everyone in the fifth night pillar to cover their eyes with black cloth. The way Tsonggu and Luli died is too strange. The vibration, smell, and sight are all different, the pure lotus said solemnly. Swordmaster Taizong's face darkened. He really shouldn't have gone. Although Luli and Tsonggu couldn't compare to him, they were still experts at the consummate level of the bitter disaster realm. How could they die so mysteriously? Who knew how many experts from the 3 pillars of night had died? If they didn't figure out the attack channels of the fully sensed creatures, they could all die. In the beginning, it was determined that this creature could evolve as it came into contact with other creatures, giving birth to a new attack channel. Now, it seems that this new attack channel is extremely strange. Even the great circle crossing Ku Air could not escape. This is a unique channel of attack against us humans, right? Wu Jie was speechless. Lang Ruyu was sorrowful. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. Just look at how many people had died on this picture scroll. No wonder they were in such a hurry to send reinforcements. Trouble, big trouble. The threat level of the full sense universe might not be below that of the gargantuan universe. The current tragedy has already surpassed the orchid universe and the Kongming universe. Qiu Nanjun sighed. The Qiu Nan clan knew almost all of the universe's expeditions. Although some of the information was top secret and the clansmen had no way of knowing, they had a rough idea. Qiu Nanjun's words caused Lang Ryu, Sword Master Taizong, and the others' hearts to sink even further. This battle was going to be very difficult. Lu Yin had never encountered such a battle before. His previous enemies had all been real. The fifth mainland's human domain, the astral beast domain, the technocracy, and then the Tianyuan universe and the parallel spacetime continuum. The most difficult battles had been the humans' battle against the Eternals, the battle at Immemorial City, and then the battle against the spiritualized universe. No matter how the battle had been fought or how tragic it had all been visible. But now, the full-sense universe's creatures made it impossible for them to attack. It was not necessarily difficult to deal with. Although many cultivators had died tragically on the picture scroll, many of the full-sense universe's creatures had also been killed. In one scene, a sword had torn apart the heavens and the earth, exterminating a group of full-sense universe's creatures. Those full-sense universe's creatures did not seem to have strong defenses, but it was precisely these full-sense universe's creatures that could cause Tsongu to wander and die. They were not afraid of powerful enemies, but they were afraid of strange ones. Sword Master Taizong sighed. Expeditions to other universes often require a long time to investigate the creature's habits, locations, birth methods, and so on. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to win. Unless the Azure Lotus Protector is here and can use karma to see everything, Wu Jie muttered. His words stunned everyone, and they all turned to look at Lu Yin. Everyone present was familiar with Lu Yin, and they more or less had some guesses about him. The Azure Lotus Protector might not be the only one who had comprehended karma. Lu Yin did not hide anything. I have comprehended karma. Once I reach the full-sense universe, I will use karma to investigate. Don't rush in and kill your way in. Let's understand those full-sense universe's creatures first. You really comprehended karma. Lang Ryu was shocked. Ku Mu's 100-meter-long black hair fluttered in excitement. The pristine lotus gaped. Comprehending karma. No wonder Master cared so much about this guy. What else was there to keep an eye on? It was intolerable for a karma cultivator to not enter the karmic sea. Wei Heng was speechless. If he had known earlier, he would not have followed. Sword Master Taizong stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had indeed comprehended karma. Then, the feeling he had experienced at the sixth night pillar had been karma piercing through him. That was too terrifying. Lu Yin could understand karma, and this person was the second Azure Lotus Protector. Lu Yin dismissed everyone and told them to take note of the things that they needed to pay attention to. Everyone had their own way of dealing with full-sense universe's creatures, and unless they completely understood them, they would not be able to coordinate their actions. Lu Yin desperately wanted to know what full-sense universe's creatures were like. It would take 5 years to travel from the Nina Firmament's universe to the full-sense universe, which was even longer than traveling to the Orchid universe. 5 years was not a long time, and many people would rather travel longer so that they could make more preparations. The entire fifth night pillar was trying to think of a way to defend against full-sense universe's attacks. Some people had thought of something special, but Lu Li's death had made Lu Yin realize that there was a limit to human strength. No matter how much they thought about it, they could not keep up with full-sense universe's evolution speed. Right, that full-sense universe did not seem to have a mother tree. Lu Yin suddenly thought of this. A year later, the night pillar continued to travel at a distance of several inches. Lu Yin looked at the sky. This tomorrow's beast had borrowed Dan Huang's strength to throw the night pillar, so there had to be a limit to how far it could go. Was this limit the Nina Firmament's universe's maximum distance that other universes could reach? Then, how far could he Fang's Han observe from? Also, where had the Immortal Protector gone? He had to be somewhere within the distance of several inches. Was that place a meeting point with other universes, or was it the limit of the war? Just as Lu Yin was thinking about this, someone came over and bowed respectfully. Origin Spirit Universe's Heaven's Hand, Li greets Night Chief. Lu Yin looked over, Heaven's Hand. Li respectfully replied, yes, I once cultivated the Heaven's Hand. I lost to Qian Men Faidu for the position of Master of the Heaven's Hand, so I followed Senior Hui into the Ninna Firmaments. I'm now in Spirit Alliance. Sword of the Future. Why are you looking for me? Lu Yin asked. Li respectfully replied, Senior Hui asked me to explain Lan's matter to Night Chief. She knows nothing about Lan's actions. If Night Chief does not believe me, you can order people to investigate. If there is even a trace of deceit, I will die without a burial place. Lu Yin asked, you joined the fifth night pillar because of this? Li bowed, yes. Looks like you are very loyal to Hui. Senior Hui gave me a chance. If I did not enter the Ninna Firmaments, would have died long ago. How did Hui enter the Ninna Firmaments? Li did not expect Lu Yin to ask such a question. I do not know. Lu Yin nodded, I understand. Li did not say anything else and bowed once more before leaving. He had done what he needed to do. As for the full sensory universe war, he would do his best to stay away from it as he did not intend to gain anything from it. For years passed in the blink of an eye, and everyone in the fifth night pillar saw the full sensory universe. It was a hazy universe filled with stars, just like the Tian Yuan universe and the spiritualized universes. Lu Yin looked at the distant universe and frowned. There was no mother tree. Many people in the Ninna Firmaments universe knew that the universe should have a mother tree. The Ninna Firmaments universe, spiritualized universes, and even the Tian Yuan universe had one. The Orchid universe had one, and the Garner Sky universe and the Tomorrow universe had one. However, this full sensory universe had no mother tree, which made many people uneasy. No matter what, they had already arrived at the full sensory universe, and the next step was to face war. The first thing they needed to do was to meet up with the second, fourth, and sixth night pillars and obtain information on the full sensory creatures before cooperating. The fifth night pillar turned into a ray of light and rushed into the full sensory universe, falling in a certain direction. The Tomorrow Beast's attack was the same, and even though it was in different directions, the entire Ninna Firmaments universe was just the size of a sesame seed. As long as one came out of the Ninna Firmaments universe, there would be no difference in direction. The fifth night pillar's landing point should be similar to the other three pillars. They flew through space, but Lu Yin's expression grew increasingly unsightly. There was not a single cultivator in space, and the only cultivators he saw were floating corpses that had been flung away by the fifth night pillar's immense power. What was going on? Could it be that all three night pillars had been wiped out? Even the expedition to the Garner Sky universe had not been this desperate. Boom! The fifth night pillar smashed through dozens of stars and finally landed in a meteorite belt. This belt was filled with meteorites the size of a Night King star, which were extremely rare. It was as if countless planets were connected together. The fifth night pillar stabbed into a giant meteorite, causing it to shatter into pieces. However, it was squeezed by the surrounding meteorites and did not completely scatter. When the fifth night pillar came to a stop, Lu Yin immediately looked to his right. Not far away, there was another night pillar that had been cut off. It was the sixth night pillar. Everyone, don't go out without my orders. Follow the plan and guard the various directions. If anything happens, immediately eliminate them. Lu Yin's voice spread throughout the fifth night pillar. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39:19. This was the method they had come up with during the 5 years they had spent in the fifth night pillar. Although the attack channels of these creatures could not be determined, there was only one target: humans. A person's death would definitely be accompanied by a fully sensed creature within their body. If something happened to someone, the people around them would immediately erase that person along with their surroundings, completely eliminating the fully sensed creature. This was not cold-bloodedness, but rather a last resort. A person whose organs had been replaced by a fully sensed creature would definitely not survive. The Ninth Heaven universe had experimented with this in the past, and it was like turning a person into a dead species. Even the Emperor of Eternity could not create a person out of nothing. Thus, the greatest taboo in a battle in the full-sense universe was to not give a fully sensed creature a chance to enter the body. The moment the pain appeared, it would be too late. If a fully sensed creature could kill a cultivator, it meant that it had mastered a new attack channel, and the others would not be able to deal with it in a short period of time. The only way was to completely erase it. If it was just vibrations, smells, and sights, the other three pillars would not have fought so fiercely. This was the only thing they could do before they fully understood the situation in the full-sense universe. He gathered all of the cultivators in the fifth night pillar in one direction and guarded all directions. They were like hedgehogs, not giving the fully sensed creatures any chance to attack while Lu Yin went to gather information. If even Lu Yin could not gather information, then only the Emperor of Eternity would be able to. Unless everyone in the fifth night pillar died, he would definitely be able to obtain information. But when Lu Yin's consciousness enveloped the sixth night pillar, his face sank. There was not a single living person on the sixth night pillar, and the ground was littered with corpses that stretched as far as the eye could see. The war drums were shattered and stained with blood, and Lu Li's corpse was still on the ground. Blood flowed along the ground, but there was one more corpse that made Lu Yin fall silent. Lu Jing, the fourth Lin sword sex expert, had also died here. Lu Yin looked at Lu Jing's corpse and remembered the eternal painting. He had used the painting to prove his heart, and he had viewed the world and the sea to comprehend the sword of slaughter. It all seemed like yesterday, but now, he had died here. Strangely, Lu Jing's face still carried a sinister killing intent. It was so clear, as if he could draw his sword and kill at any moment, but under that killing intent, he had died. Lu Yin looked at Lu Li again, but there was no killing intent on his face. How could this be? One was sorrowful, and the other was filled with killing intent. Neither of them had any external injuries, but both of them had died. Both of them were experts, but one of them had crossed coup adversity, and the other had crossed coup adversity. Their deaths were unclear. There wasn't even a trace of a fight in the surroundings. Lu Yin scanned the ground with his consciousness and saw a long stretch of corpses. Some had died horribly, while others had died in the same strange manner as Lu Jing and Lu Li. As for the corpses of full sensory life forms, there was not a single one. Were they all dead? Lu Yin's consciousness spread out beyond the sixth night pillar and into the asteroid belt. Suddenly, countless translucent tadpole-like creatures rushed out towards the sixth night pillar. Their target was Lu Yin, a full sensory life form. These full sensory life forms shuttled through the void, appearing and disappearing from time to time. They were like a vast ocean that flooded the entire sixth night pillar. In the distance, the Taizong sword master and the others on the fifth night pillar saw this and were shocked. Why were there so many full sensory creatures? Are all the sixth night pillars dead? Surprisingly, no one solved the problem. The next moment, ripples appeared in outer space and spread out in all directions. The ripples came from Lu Yin, and they swept towards the sea of full sensory life forms. Countless full sensory life forms were turned into fragments and died. There were no corpses left behind, only specks of light that dissipated. It was a beautiful sight. However, compared to the corpses that littered the sixth night pillar, this scene was horrifying. These full sensory life forms posed no threat to Lu Yin, and he could easily kill a large number of them. This was the seventh night pillar's assessment of the full sensory life forms. They were weak and could be dealt with. Thus, they had brought back the full sensory life forms and handed them over to the god of defense. The god of defense then judged that they could be exterminated. The results were correct. These full sensory life forms were indeed easy to kill, and they could be said to be defenseless. However, their killing methods were also difficult for humans to deal with. Their known methods could be ignored, as they could evolve and possess even more unknown methods. Once touched by one of these methods, death was certain. Even Luli would not be able to dodge. The ripples destroyed a large number of full sensory life forms, but to the countless people on the fifth night pillar, it was too easy. It was too illogical. It was as if the strength of a human's cultivation and defense were no different from that of an ordinary person's. Around Luin, full sensory life forms swam out of the void, and he tested it out. When he looked at the full sensory life forms, he felt as if there was an additional life form in his line of sight that he could not touch with his hand. Luin smelled the stench of blood again, and at the same time, a strange feeling washed over him. It was as if the smell of blood had brought about something. As the ripples spread out, the full sensory life forms swam towards Luin in a strange direction. It was as if they were borrowing the power of the ripples to swim against the waves. The vibrations, smells, and sights were all present, and Luin could sense them directly. Luin moved his finger, causing the void around him to shatter as he unleashed his primal universe. The full sensory life forms that attacked Luin through these channels were instantly annihilated without being able to get close at all. It was not that simple, and there had to be a full sensory life form with a special attack channel. Just as he was thinking about this, someone from the fifth night pillar screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground. The people around him immediately acted, and someone tried to stop them, but it was too late. The cultivator who had screamed was instantly killed. "What are you doing?" The person who had tried to stop them was furious and attacked the people around him. The person who had died was his older brother. The cultivators around him did not retaliate and only defended themselves. "You're all crazy. Those life forms are so weak, and you could easily wipe them out. Why did you kill my brother?" "Why?" the person roared, his eyes bloodshot and filled with hatred. The people around him looked at each other, as they had only acted subconsciously. Their instincts had been honed over the past few years, and if they had been given a choice, they might not have acted. "Hualai, the Night Chieftain has ordered us to constantly practice our combat methods in the full sensory universe. Have you forgotten? Your brother has already been possessed by a full sensory life form, so he must die." "He can't live," someone advised. Hualai glared at the person. "Maybe there's a way." "There's no way in the Nina Firmament's universe, but this is the full sensory universe. Even if I die, I promised my brother that I would bring his corpse home intact." Just as he finished speaking, another person screamed not too far away. This time, the people around him did not act subconsciously. Instead, they watched as the person slowly died in pain. Then, as if they had been infected, another person screamed. "Attack! Attack! Have you forgotten the Night Chieftain's order? Wipe it out immediately." The fifth pillar was in chaos, and people were dying everywhere. They did not even know how they had died. Luin returned to the fifth pillar and looked down with a cold expression. He raised his hand and slammed down with his palm. With his palm as the center, the void shattered and spread out, forming a crack that enveloped the entire fifth pillar. He had created a primordial universe that was large enough to contain the entire fifth pillar. This scene shocked everyone. Even though they knew that Luin was very strong, they had not expected him to be able to unleash such a majestic attack. This attack could no longer be considered at the level of a cultivator. Only an eternal life realm cultivator would have such strength. Sword Master Taitsang and the others were stunned. If this palm had landed on them, they would have died without a doubt. The primordial universe that contained the fifth pillar could not be seen. No matter where they hid in the void, as long as they were in that direction, they would die. Lu Yin stared down. Anyone who has been successfully taken over by a fully sensed creature is to be wiped out immediately. If there are any delays, kill without mercy. Yes, Knight Chieftain. Yes, Knight Chieftain, Lu Yin frowned as he looked around. He did not know how many full sensory lifeforms he had just killed, but it should have been a lot. However, there were still more here, and this was just the asteroid belt. How many full sensory lifeforms were there in the entire universe? He did not even dare to think about it. Perhaps rebooting the universe was the fastest way. But where was the origin and end of the sequence of strings? Were there so many parallel universes? Furthermore, where were the other 3 night pillars? Were they all dead? Secondly, there were no traces of the other 4 pillars. Our known attack channels are no longer effective. These fully sensed creatures have a new attack channel. We need to find others. They have been in the universe for so long, so they must have information, Sword Master Taizong shouted. The pristine lotus was vexed. How can we guard against unknown channels? Unless we continuously use the power of a primordial realm expert and destroy the primordial universe, we won't be able to find them. A primordial realm expert's attack cannot be sustained for long, Wei Hing said coldly. Pristine Lotus bared his teeth. That's you. Wei Hing stared at him but did not say anything. Compared to Pristine Lotus, he was indeed weaker when it came to maintaining his power. His attacks were stronger, but Pristine Lotus could endure better. Lu Yin looked around and saw more fully sensed creatures in the distance. A karma spiral appeared at his fingertip, and he threw it out. Karma was the end. He did not believe that he would not be able to find those people. Karma was not just the karma of humans, but the karma of everything. Anything that appeared in the universe had karma. Even a speck of dust had its origin. However, Lu Yin did not have the energy or the karma to track down a speck of dust's origin. Karma was something that spanned countless years, something that was even older than the eternal realm. Fully sensed creatures had even more karma. Each universe had its own karma, and the entire universe had its own karma as well. Lu Yin's karma spiral swept past a group of fully sensed creatures, creating many scenes. He had used karma as the end to search for Mingjue, and he had finally found him. He saw Mingjue exterminate a large number of fully sensed creatures, and these creatures that had been hit by karma had been far away from Mingjue at the time. Lu Yin saw him push the 4th pillar into a tunnel that seemed to be connected to a parallel universe. Lu Yin continued to use the karma spiral, as he wanted to confirm the location of that tunnel. Since Mingjue had brought the 4th pillar there, it proved that it might be a battlefield that could destroy fully sensed creatures. Scenes continued to appear. Aside from Mingjue, Lu Yin also searched for Chunan Hongye's karma. Chunan Hongye had not died, and she had followed Mingjue to the 2nd pillar. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3920. Sure enough, the 6th pillar had not been completely destroyed. Instead, they had been transferred to the 2nd and 4th pillars, and they had all gone to that tunnel. Lu Yin continued to search, but he could not find the location of the tunnel. He spread out his consciousness to cover the heavens. People continued to die in the 5th pillar, and Lu Yin waved his hand, sending out karma threads. This time, he wanted to see how many attack channels these fully sensed lifeforms had. As the karma threads collided, Lu Yin was stunned. The void around him was destroyed, and Lu Yin was like a magnet that constantly attracted the fully sensed lifeforms to attack him. He had too many ways to be attacked, and his line of sight and vibrations were all present. Unfortunately, these creatures could not even get close to him. Lu Yin took a step forward and arrived above the fifth pillar. He attacked again, sending out a destructive attack that included the fifth pillar. A huge primordial universe appeared, and it continued to expand until it wiped out all the surrounding fully sensed life forms. The fully sensed life forms covered the entire universe, and this was only a small area. Everyone, listen up. Lu Yin's voice rang out. Everyone in the fifth pillar looked up and listened quietly. Aside from vibrations, line of sight, and smell, these fully sensed life forms also attack through emotions. A person's happiness, anger, grief, fear, and killing intent are all channels of attack. Everyone, try to control your emotions and suppress your temperament. If you can't control yourself, immediately retreat into the pillars. Sword Master Taizong and the rest were shocked. How could they see emotions and use them as a channel of attack? This had never happened before. Cultivators could use intent realm battle techniques and use emotions to battle, but emotions were just emotions and not physical channels. It was inconceivable that these fully sensed lifeforms could use emotions as a channel of attack. The universe that humans saw was completely different from what these fully sensed lifeforms saw. In their eyes, the universe was filled with channels. In outer space, Lu Yin looked at everyone in the fifth pillar. Even if he told them to control their emotions, they would find it difficult to do so. This was not cultivation, this was war. Lu Yin exhaled and sent his consciousness down. Everyone, silence. The word silence was like the arrival of a new world, and everyone in the fifth pillar calmed down. They felt that they should be quiet, that they could be quiet, and that they had to be quiet. Wei Heng looked up in shock and stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. His heart had calmed down. As a disciple of the Blood Tower, his killing intent would follow him throughout his life. The higher his cultivation, the stronger his killing intent. Although he should be able to completely restrain his killing intent with his strength, in order to advance further, he would not restrain his killing intent. Instead, he would release it without restraint. However, a single word from Lu Yin had actually caused him to completely retract his killing intent. He didn't know why this had happened. Did it have anything to do with Lu Yin? But he didn't do anything. If he said that it had nothing to do with him, it was impossible for him to restrain his killing intent. If he was afraid of death, where would his killing intent come from? Even if all the fully sensed creatures attacked him through the channel of killing intent, he would not restrain himself. But at this moment, he did. What kind of power was this? Lu Yin used the absolute command, calming the hearts of everyone in the fifth night pillar. Words could change a person's thoughts and consciousness, forcing them to do certain things of their own free will. This was an extremely terrifying ability that not even Lu Li could resist. This was a power that could completely control others, which was why even an eternal realm cultivator would pay attention to it. To a certain extent, this kind of power was even more terrifying than the eternal life realm. The eternal life realm ruled everything with extreme combat power. Speaking of the law, it was not ruling, nor did it need to be ruled. One thought could decide everything, and it was difficult for one to perceive it. However, this wasn't the greatest power of the absolute command. The absolute command was a combination of one's consciousness and thoughts. The words were like a brush, and the world was like a painting. Everything was governed by the absolute command, and everything moved according to one's will. Lu Yin couldn't use this ability to his heart's content in the ninth heaven universe, but if he went on an expedition to the outer universe, the absolute command's power would allow him to continuously cultivate. It blocked all the attack channels of the fully sensed creatures. At this moment, even if a fully sensed creature swam to the fifth night pillar and swam past the cultivators, it wouldn't affect the cultivators at all. On the contrary, the cultivators could easily destroy a large number of fully sensed creatures. There was no need to cover a large area of the primal universe. The absolute command allowed everyone to wear an invincible armor. Lu Yin did this not only to protect the cultivators of the fifth night pillar, but also to find the passage. Thus, he had everyone stand still and refrain from killing the fully sensed creatures. Karma constantly shuttled back and forth, forming karmic lines that constantly collided with each other to search for clues. Unfortunately, the only clue was the answer, which was the passage. There was no process or path. The location of the passage was beyond the range of Lu Yin's consciousness, which was a pity. If it was in the surroundings, he would have found it long ago. Suddenly, Lu Yin realized that since the fully sensed universe was also a universe, it shouldn't have a mother tree. Could it be that this place was similar to the fifth mainland of the Tianyuan universe, where the mother tree existed in a parallel spacetime and not the main parallel spacetime of the universe? Every universe had its own main parallel spacetime. The Tianyuan universe was the primal space, and the ninth heaven universe was the land of the ninth heaven. However, the primal space of the Tianyuan universe couldn't immediately see the mother tree because it was in the astral tree realm. Then, was the fully sensed universe the same? Lu Yin used the mother tree's karma as the end and formed a karmic spiral. This time, he saw the mother tree that connected the heavens and the earth. He also saw the mother tree moving, being carried by countless fully sensed creatures as they headed in a certain direction. Lu Yin suddenly looked in a certain direction. There it was. The fully sensed creatures were moving the mother tree, just like how the Lu family had moved the mother tree to the astral tree realm to become the frontline against the Eternals. Lu Yin continuously formed karma and collided with karma lines to search for clues related to the mother tree. Finally, he formed a path. He took out a stone, which was a pathfinder stone that he had obtained from Gudwanka to buy Abbot Lanya's life. This pathfinder stone had a consciousness attached to it, so no matter how far it was thrown, as long as one's consciousness attached to it, they would be able to see it. Lu Yin flicked his finger, and the pathfinder stone flew out. Even though he had only flicked his finger, with his current strength, the might of this attack was not any weaker than tomorrow's beasts. The pathfinder stone flew out, and Lu Yin attached his consciousness to it. He watched it travel through the void, passing through meteorites, stars, and even fully sensed creatures. Why were there no other creatures in the fully sensed universe? Even if there was no human civilization, there should still be other creatures. There couldn't possibly be only one fully sensed creature. Lu Yin watched the pathfinder stone travel through space as his consciousness swept across the stars in the distance. There were traces of intelligent life on the stars, and one of them had even developed technology that was very advanced. However, there were no longer any living creatures, and only the traces were left behind. It seemed like a long time had passed. Had they all been wiped out by the fully sensed creatures? It was impossible for a universe to only have one species. This fully sensed creature had actually wiped out all the other creatures in the universe until they were the only ones left. This creature was much crueler than it seemed. The Pathfinder stone continued to travel through space, and after a while, Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he found it. It was that passage. As expected, it was quite far away, and they would leave the fully sensed universe after flying for a while. Lu Yin landed below the fifth night pillar, raised a hand, and struck out with a palm. His strength spread out and sent the pillar flying. The enormous fifth night pillar was nothing more than a slightly larger pathfinder stone in front of Lu Yin's strength. The fifth night pillar flew towards the passage, and with Lu Yin's law, everyone calmed down. The fully sensed creatures they encountered along the way did not affect them at all. Lu Yin arrived at the passage ahead of everyone else and waited for the fifth night pillar. He looked at the passage and wondered what was going on at the other end. He wanted to take a look first, but after thinking about it, he decided to bring the fifth night pillar along. Who knew where they would end up after passing through this passage? It might be difficult to meet up with the fifth night pillar in a short period of time. The law was only useful when Lu Yin was nearby, and if he left, the fifth night pillar would have to face the attacks of countless fully sensed creatures. Lu Yin did not want the sixth night pillar's tragedy to befall the fifth night pillar. Since Ming Zhuai and the others had brought the second and fourth night pillars along, it meant that either the other end of the passage was the battlefield where the fully sensed creatures had been dealt with, or they had been forced to go. Regardless of the situation, Lu Yin had to bring the fifth night pillar along. An expedition to another universe should be a grand battlefield, not Lu Yin protecting the fifth night pillar. However, the fully sensed universe was too special, and there was no angle for them to fight. Fully sensed creatures had weak defenses and could be easily crushed, but at the same time, a fully sensed creature could enter a cultivator's body through the passage and kill them. This had nothing to do with a cultivator's power level. This sort of battlefield was stifling, and Lu Yin had no choice but to protect the entire fifth night pillar. It was better for him to do it alone. In this sort of battlefield, it was much better for an absolute expert to act alone than to bring a group of cultivators. Unless they were cold-blooded and did not care about the cultivators' lives. When the fifth night pillar arrived, Lu Yin pushed it horizontally and forcefully changed its direction. It was like he was carrying a giant rock as he rushed towards the passage. Within the fifth night pillar, all of the cultivators could only watch and passively accept Lu Yin's actions. They had come to participate in the battle, but now they were being protected. Even people like Wu Jie and Lang Ruyu, who did not want to participate, felt aggrieved. There was nothing they could do about it, as any of the outer universes were not easy to deal with. Now that they thought about it, the cultivators of the ninth firmament universe were very fortunate. Even if there was a battle, at least they had a reason to act. There was an endless number of fully sensed life forms, so what was the point of killing them in batches? There was no end in sight. It would be great if they could directly reactivate the fully sensed universe. A strange scene appeared in outer space. The enormous fifth night pillar entered the passage, but the passage did not exist on the other side of the universe. The fifth night pillar had entered a parallel spacetime. At the same time, on the other side of the passage in the fully sensed universe, an enormous fifth night pillar appeared out of thin air. This scene attracted the attention of those in the distance. Far away from the passage, there were people staring at the entrance. When they saw the fifth night pillar appear, someone shouted, "Night pillar! It's the night pillar! A night pillar is coming!" This was the fourth night pillar, and its leader was Ming Zhuai. He also led the sixth night pillar and a considerable number of cultivators. They were in some sort of formation to deal with the fully sensed life forms. When they heard that person's shout, many people looked towards the passage. Most of them could not see that far, but anyone who could see was excited. If a night pillar had entered, then it must be reinforcements. Due to various issues, the address has been changed. The web version is slow. Please. The new version will provide you with the fastest Star Treader update. Chapter 3920, Night Pillar read for free through all channels. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3921. Ming Zhuo's expression did not look too good. How could it be the night pillar? Even if it was reinforcements, it should have been the eternal ruler. What was the point of a single night pillar? There was a second night pillar not far from the fourth, and a man with a solemn expression was the fifth night pillar. He recognized that the leader of the night pillars was Swordmaster Taizong. The fifth night pillar's reinforcements were meaningless, and they would only die in vain. They could not even escape now. This was troublesome. Why did his hometown decide to do this? They had been persevering all this time in order to wait for the Eternal Ruler's reinforcements, just like when they had gone on an expedition to the Garner Sky universe. The second and fourth night pillars had gone on an expedition to the Garner Sky universe, and the battle had been tragic. Countless people had died dauntlessly, but they had not been able to open the spirit treasure array. In the end, the Eternal Ruler's reinforcements had broken the array and allowed them to rush into the Garner Sky universe. Since they were both night pillars, reinforcements were meaningless. The fifth night pillar slowly entered the passage, and Luin saw the parallel spacetime on the other side. What he saw was completely different from the previous spacetime. The stars in this spacetime were shining. The starry sky should have been dark and deep, but the spacetime in front of him was filled with shining stars that adorned the starry sky. It looked very beautiful. Each star's halo had a different color. Luin did not know how these colors appeared, but they made the starry sky look magnificent. "Retreat, quickly retreat," a loud shout rang out. Almost at the same time, Lu Yin's consciousness swept out and saw the second and fourth night pillars in the distance. The one who had spoken was Mingzhua. At this moment, the cultivators of the second and fourth night pillars were grouped into groups of 100 people. 5 groups formed a circle, and each group launched their strongest attacks at intervals to ensure that they could strike out of the primordial universe and protect the safety of the 500 people in the circle. There were many circles in these 2 night pillars. Clearly, this was the method they had come up with to deal with a full sensory life form. When Mingzhua's voice rang out, Luin also felt a chill. It was an inexplicable chill, as if something in the world was about to devour them. In the distance, several attacks were approaching from the second and fourth night pillars, and they seemed to be attacking something. Lu Yin's expression did not change. In the current universe, apart from the eternal realm, what else could pose a threat to him? The second and fourth night pillars' existence proved that the threat was far from the eternal realm. Otherwise, how could they survive? The fact that Mingzhua and the others were attacking from afar further proved this point. If they were facing an eternal life realm expert, they wouldn't be able to make a move. That kind of majestic suppression would cause them to collapse mentally. An attack that couldn't be seen. He didn't need to see them. He just needed to break them all. Lu Yin looked up as the triple firmament sword well behind him soared into the sky. He slashed out 5 times in a row, covering all directions. It didn't matter if his opponent could see him or not. The universe was very strange. Humans were just one of the many species in it. Even if they could cultivate to an extremely high level, there were still some rules that could not be broken. He didn't care what kind of life forms existed in this full sensory universe or what kind of attacks could be hidden from him. There was a basic rule in the universe, and that was the law of the jungle. They couldn't see it, but their methods were different. However, their destructive power was the biggest standard to determine their strength. The triple firmament sword intent slashed out in all directions, piercing through something. Lu Yin frowned. There really was something there, and it wasn't weak either. Even the triple firmament sword intent was barely able to cut through it. This invisible thing had to be close to the peak of the immortal realm. It was no wonder why the second and fourth night pillars couldn't be retracted. At that moment, Mingzhua and the others' attacks also arrived, but they were stopped 10,000 meters away from the fifth night pillar. On the fifth night pillar, Sword Master Taizong and the other cultivators saw Mingzhua and the others' attacks. They hadn't died yet. Of the 5 triple firmament sword intents, 4 had pierced through something, and the last one was stuck in the crotch. Lu Yin looked at the triple firmament sword intent that had been suspended in midair and then shattered. It seemed to be stuck somewhere. Lu Yin raised a hand and grabbed in that direction. There was a loud boom that shook the heavens and the earth. He used his palm to strike out, creating a deep darkness that traversed the heavens. It was as if the heavens had been split into 2. Mingzhua and the others were dumbfounded. In their eyes, this palm strike had shattered the monster. The chill disappeared, and the fifth night pillar completely entered this space. Lu Yin looked at Mingzhua and the others. Stay or go back. Mingzhuo was excited. Of course, we're going back. He hurried to the back of the fourth night pillar and pushed it towards the tunnel. At the same time, someone had struck out 9 deep abysses behind the second night pillar. Lu Yin looked over. 9 abyss realm power. Those from the bitter abyss didn't join you, Zhou Xiao. Had this person left the bitter abyss? He didn't think too much about it and pushed the fifth night pillar back to the previous spacetime. He needed to understand with Mingzhuo and the others first. The fifth night pillar was pushed back to the previous spacetime, but Lu Yin stayed behind. The second and fourth night pillars wouldn't be separated so easily. Good brother, let's do it again. Mingzhuo shouted. The fourth night pillar was rushing towards the tunnel, but it kept stopping and twisting as if it was blocking something in front of them. Attacks kept coming from the night pillar, and countless fully sensed lifeforms appeared in the sky and rushed towards it. Lu Yin raised a hand and grabbed at the void. His power spread through the void and shattered it, completely shattering the path that the fourth and second night pillars were heading towards. Mingzhuo laughed. Charge! Below the second night pillar, the man looked at Lu Yin in shock. This power was invincible. Charge! The 2 night pillars rushed towards the tunnel, and there were no more obstacles along the way. They were finally pushed out of this spacetime. Lu Yin looked back and saw a sky full of shining stars and countless fully sensed lifeforms. He took a deep look before returning to the tunnel. After the second and fourth night pillars returned to the previous spacetime, they immediately ordered a change in formation. All of the circles gathered around the fifth night pillar, including all of the cultivators there. Mingzhuo heaved a sigh of relief. With this formation protecting us, those fully sensed lifeforms won't be able to get close. The cultivators from the fifth night pillar looked around strangely. The people from the second night pillar and the fourth night pillar were guarding them inside. They were constantly urging them to form groups of 100 people, with 5 groups forming a circle. This way, the pressure on them would be reduced. There's no need. Just spread out. We won't be attacked, someone from the fifth night pillar said. The people from the second and fourth night pillars were confused. What do you mean we won't be attacked? Do you know how many ways those fully sensed lifeforms can attack? It's impossible to see clearly. You're lucky to have found the tunnel as soon as you arrived, and you're protected by Mr. Lu, which is why you're fine. You won't even know how you died if you stayed with those fully sensed lifeforms for a while. Hurry up and learn from us. Don't be a burden. Hurry up. The people from the fifth night pillar were helpless. They had already calmed down and knew the ways to attack. 2 people from the fifth night pillar were guarding 1 person. With so many cultivators gathered together, there was a commotion everywhere. We know that fully sensed lifeforms have an additional emotion in their attack channels. This emotion includes happiness, anger, sorrow, fear, and killing intent. As long as you calm down, you'll be fine. Calm down. There's no need for this. What? There's happiness and killing intent. Aren't there only anger, sorrow, and fear? How do you know? It's more than we know. Of course, it was the Night Chief who told us. The Night Chief of our fifth night pillar is Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu is invincible. That can't be. Although Mr. Lu destroyed the Spring and Autumn Scroll and broke through to the primordial realm, he's not invincible. You left early and didn't see. Mr. Lu has done more than this. Mingzhuo heard the cultivators' discussions. At this moment, Lu Yin returned from the other end of the tunnel. He asked directly, "You know all the attack channels of the fully sensed lifeforms?" The person from the second night pillar was also here. His name was Yu, and he was the second night pillar's night chief. Besides them, all the cultivators from the 2 night pillars, including those at the peak of Ku Ai, were in the array. Lu Yin nodded. I comprehended karma and found it through karma. Mingjue said, I see. He knew that Lu Yin had comprehended karma. With karma, it was not surprising that he could do anything. You was surprised. You comprehended karma. Lu Yin looked at you. Senior, are you the second Night Pillar's Night Chief? You nodded. My name is Yu. I'm Lu Yin, the fifth Night Pillar's Night Chief. You said, I know you. Your words are domineering, but I didn't expect you to comprehend karma. No wonder you came from Yi Hai. Are you the disciple of Qinglian Shangyu? Ming Zhuo was proud. Of course. My master gave him a test. The test should be over now, junior brother. Lu Yin shook his head. Not yet. Ming Zhuo was furious. What? Not yet? Those 7 girls are too much. After this battle, I must teach them a lesson. How dare they make things difficult for you? Lu Yin changed the topic. How are the 3 Night Pillars? Speaking of this, Ming Zhuo and you looked gloomy. 1/3 of the second Night Pillar died, 1/4 of the 4th Night Pillar died, and more than half of the 6th Night Pillar died. The losses are similar to the expedition to Garbation Universe, but it's even more depressing. Ming Zhuo said, when fighting Garbation Universe, we can see the enemy and know that we have to break the spirit treasure array. Even if we die, we know that we died. But this universe is too strange. We don't even know how we died. Can you imagine that after fighting for so many years, what we thought the most was not how to defeat the enemy, but how to die? You smiled bitterly. We can't find the cause of death and can only defend passively. We have to sacrifice some people to find the cause of death. This is the first time I've encountered such a battle. Lu Yin understood. It was normal to fight to the death on the battlefield, but not knowing how one died was the most terrifying thing. Just like in the space-time just now, he couldn't see anything, but he encountered an attack that was close to the limit of the eternal life realm. This was quite terrifying. He couldn't see anything. If it wasn't him, but anyone else faced such an attack, at least half of the 5th Night Pillar would die without knowing how they died. It was eerie. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-22. By the way, did you just say that there is joy and killing intent in the emotional channel? Ming Zhuo asked. Facing their gazes, Lu Yin nodded. That's right. No wonder we couldn't find the reason why some people died. Indeed, on the battlefield, killing intent is the biggest channel. You sighed with fear. Fortunately, we were discovered. Otherwise, there would be no other way to deal with the creatures other than the current array. With you here, we can determine the attack channel of the creatures at any time. It's like having an extra pair of eyes. We can relax, Ming Zhuo said. Lu Yin looked into the distance. I didn't expect there to be such creatures in the universe. No matter how strong or weak they are, they can be killed. Their defense is also extremely weak. It doesn't make sense. Ming Zhuo said, no one can think of the reason for the existence of the universe itself. God knows how big the universe is and how many strange creatures there are. Some creatures may be born with the power of a progenitor. Who knows? Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. For example, there should be creatures like the Force Beast and Su Wang in every universe. They were creatures with the limit of power. They were born and raised. Without cultivation, they had terrifying power. Compared to them, humans were too weak. They had to cultivate step by step to barely survive in this cruel universe. Speaking of which, cultivation could create all possibilities. For example, even if some creatures were born strong, they could never reach the eternal realm. This was the limit. However, for the entire human race, no one could give an answer as to whether it was better to have limitless possibilities or to be born as a powerhouse. The reason why the ninth heaven universe could continue to go on expeditions was because of the existence of the eternal realm. Once the eternal realm was gone, no one knew what would happen to the ninth heaven universe and the human race. These creatures alone could exterminate the human race. After all, these creatures could continue to evolve and evolve attack channels that were difficult for humans to see. Wait, did you just say, joy? Mingjue suddenly thought of something. Yu's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Lu Yin with disbelief. Joy? Where would joy come from? This was a battlefield. People were dying all the time. Everyone lived in an atmosphere of fear and sorrow. Where would joy come from? Lu Yin also reacted. He was so focused on determining the attack channel of the creatures that he forgot to consider how unreasonable this channel was. The attack channel of the creatures came from humans. What humans could not see would become their attack channel, such as smell, sorrow, killing intent, and so on. These must have appeared on humans. But where would joy come from? How could anyone be happy? Would he be happy to see humans die one by one? Would he be happy if he waited for death? Impossible. Lu Yin and Mingjue looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Junior brother, are you sure? Absolutely. This shouldn't be the case. You shouldn't, but you should. Then there's a problem. Someone is happy, and that person must be on the second, fourth, and sixth night pillars. Someone is happy to see their own people die. Could it be that there's a traitor? Even if he was a traitor, who would he side with after betraying humanity? A full sensory creature. The seventh night pillar accidentally discovered and brought back the sentient life form. If he really is a traitor, he would have made arrangements beforehand. But who would have the means to arrange an entire universe? Even if that's the case, the target wouldn't be us. It's not worth it. The three of them fell into silence. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. Either someone had gone crazy and had a mental breakdown, which was why they were happy. Or, someone was truly happy to see their own kind die one after another. If this had been a human battlefield, this wouldn't have been strange, and traitors would have been normal. But this was a full sensory universe, and the enemy was only a full sensory life form. There wasn't even a single point of betrayal. If a fully sensed life form slaughtering a night pillar cultivator would make someone happy, then it meant that it was a trap. Who had the ability to set up such a huge trap in an undiscovered outer universe? Such a big move had never been done before. Unless it was an eternal realm. Lu Yin recalled Qing Xing's words and looked at Mingjue. Which supreme god is certain that a full sensory universe can be destroyed? Mingjue answered without hesitation, the Blood Tower Supreme. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Blood Tower Supreme. Gan Mo, Wei Heng, and the Great Master were all controlled by the Blood Tower Supreme. Based on Lu Yin's understanding of the Blood Tower Supreme, he didn't seem like someone who would scheme. However, Qing Xing had described the deaths of the Blood Tower Supreme as two people who had retreated and one who had died. Qing Lian and the Blood Tower Supreme were the two supreme gods. What kind of person was the Blood Tower Supreme? Junior, don't think too much. The most important thing now is to deal with the full sensory universe, Mingjue reminded him. Lu Yin glanced at Yu. No one knew what this person's stance was, so it was indeed inappropriate. What's going on at the other end of the passage? What's that invisible force? Mingjue exhaled with a heavy expression. This is also the strangest thing we've encountered. It's a flower. Lu Yin was surprised. A flower? You said, a very beautiful flower blooming outside the passage. The fifth night pillar's entry just happened to alarm it. Luin wasn't sure. So, are you trying to tell me that the invisible force is the flower closing its petals? Mingjue and you looked at Luin and didn't deny it. Luin looked at Mingjue and then at you. A flower that I can't see. The closing of its petals almost reaches the limit of the combat power under the eternal realm. It's enough to crush the fifth night pillar. Is that what you mean? Mingjue said bitterly, you can't believe it, right? We can't believe it either, but it's true. When the second night pillar and the fourth night pillar entered the passage, they were lucky that they didn't alarm the flower. What's more, from the moment they entered the passage until they stopped, not a single flower was alarmed. Until the full sensory creature appeared, we were about to push the fourth night pillar forward when we encountered flowers. There are strong and weak flowers, and the strongest one almost crushed the fourth night pillar. If it wasn't for the second night pillar, we would have been finished. Since then, we didn't dare to move at all because we didn't know where the flowers were and where they weren't. Luin frowned. Since you can't see it, how can you be sure that it's a flower? You looked up. Because we saw it later. Mingjue said in a low voice, in the third year of that spacetime, we saw it. There were endless flowers all over the starry sky. The glowing planets were like flower petals. It was very beautiful. The full sensory creatures were like pollen. To us, the full sensory creatures weren't big, but they were still living creatures. But to those flowers, Luin continued, they were as dense as pollen. They were tiny. You nodded. Luin looked at the passage. Those flowers, could they be the real creatures of the full sensory universe? Didn't the Lord of the Blood Tower notice it at that time? Mingjue said, the eternal life realm is also a human being. Given enough time, Xue Taxiang will definitely be able to detect it. But at that time, it was too hasty. As for the reason. Speaking to here, he paused. Shitty, what did you feel when you fought just now? Luin said, it was very powerful, but very soft. Now that I think about it, it felt similar to the petals, but much tougher. Even my triple blue sword couldn't cut it. Your sword will happen to cut between two petals. You couldn't see it, but we could, you said. Luin frowned. If we want to see it clearly, we have to stay inside for 2 years. Mingjue was helpless. I don't know. Maybe there are other opportunities to see it. Anyway, we stayed for 2 years and only saw it on the 3rd year. There were too many flowers, and they were all over the void. Did you see the mother tree? Luin suddenly asked. Mingjue shook his head and looked at you. You said in a low voice, generally speaking, almost all the outer universes we encounter have the mother tree. The full sensory universe should be no exception. If we can find the mother tree, we can find the real master of this universe. Whether it is those flowers or the full sensory creatures, the origin of the sequence of strings is very likely to be the mother tree. I suggest that we go in and check it out. Mingjue nodded. I agree. Then he looked at Luin. Luin didn't answer. Qing Xing's reminder and his current experience made him hesitate. He wasn't afraid of the full sensory universe. Unless there was an eternal realm creature here, it wouldn't be a threat to him. But he also didn't want to fall into someone's trap. At least he would let others see him clearly. There were many strange creatures in the universe, and his confidence came from his current understanding of the universe. However, this confidence was unfounded. Perhaps the strongest creature in the full sensory universe could even kill an eternal realm creature as long as there was a way to attack. All sorts of doubts made him uneasy, but even more so came from the Tian Yuan universe. There were too many people he needed to protect. Thump, 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 the war drum sounded, causing the silent full-sensory universe to erupt into chaos. Lu Yin looked at the fourth pillar. Chunan Hongye. Ming Zhuo looked over as well. The person from the Chunan clan who beat the drums on the fourth pillar died. Coincidentally, the sixth pillar was also abandoned, so Chunan Hongye beat the drums on the fourth pillar. Yu sighed. The Chunan clan will never retreat. The war drums are their only battlefield. As long as the drums don't stop, their fighting spirit will never be extinguished. Why beat the drums now? Lu Yin frowned. Ming Zhuo looked at Lu Yin. If we don't beat the drums to attract the full-sensory creatures to their deaths, it'll be a waste of energy. If we only kill a few full-sensory creatures, it'll be meaningless. Junior, how long have you been in the continent of 9 firmaments? Lu Yin thought about it. Almost 40 years. Ming Zhuo smiled. In such a short time, you've shocked the continent of 9 firmaments. You've done many things, but you don't know much about the continent of 9 firmaments. Since the beginning of the continent of 9 firmaments history, there have only been 2 results of the Night Pillars expeditions. 1. Victory. 2. Total annihilation. Lu Yin was shocked. You continued, the Night Pillars didn't retreat. They could only fight to the death or wait for reinforcements. Victory. There is no third way. The universe is too big, and the continent of 9 firmaments is insignificant. If possible, no one would want to go to an unknown universe. There's no reason to fight and kill, and there's no need to flaunt the light. The only explanation is to survive. We just want to survive. The Night Pillars can't retreat. If we retreat once, there will be a second time, a third time, and every time we retreat, it could be the source of the continent of 9 firmaments exposure. Thus, even if we were trapped in the space-time just now, we never thought of returning. We can only wait for reinforcements or die in battle. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-23. Lu Yin listened to the drum beats and saw Chunan Hongye's stubborn expression. She had the courage to face the endless number of fully sensed life forms without retreating. He wasn't afraid, but he didn't want to fight without knowing what was going on. He also didn't want to fall into someone else's trap. But Ming Zhuo's words made it impossible for him to leave even if he wanted to. Even if he forcefully took Xiao Zhu back, how could he establish himself in the continent of the 9 clouds in the future? He had become the 4th cultivator of the continent of the 9 clouds, and now he had escaped. It was the most humiliating thing in the history of the continent of the 9 clouds. It would be a stain on his name forever. 9 Heavens Universe. Indeed, it was too small. A giant wanted to see how many enemies there were outside of the mountain. There were too many. Every cultivator who had seen the universe through Hefang Mountain felt hopeless. They had seen the universe outside of the continent of the 9 clouds. It was much crueler than the outside world. I've been through many wars and faced many desperate situations, but I've survived them all. Lu Yin looked at Ming Zhuo and Yu. Because at that time, I was fighting against the Tian Yuan universe and the humans. Today, we'll fight against the 9 firmaments. I don't believe that the omnipotent universe can keep us here. Ming Zhuo laughed. All right, I was just waiting for you to say the word. With your strength, the omniscient universe is nothing. Mr. Lu, you're from the Tian Yuan universe. You've only been in the continent of the 9 clouds for a short time, but you're willing to fight for the continent of the 9 clouds. I admire your spirit. Lu Yin had no other choice. If it was possible, he would have dragged a few Night Pillars back with him. Wasn't he being forced here? Generally speaking, when the war is too tragic, the eternal life realm is the one to provide support. This time, it's you, junior brother. I believe you won't disappoint the ninth heaven and destroy the all-feeling universe. Ming Zhuo was excited. Lu Yin looked at the tunnel. We still don't know who the enemy is. The sentient creatures and those flowers might not be the real enemy. It's better to investigate first. Let's go together. We can help you find the location of the flowers. That's right. It's best not to alarm those flowers. I'm not afraid of being surrounded, but I'm afraid that something will run away. Lu Yin nodded. Since he had made up his mind, he would not hesitate. The three of them instructed all the cultivators, and Lu Yin purposely left the wireless goo for easy communication. Wireless goo could connect through parallel spacetime. As long as they were in the same universe, it was more sensitive than any other communication tool, but it could not transmit sound or images. Not long after, the three of them passed through the passage and entered the parallel spacetime again. The full sensory creatures are coming over. Get ready to attack, you reminded. Lu Yin stopped her. There's no need for that. It'll cause too much of a commotion. This is a search, so don't make any noise. How could he deal with a fully sensory creature if he didn't make a move? Under Ming Zhuo and Yu's puzzled gazes, Lu Yin's consciousness covered the two of them. You just need to calm your mind. How could he calm down? As soon as he thought of this, he inexplicably calmed down. Yu also calmed down and stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. Lu Yin made a shushing gesture at the two of them. Find the nearest flower. I'll use karma to take a look. The two suppressed their shock and brought Lu Yin to the largest flower they had ever seen. A single sentence was enough to calm the two of them. What kind of power was this? Karma shouldn't be like this, right? At this moment, the two of them had a new understanding of Lu Yin's strength. Just how strong was this person? Could it be that the reinforcements he sent were really comparable to those in the eternal life realm? Soon, with the two of them leading the way, the three of them kept making turns, sometimes avoiding the front and sometimes stopping. Finally, they arrived in front of the 6 glowing stars. There's a flower here. It's not smaller than the one blocking the entrance. It's located in the center of the star. Lu Yin nodded and a spiral appeared at his fingertips. With a wave of his hand, he used karma. He wanted to see what these flowers were. When karma pierced through the flowers, Lu Yin saw full sensory creatures. He was surprised. How could this be? Were those flowers full sensory creatures? They were clearly two different species. What's wrong? Lu Yin told them what he saw. Ming Zhuo and Yu were surprised. Flowers and full sensory creatures. Aren't they two different things? Could these flowers have been planted by full sensory creatures? It's possible, Lu Yin said. Karma looked at the origin and the past. Seeing a full sensory creature didn't mean that these flowers were full sensory creatures. They could have been planted by a full sensory creature. Of course, this explanation was a bit far-fetched, but it was much easier to understand than the previous one. Continue. Lu Yin had Ming Zhuo and the others continue to search for flowers while he continuously used karma to search for different origins and pasts. He used karma again and again to search, but they had long since left the tunnel. Several months passed without them noticing. One day, Ming Zhuo and Yu cried out in surprise when they saw a giant flower that was twice as large as the one in the tunnel. They quickly brought Lu Yin over. Lu Yin used karma again, and this time, he saw something different. He saw a conical sky that was both clear and blurry. It pierced into the flower as if it was trying to extract something. Lu Yin tried his best to see the image clearly, but it only lasted for a moment before disappearing. He used karma again, but he either saw a full sensory creature or the same image. Why was the sky conical? He suddenly thought of the 7 karma funnels of the spiritualized universe. They were so similar, and he couldn't help but look at Mingjue. Senior, is this full sensory universe really an unknown universe? Mingjue nodded. Of course. What's wrong? Lu Yin's gaze was heavy. Nothing. I'm just asking. He then continued using karma, hoping to see something different. They stayed in front of this flower for a month, but aside from those 2 images, they didn't see anything else. Before this, Lu Yin and the others had also landed on a glowing planet, but there was nothing special about it. In Lu Yin's eyes, this starry sky was adorned with planets, as if the stars of the night sky had been pulled closer. However, to Mingjue and the others, this was a garden, and those planets were more like flowers. Soon, a year passed, and Lu Yin and the others found a new tunnel. They didn't hesitate and followed it into a new parallel spacetime. The same scene appeared before them, glowing planets and flowers that covered the sky. Hurry up and get out of the way. Mingjue and Yu pulled Lu Yin back. In their eyes, the flower petals had closed up. Lu Yin frowned, as not being able to see was really troublesome. However, they had already been here for a year, and he would be able to see it in another year. This parallel spacetime is also filled with flowers. Let's keep looking and see if there are any new tunnels. This time, they didn't look for flowers, as it was useless even if they did. Lu Yin used the mother tree's karma to use karma, and all he saw was the mother tree being dragged into a tunnel. Not long after, they found another tunnel that was specifically designed to speed things up. They followed the tunnel into a new parallel spacetime, where there were still glowing stars and flowers. After a while, Lu Yin took out the wireless goo and contacted the 5th night pillar. The full sensory lifeforms have a new attack channel. It's consciousness. The 5th night pillar's people knew about it, and so did Mingjue and Yu. Their hearts sank. Had they evolved so quickly? It's related to me. My consciousness kept spreading and avoided the flowers, but I couldn't avoid the full sensory life forms. There are too many of them. Mingjue said, with such a fast evolution speed, if it connects to the 9th heaven universe, it won't be long before humans have an attack channel everywhere. This reminded him of greed, a metal that could grow indefinitely. As long as it was given enough time, it could theoretically spread throughout the entire universe. It had brought disaster to the primordial space's 4th continent, and if it hadn't been resolved early, the primordial space would have been in trouble. In fact, greed couldn't grow for long unless it encountered a space without intelligent life forms. In that case, was this full sensory life form able to reproduce to this day because there weren't any powerful intelligent life forms in this universe? There were intelligent life forms in this universe, but unfortunately, they weren't strong enough to deal with full sensory life forms. Time continued to pass. Spacetime was vast, and even powerhouses like Lu Yin could easily cross spacetime. However, it was very troublesome to search through spacetime, especially after the consciousness became the attack channel of a full sensory life form. Another year passed. On this day, Lu Yin saw flowers that covered the entire starry sky. They were beautiful, dangerously beautiful. No need to point, I can see them, Lu Yin said. Mingjue said, it really was 2 years. If you stay in a spacetime with flowers, you can see them in 2 years. Lu Yin's expression was heavy. If he could see them in 2 years, it meant that the flowers were affecting him. If these flowers could affect him, then there had to be something terrifying behind them. During these 2 years, they had searched dozens of parallel spacetimes, and every parallel spacetime had flowers. Only the main spacetime had none. This confirmed their conjecture, even though it made them feel cold all over. The full sensory lifeforms were hiding. They hid the flowers from the main spacetime and hid the mother tree. Just like the 9th heaven universe, they didn't want to be discovered by creatures from other universes. This full sensory universe was also hiding, and it knew its limits. This meant that there was an extremely intelligent life form behind it that had a clear understanding of the universe. This was unusual. Looking at the outer universes that we've explored, most of them don't have a clear understanding of the universe. Even the Garner Sky universe doesn't. This full sensory universe actually knows how to hide. Mingzhuo's expression was heavy. We underestimated them. You said, have you ever thought that maybe these flowers and the full sensory life forms don't belong to the full sensory universe? Lu Yin raised his brows. Are you saying that the original full sensory universe life form was destroyed? It's possible, you said. Mingzhuo agreed. This full sensory universe life form might be the same as the Garner Sky universe and the Garner Sky universe. They lack a clear understanding of the universe, but they have a clear understanding of the universe's original life form. Thus, they destroyed this universe's life form, hid the mother tree, and hid themselves, leaving only the full sensory life form outside. Those full sensory life forms might not have been left outside. They might have run out on their own. The problem now is that we can't find the full sensory life form or the thing behind those flowers. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Kill them. Kill them until they come out. Mingzhuo and you agreed. They had searched for 2 years, but they still didn't know how many channels there were. The full sensory life forms were endless, and the flowers covered the sky. This meant that these life forms had existed for too long, and it would be impossible to find them without tens of thousands of years. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the sky was split in two. Mingzhuo and you, who were about to attack, were stunned. This destructive power was terrifying. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-24. Flowers were torn apart, and groups of fully sensed life forms were exterminated. Beautiful gardens were destroyed. It was not difficult for Lu Yin and the others to completely destroy a parallel spacetime. They continued to travel through the passageways, destroying one parallel spacetime after another. Time passed quickly. 1 month, 2 months, 5 months, until another year had passed. They destroyed many parallel universes, but nothing happened. All they saw were fully sensed life forms and flowers. The wireless goo vibrated, and Lu Yin looked over. His expression changed as he quickly used karma on the fully sensed life forms. What's wrong? A new attack channel. Lu Yin nodded. It's power. Mingzhuo was surprised. Power can become an attack channel. No way. Power could only be sensed and measured, not seen. The power ripples that could be seen were only the effects of space. However, fully sensed life forms could see power, and to them, power had become a channel. Some of the 3 pillars had died, but fortunately, they had found Lu Yin in time. In the following battle, power could not be used. We can't go on like this. Who knows how many fully sensed life forms there are in this universe, and I feel like that thing is deliberately avoiding us, you said. Lu Yin had the same feeling. Mingzhuo said, it would be great if there was something that could threaten a full sensory life form, not be feared by the thing behind the scenes, and be able to block the attack of a full sensory life form. It would be a disaster for the full sensory universe. Lu Yin was moved. What did you say? It won't be feared by the thing behind the scenes, and it won't be attacked by the fully sensed life forms. It can even threaten them. Mingzhuo nodded. Yes, we are too much of a threat, especially you. Once you attack, the other party won't find trouble with you, so they can only let you destroy them. After all, they know how to hide themselves and are afraid of the universe's life forms. Their caution is no less than that of our universe. Lu Yin took out greed from his cosmic ring. It was metal, but it had the instinct to devour flesh and blood. It was covered in spikes, and Lu Yin grabbed it and twisted it, trying to pierce his body. However, the difference was too great. What is this? Gluttony, Lu Yin explained, explaining gluttony's properties. Mingzhua and you were shocked. There was such a thing. It was not alive, but it could devour flesh and blood and grow infinitely. It could continue growing even if it was broken. However, in this universe, it seemed that only unreasonable things could deal with unreasonable things. It's not a living creature, so it won't be killed by a full sensory creature. Those flowers won't attack non-living things. They're very suitable, you said. Lu Yin broke off greed and tossed a section towards the flower. The flower didn't react at all. Instead, it was greedy and kept trying to stab into the flower. It's not picky. It wants to swallow everything, Mingzhua said. Yu shook his head. Unfortunately, they are too weak to affect the universe. If they really want to threaten this part of the universe, they need to be numerous and spread throughout the universe. Otherwise, how can they deal with the full sensory creatures and flowers? Lu Yin stared at greed. It won't be easy to deal with flowers. The most powerful flowers can even crush a complete cycle powerhouse to death. However, those full sensory creatures are extremely weak, and they can ignore the strength of their battle prowess and only rely on their channels. This is the best way to deal with them. The stronger greed is, the larger its size. Emissaries can cover the entire continent, and progenitors can even reach the heavens. If they're even stronger, Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Within the Tian Yuan universe, greed had never reached a higher level. The ancestor of heavenly demons had been the one to deal with greed, and it hadn't been difficult for him to do so. This proved that the greed that had been able to bring disaster to the fourth mainland had only reached the level of a half-progenitor. The most Lu Yin had ever used was 3 pips on his die to raise greed, which was 6 times. He had spent 10 billion star essence to raise greed to the level of 530,000 emissaries. If he wanted to threaten the full sensory universe, he would need to reach the primordial realm at the very least. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Using his die to raise greed to the primordial realm was a bit of an exaggeration. He didn't have that many star essence, but greed could quickly grow by devouring flesh. Lu Yin glanced at Mingzhua and Yu. The two exchanged glances. You can't be thinking of letting this thing devour our flesh, right? It can't take it. I have a way to make it take it, Lu Yin said. This section of greed definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the flesh of a complete cycle powerhouse, but it would be fine as long as it reached the progenitor realm. It was possible for a progenitor's greed to slowly devour the flesh of a complete cycle powerhouse. If this section of greed was directly devoured, it would be melted by the flesh. A single drop of a powerhouse's blood could destroy the void, which was no joke. Mingzhua's expression turned solemn. Junior brother, if what you said is true, then this thing can grow without limit. Even if we rely on it to find the mastermind behind the full sensory universe and deal with it, this thing will still become a threat. Lu Yin smiled. It won't. If it wants to grow, then it needs to have enough flesh to devour. Does the full sensory universe have that? Mingzhua thought about it. That's true. The full sensory universe only had the full sensory lifeforms and those flowers. Even if greed grew to the point where it could threaten a complete cycle powerhouse, as long as it wasn't given flesh, its strength would not grow any further. Lu Yin could easily destroy it. Even if this thing spread throughout the universe, it would be fine. The full sensory universe would have to be rebooted, and once it was rebooted, everything would be gone. Speaking of which, could this thing also be from another universe? Yu suddenly asked. Lu Yin was stunned, as he had never considered this possibility. There's no aura from another universe. If you stay in a universe for too long, the aura from another universe will disappear, Mingjue said. Lu Yin took a deep look at greed. Perhaps that was the case. Right now, dealing with the full sensory universe was the most important. Lu Yin slightly moved away from the two, took out his die, and tapped it. It had been a long time since he had rolled the die, and there weren't many things that were useful to him. However, it could occasionally create miracles. As the die slowly came to a stop, it showed 5 pips. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he approached Mingjue and patted his arm. Senior, I forgot to ask you. Are you hurt? Mingjue was stunned. Hurt? You looked at Lu Yin strangely, especially at his hand. Why did he pat it twice? No. That's good. Lu Yin moved away and continued to roll the die. Mingjue and you looked at each other in confusion. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity that Mingjue didn't have an innate gift. It was a pity that he had patted you earlier. However, he wasn't familiar with you, so it wouldn't be good to rashly touch him. Shaking his head, Lu Yin tapped the die, and it continued to spin. 6 pips. He restrained his power. This universe didn't have any astral sources or consciousness, so he couldn't blend in. Otherwise, he would have used this method long ago. He tapped again, and this time, the die rolled 3 pips. He looked at the 2 screens and felt a sense of familiarity that he hadn't felt in a long time. He placed gluttony on the screen and began to add star essence. 1 time, 2 times, 5 times, 10 times, and finally, the 11th time. Gluttony cost Lu Yin almost 400 billion star essence, which was an exaggerated number, but he had successfully raised it to the progenitor realm. Although gluttony was still the size of a palm, it could grow at any time, and its power was much stronger than before. The spikes could already make Lu Yin feel a little, but only a little. If it wanted to penetrate his skin, it would need to have the destructive power of a primordial realm cultivator. If he used star essence to upgrade it, it would take at least a few trillion star essence to do so. There were already people around, so there was no need to waste any star essence. Lu Yin broke off gluttony and gave a small section to Mingjue. Senior, try it. Mingjue held gluttony. What sharp spikes. If they were any harder, my skin wouldn't have been able to take it. Mingjue's physical strength was far inferior to Lu Yin's, but even Lu Yin could feel it, let alone Mingjue. He took the initiative to tear open his flesh and drip his blood onto gluttony. The small section of gluttony immediately began to twist and wriggle, constantly absorbing the blood. Its surface began to corrode, and it was obvious that absorbing Mingjue's blood was a bit too much for it to handle. However, it continued to devour. Finally, the small section of gluttony was melted. It was still not enough to reach the progenitor realm. Lu Yin was not surprised, and he continued to upgrade the remaining gluttony. He had expected this and had not cancelled his die's enhanced screen. He upgraded it 2 more times and then broke off a small section for Mingjue. This time, gluttony did not melt, but instead absorbed the blood. Its pitch-black surface began to turn dark red, and its spikes flickered with a cold light as they suddenly stabbed out. Mingjue subconsciously let go, but he had been stabbed and his palm was stained with blood. What sharp spikes! The gluttony that had been dropped suddenly expanded, and Lu Yin kicked it into outer space. The gluttony continued to expand at an incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had spread to its surroundings and was still growing. Along the way, some flowers were torn apart, while others were tough and could not be torn apart by gluttony. However, the flowers did not care about these non-living things and did not resist at all. As for the full sensory life forms, a single twist of the gluttony would wipe out a large number of them. Mingjue and you were dumbfounded. What a fast growth rate. Humans needed to slowly cultivate, but gluttony had actually grown so quickly. This was too terrifying, it was definitely a monster. Lu Yin exhaled, this was right. Now that gluttony had appeared, he wanted to see how the thing behind the scenes would hide. This was just one spacetime, and the gluttony in his hand was enough to toss out even more spacetimes. This would allow the full sensory universe to experience the terror of an unreasonable monster. Following this, Lu Yin continued to break apart gluttony, splitting it into hundreds and thousands, and then letting it absorb Ming Zhua and use blood. Even though these two were powerhouses at the peak of the bitter adversity stage, they still paled after absorbing so much blood. During this time, any gluttony that had absorbed their blood was thrown into a parallel spacetime by Lu Yin through the passage that he had previously entered. It had taken him a lot of time to find the passage, but now that he knew its location, he could easily reach it. Even so, it still took him half a year to throw so many gluttons into a parallel spacetime. On the way back, he saw gluttons expand in the wind like giant pythons entrenched in space. They constantly tore apart flowers, and any full sensory life form would die upon contact. They could not harm it at all. This meant that in this full sensory universe, gluttony had no natural enemies. Its natural enemies were actually powerful intelligent life forms. Unfortunately, this full sensory universe lacked such life forms the most. As long as the existence behind them did not appear, this place would be a paradise for gluttons. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-25. Lu Yin and the others returned to the main spacetime and waited for half a year. Half a year later, they began to search through spacetime one by one. As long as they found a spacetime where greed was destroyed, they could follow the clues to find the existence behind it. This search took more than half a year. However, after searching a large circle, all the parallel universes where greed had been thrown were almost destroyed. Greed was a huge monster. They were attacked when they went in, but greed was not damaged at all. Not even a little bit. If greed was a living creature, it would have laughed. This universe was too beautiful. The only thing lacking was that it had no flesh. However, it could leave this universe and enter the square inch, drifting aimlessly until it found a suitable home. For the time being, greed could not leave the universe. Why didn't it come out? Those flowers were destroyed. Ming Zhuo was puzzled. You said, maybe it's not enough. Lu Yin said in a low voice, there are too many parallel spacetimes. Think about it. If these flowers were spread across many parallel spacetimes, greed's destruction would only be a part of it. It would be a part that the existence behind it could accept. It has plenty of time to waste with us. Then what should we do? If we want to destroy it to the point where it can't withstand it, we'll have to stay here for a long time. I don't mind. You looked at Lu Yin. Mr. Lu, you don't want to stay here for too long. Lu Yin looked at greed in the distance. Parallel spacetimes are connected by the sequence string. We usually don't look too deep into this universe because we can see too many minute things that are spread all over the world. It's impossible to live here, but now, we have to look. I want to see how many parallel spacetimes there are in this universe. I want to see how many I can destroy. Junior, you can't be thinking of using the sequence string to open all the parallel spacetimes, right? Even if you can, the open connection points will quickly recover. Even if greed enters those parallel spacetimes and is destroyed, we won't be able to find it, Ming Zhuo said. Lu Yin sighed. Then don't let it recover. Ming Zhuo's expression changed. You want to grab the sequence string again. A universe had an origin and an end of the sequence strings. For example, the Tian Yuan universe was in the primeval city, and the Lan universe was in the mother tree. They were the origins of the sequence strings formed naturally in the universe. If someone used absolute strength to look through time and space and grab all the sequence strings in another location, it would be equivalent to creating an end point or knot of the sequence strings. This required an unimaginable amount of power, as if he was grasping a parallel space. Even Mingjue and the others couldn't imagine who could do it. Perhaps the eternal life realm could do it. However, Lu Yin was not in the eternal realm. Yu was right, and Lu Yin did not want to waste too much time here. If there were any difficulties, then he would solve them. He knew that this was a little inconceivable, and he had never thought about it before, but there was no harm in giving it a try. Seniors, please step back. Mingjue wanted to say something but was stopped by Yu. Let him try. Mingjue sighed. Controlling spacetime and playing with the universe is the privilege of the eternal life realm. Apart from the eternal life realm, no one can do it. Junior brother. Yu stared at Lu Yin's back. His strength is beyond our expectations. Mingjue looked at him. I hope so. The starry sky was calm, and Mingjue and Yu purposely kept their distance as they looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his hand and bent his fingers, piercing through the void and grabbing. A terrifying power spread through the void, and countless black lines tore through the sky. In the distance, the huge gluttony sensed the power and rushed over, but it was repelled by the shock waves before it could even get close. It was unwilling to give up and wanted to get closer, but void cracks swept past it and cut it apart, causing it to fall down. Infinite power circulated, and the sky's sealing void particles spread out. Behind him, the lantern flew into the sky, and the true God's freedom technique shrouded the area with a majestic consciousness that formed a stairway to heaven. He could give up on the transformation of the 9 heavens, but he could also recreate it with a single thought. Rise! Lu Yin growled as he saw the strings of the sequence of strings being grabbed through parallel spacetime and violently pulled back. At the same time, the entire universe trembled. It wasn't just the current spacetime, countless other spacetimes were shaking, including the main spacetime, the second, fourth, and fifth pillars. They looked at the starry sky and trembled, not understanding what was happening. Was the heavenly might descending? In an unknown spacetime, countless giant flowers bloomed, and an endless sea of fully sensed lifeforms moved along the glowing planets and into the flowers. At the center of the flowers was a mother tree that connected the heavens and the earth. It was much smaller than the one in the Ninefirmament's universe, and it couldn't even compare to the one in the Orchid universe. On the trunk of the mother tree, there was a creature that looked like a moth. It was so large that it covered half of the tree, and if it spread its wings, it would definitely cover the starry sky. As Lu Yin's power reached into the parallel spacetimes to grab the strings, the moth opened its compound eyes and flapped its wings slightly as if it was on guard. All of the fully sensed lifeforms fell silent. It was hiding. Lu Yin grabbed back with his arm, and the trembling void spread out along his arm. Mingjue and Yu looked on in shock as countless scenes of parallel spacetime overlapped above their heads. It was like a dream, but they knew that this was real. Lu Yin had used his own strength to grab the parallel spacetime, causing it to become unstable. If he instantly destroyed these strings, then theoretically, as long as there were enough parallel spacetimes, he could restart the universe. Previously, when Gu Zhuangke had restarted the Orchid universe, he had found the origin and end of the sequence of strings and cut them off. But now, Lu Yin hadn't found it. Instead, he had forcibly grabbed the endless strings and formed a new link. If this scene were to spread back to the Ninefirmament's universe, it would shock everyone again. Even the eternal realm would be shocked. Lu Yin clenched his right hand and grabbed the strings tightly. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead as lightning flashed. The sky shook and the earth shook as endless void cracks fell from the starry sky. With a whoosh, Lu Yin took a step back and twisted his right arm, twisting the strings that he had grabbed. He kept retreating, and every step he took pulled out a parallel spacetime passage. After 10 steps, there were many parallel spacetime passages in front of him, far more than the one they had just entered. Lu Yin had succeeded. He had redefined the terror of the peak combat power under the eternal realm. He had opened up countless parallel spacetimes. But compared to Master Qingcao's understatement, it was still a little lacking. Master Qingcao had easily opened up the Royal God Mountain spacetime passage to the spiritualized universe. The passage was big enough to throw the eternal realm monster in. After the monster left, the passage would still be stable, allowing the spiritualized universe's cultivators to freely enter and exit. This was even more difficult than what Lu Yin had done. This was the terror of the eternal realm. The passage that Lu Yin had opened was too small and couldn't compare to Master Qingcao's. "Cut greed and throw it in," Lu Yin shouted. Ming Zhua and Yu suppressed their shock and attacked greed in the distance. They kept cutting greed and throwing it into the parallel spacetime passages. "Junior, once the passage is restored, we won't be able to find it no matter how many we throw in. Then don't let it recover." Lu Yin held on to the string tightly. "How long can you hold on?" Yu asked loudly. Lu Yin stared at the string as the strength in his arm drained away. He wasn't an eternal realm expert and couldn't do what Master Qingcao had done. The passage could still be stable and easily connected to parallel spacetimes. But compared to the eternal realm, he lacked the eternal substance. He couldn't use the eternal substance directly with his strength. Only the eternal battle technique could exert its power, but that was before. A white stream of air appeared in Lu Yin's palm. It was the stream of air after the transformation of the battle force at the mastery realm. Lu Yin discovered that this power could also be integrated with the eternal substance, and this was the strongest power he could use at the moment. When the white stream of air appeared, Lu Yin's strength skyrocketed. He could suppress the string without the eternal substance. If combined with the eternal substance, one eternal substance could suppress the string for a long time. It was enough. "I can stabilize these passages. Let's see if they can withstand the destruction of the parallel spacetime or if I can withstand the consumption of strength." Ming Zhua and Yu looked at each other. They didn't expect Lu Yin to be able to do something that only the eternal realm could do. They couldn't help but have a new understanding of Lu Yin's strength. They both knew about the existence of the eternal substance, but their strength couldn't use it. They didn't know how Lu Yin did it, but it seemed that there was hope to solve the problem of the full sensory universe. Immediately, he accelerated the cutting of greed and threw it into the parallel spacetimes. "Let's see how long you can endure." Today was the 11th year since the 4 spacetime battleships from the spiritualized universe had left. After 11 years, they saw a huge door in front of them, as well as the deep dark starry sky behind it. That was the Tianyuan universe. Disaster stood at the bow of the rebooted battleship and looked on excitedly. They had finally returned. Beside him, the Plain Master Sect and Zi Tianshu were there. They all looked at the Tianyuan universe. They hadn't expected to come here one day. Many cultivators from the spiritualized universe looked on in silence as they recalled Lu Yin's words. This universe had been conquered by the spiritualized universe, but Lu Yin had reversed time, causing everything to start anew. It had also become a new beginning for the spiritualized universe. The last time they had come with the intention of conquering and a sense of superiority. Now, they were at a loss. They didn't know what the Tianyuan universe was waiting for them. If Yu Sang Tian and the 7 major Sang Tians were still around, they could still maintain their sense of superiority. Unfortunately, other than the Plain Master Sect, the rest were gone. On the other hand, the Tianyuan universe was backed by Lu Yin, which was what they relied on to enter the Ninefall universe. The Tianyuan universe itself also had a group of experts. The unbounded experts who had once shone in the spiritualized universe were now in the Tianyuan universe. In addition, the Tianyuan universe originally had a group of experts guarding it. In terms of absolute strength, the Tianyuan universe might not be weaker than the spiritualized universe. There were people from the above heaven sect keeping an eye on the door. Even though most of the cultivators had retreated because of the insects, there were still people keeping an eye on the door. Seeing the enormous restart battleship approaching, the cultivators were shocked and quickly used wireless goo to contact Heavenly Sect. Above heaven, Lu Yuan, Gu Xin, and the others were greatly alarmed. How could there be a battleship? Chu Yi and the others immediately thought of the spacetime class battleship in the spiritualized universe. They immediately headed to the universe's border. To please collect the new address to avoid getting lost. And download the Love Reading app. Translation: Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Translation: Spacetime in the Palm is free to read. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-26. Now that the Tianyuan universe's Zerg nest crisis had been contained with Wu Zhang's return, the humans had begun to counterattack the Zerg and clean up the parallel universes. However, there were too few experts, and they could not solve the problem in a short time. If the spiritualized universe came looking for trouble now, it would be really troublesome. Sir Victor held his golden staff and looked at the border. Looking for trouble? Do they still have experts? Shan Gu was puzzled. What has Master Lu done to the spiritualized universe? Why are you so confident? Beside him, Mu Zhu said, in any case, they shouldn't be looking for trouble with the Tianyuan universe. As they spoke, the experts headed to the border. Sir Victor's golden staff swept across, and the Zerg at the border were all wiped out. The next moment, the reboot battleship rushed through the door and slowly stopped in front of everyone. Chu Yi's gaze turned cold. It really is a spiritualized universe battleship. Before they could think further, Disaster stood at the bow and shouted excitedly, Master Lu ordered the spiritualized universe to support the Tianyuan universe. We will obey any order. In front of them, the Tianyuan universe's experts stared blankly. What? Master Lu ordered the spiritualized universe to support the Tianyuan universe? No one had expected this. Even Wu Zhang's group had not expected this. When they returned to the Tianyuan universe, Lu Yin was being chased by an eternal realm monster, and the spiritualized universe's captive cultivators had been forcefully taken away by Master Grass. How had Lu Yin done it? He had not only escaped the pursuit of an eternal realm monster, but he had also ordered the spiritualized universe to support the Tianyuan universe under Master Grass's nose. Gu Shen, Wu Tian, Zhelanzhilua, Void Master, and the others looked at Chu Yi and the others in confusion. Hadn't Lu Yin been chased and had no choice but to escape? Hadn't Master Grass returned to the spiritualized universe? What was going on? In the distance, Mengya had a look of disbelief. What had Lu Yin done? He had heard Wu Zhang's group talk about what had happened in the consciousness universe, and he was glad that he had escaped early. Otherwise, he would have encountered the Eternal Realm monster and Master Grass. But Lu Yin had encountered them and escaped. How could he order the spiritualized universe to help? Damn it! No one could figure out what had happened. Su Sherdao, Zi Tianshu, and the others looked at the experts of the Tianyuan universe in front of them with solemn expressions. They were indeed very strong. The Tianyuan universe was far from what they had guessed. They could feel the power of the ancient gods and Lu Yuan's unfathomable strength. They could also feel the fighting spirit of Zhelanzhilua, Netherworld Ancestor, Wood Carving, and the others. The murderous aura suppressed them. The spiritualized universe had gone through many changes, and its murderous intent had long faded away. Now, compared to the Tian Yuan universe, the difference between them was obvious. They knew very well that their greatest advantage lay in their numbers. The average strength of the spiritualized universe's cultivators exceeded that of the Tian Yuan universe. This was also the reason why they had the confidence to help the Tian Yuan universe resolve its crisis. In terms of absolute experts, they were no longer comparable to the current Tian Yuan universe. The Tian Yuan universe was no longer the weakest of the three universes. Under Wang Wen, Wei Rong, and the others' orders, the four spiritualized universes' battleships headed toward four parallel spacetimes and started to exterminate the insects. When they saw the bugs that filled the Tian Yuan universe's parallel spacetime, they finally understood why Lu Yin had wanted to completely eliminate the spiritualized universe's bugs before they had set off. It turned out that the Tian Yuan universe's crisis came from those bugs. Lu Yin had not told them what the Tian Yuan universe's crisis was, he had only told them that the more cultivators they sent, the better. Now, they knew. But why had the bugs appeared in the spiritualized universe? Had Wu Jiang brought them there? Right, calamity. The Su Sherdao thought of calamity. Lu Yin had only found this person at the last moment, so why was he in the spiritualized universe? Even an idiot would be able to guess that the spiritualized universe's bugs might have been brought there by him. When the Su Sherdao thought of this, he felt an indescribable anger. They had actually transferred the crisis to the spiritualized universe. How hateful. And he had treated this person so well along the way. How infuriating. However, this was not something that he could decide on. The people of the Tian Yuan universe were truly evil. Fortunately, Lu Yin himself was not bad, and he had helped the spiritualized universe deal with the bugs. From the looks of it, his qualities surpassed that of the Tian Yuan universe's people. Elsewhere, in the sect's main hall in the sky, Lu Yuan, the ancient gods, and Chu Yi were all gathered around Calamity, and they had all heard Lu Yin's words. Leave them behind. Lu Yuan raised his brows, his eyes filled with killing intent. You've dealt with them. Calamity replied, no, Master Lu means not to let them return to the spiritualized universe. Why is that? They can't be allowed to live in our Tian Yuan universe forever, right? Chu Yi did not understand. Calamity replied, this is Master Lu's intention, and this is only the first batch. He wants the cultivators of this era and even the next era of the spiritualized universe to come to the Tian Yuan universe and have the Tian Yuan universe split up their territories. In any case, they can forget about returning to the spiritualized universe for the rest of their lives. Wang Wen smiled. This plan sounds familiar. Wei Rong nodded. Back then, the sixth mainland and the three sovereign spacetimes were all nibbled away. Does Master Lu want to obtain the entire spiritualized universe? Calamity shook his head. I don't know about that. Master Lu did not tell me. Lu Yuan slammed the table. Since that's the case, let's look for other dangers. In any case, as long as the Tian Yuan universe is in danger, they cannot leave. Other dangers? How do we find them? Celestial Victor was stunned. Wei Rong's lips curled up. Make up a story. The Tian Yuan universe is ours, so you can say whatever you want. The ancient god turned and left. Where are you going? Lu Yuan asked. The ancient god did not even turn his head. I'm going to have a chat with Miao Wu Huang. Tell him not to let it slip. This guy understands the Tian Yuan universe more and more. Chu Yi agreed. We should have a good chat. Call the Star Toad, Su Wang, and the Strength Beast. Let's go and have a chat. There was a cauldron in the square in front of Zhong Zhang's palace in the sky. Inside the cauldron, the sapling stretched out its branches and leaves from time to time. Then, it shrank back in disappointment. There's news of him. A green leaf suddenly stretched out, flickering with green light. It was very pleasing. The person who spoke was Mr. Mu. Ever since Wu Jiang returned, the desolate god had gone to Immemorial City to take Mr. Mu's place to grab the string of the sequence. Mr. Mu raised his hand and touched the sapling's green leaf. He is very safe. He will come back. The sapling was very happy, and its green leaf rubbed against Mr. Mu's face. Mr. Mu looked at the sapling and then at the cauldron. Then, he raised his head and looked at the starry sky. I have already gone so far. I have no more worries. After he finished speaking, he looked at the sect in the sky again. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already entered the mirage domain and arrived beside the long river of time. On the long river of time, a light boat sailed by, and faint singing could be heard. On the other side of the river, a beautiful figure stood and stared at Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu looked at the opposite side of the river and smiled. He lifted his foot and stepped into the river. At the bottom of the river, a cauldron slowly rose, causing the long river of time to boil. Wei Nu stared at Mr. Mu. What else do you want? Mr. Mu stood on the long river as if time had lifted him up. I am old. I should take a gamble. Otherwise, it is not good to let my disciple risk his life outside. Don't be rash. Wei Nu warned. She had never seen such a person. He was clearly not an eternal life realm expert, but he could affect the long river of time more than an eternal life realm expert. That cauldron was too strange. Mr. Mu smiled and did not say anything else. His body slowly sank into the cauldron. After Mr. Mu completely disappeared, Wei Nu relaxed her clenched fists and just stood by the river, watching. In the full sensory universe, more than a year had passed since Lu Yin had grabbed the string of the sequence. Ming Zhua and Yu continued to search along the spacetime tunnel. Finally, they brought back news that a piece of gluttony had disappeared. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he stared at the parallel universe. Let's go. With that, he entered the parallel universe with Ming Zhua and Yu. After Lu Yin left, the sequence string that had been grabbed immediately scattered. The void was shattered by countless ripples, but it quickly returned to normal. This was a parallel universe that they had passed through before. Countless flowers in the starry sky had been torn apart, and there were traces of thorns everywhere. Clearly, they had come from gluttony, but it was gone. Lu Yin and the others quickly found traces of a battle in the starry sky. They followed the traces and found a tunnel that led to the next parallel universe. In this full sensory universe, all parallel universes where flowers were planted had connected tunnels. These tunnels were actually meant for full sensory life forms to move. In fact, if they focused on the full sensory life forms, they might be able to find the existence behind them. However, it would take a long time. The gluttony in the next parallel universe was also dealt with. Then, they moved on to the next parallel universe, where there was no gluttony. Lu Yin used karma to attack the full sensory life forms and flowers, colliding with their karma lines. He found a tunnel and continued. They searched through parallel universes until they finally arrived at a completely different parallel universe. Each flower in this parallel universe was as large as the one that had blocked the tunnel's entrance. There were full sensory life forms everywhere, countless glowing planets floating around, and a huge mother tree in the distance. Lu Yin's eyes widened, they had finally found it. Ming Zhua and Yu exchanged glances. They had found it, but it had taken too much effort. If not for Lu Yin, who knew how long it would have taken them to find this parallel universe? It was normal for an expedition to the outer universe to take hundreds or even thousands of years, but how long had it been since then? This was the terror of karma. The three advanced towards the mother tree, restraining their auras. They didn't dare to release any probing power for fear that the existence behind them would escape. Under this starry sky, there was an indescribable pressure that made their hearts feel heavy, as if something was there. This was especially true for Ming Zhuo and Yu, who were at the peak of Ku adversity. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The closer they got to the mother tree, the stronger the pressure became. Furthermore, there was a strange clashing sound. Was that the sound of wings flapping against each other? There was only the mother tree and flowers in this direction, and nothing else. Lu Yin and the others changed directions and approached the tree. Not long after, the three of them stared blankly at the giant tree in the distance. There was a moth clinging to the trunk of the tree. It was a gigantic transparent moth creature that was 1/3 the size of the mother tree. Its body flickered with the light of a planet, and its transparent wings occasionally flapped, emitting a horrifying sound. Its entire body lay on the trunk of the mother tree as if it was sleeping. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-27. The moth was surrounded by countless fully sensed creatures, but no one knew what they were doing. Is that the existence behind it? Yu exclaimed. Ming Zhuo's expression was solemn. Be careful, this thing makes me feel very uncomfortable. Lu Yin said, let's see what it's doing. There's no rush. Although the moth gave them pressure, it was far less than the Eternal Realm monsters Lu Yin had encountered. Even Eternal Realm monsters couldn't do anything to him, let alone this moth. At least, Lu Yin didn't feel any life or death danger. Of course, there was still a little danger. The three stopped talking and watched quietly. After more than half a month of observation, they finally saw it clearly. The moth was sucking something from the fully sensed creatures, and the fully sensed creatures were collecting something from the flowers. As for the growth of the flowers, it also came from the fully sensed creatures. Groups of fully sensed creatures poured into the flowers and were devoured. Then, new fully sensed creatures would collect something from the flowers and give it to the moth, which would then absorb it. It was a cycle. No matter how one looked at it, it was like a small ecosystem. But how were fully sensed creatures born? They wanted to continue observing, but suddenly, the moth disappeared without warning. Where did it go? Ming Zhuo was surprised. His body was suddenly dragged by a huge force and thrown to the side. Yu was also pushed out by an unbearable force. The void collapsed as the moth descended. His body turned from nothingness to reality and then disappeared. Ming Zhuo lowered his head and looked at his left arm. It was gone. His left arm had been touched by the moth and was gone. If he hadn't been thrown out, his whole body would have been gone. A powerhouse at the peak of the bitter adversity realm had almost disappeared. Yu wasn't much better. His legs were gone. Only Lu Yin was intact. He had pushed Ming Zhuo and Yu out. If not for that, they would have died. The moth had discovered them long ago, but it had been pretending and waiting for them to relax. You guys go. I'll take care of it, Lu Yin reminded in a low voice. Ming Zhuo and Yu didn't hesitate and tore the void to leave. They couldn't deal with the moth at all. Lu Yin stood in place with a heavy expression. A monster that broke through common sense. However, common sense was only human self-knowledge. The universe was too big, and many things exceeded human imagination. Even Eternal Realm powerhouses couldn't imagine what kind of inconceivable creatures existed in the universe. The moth had the ability to disappear upon contact. In other words, it was equivalent to an enlarged version of a full sensory creature. However, full sensory creatures attacked through vibrations and other channels. The moth did not need any channels. As long as it touched a creature, the creature would disappear. It was the kind of attack that was hard to reverse. When humans fought, fighting across realms was considered impressive, and geniuses were considered geniuses who could fight across realms. Lu Yin had been able to fight across realms, which was a first in history. However, this was only true among humans. Throughout the entire universe, there were definitely beings like the full sensory lifeforms who could unleash irreversible attacks without needing to cross realms. Lu Yin's figure retreated from where he had been standing. The transparent moth flew past him, but it didn't arrive at the same time as Lu Yin. The transparent moth turned around and was about to crash into Lu Yin again, but a terrifying consciousness and thought descended. Stop. With one word, the transparent moth stopped and stared at Lu Yin with its huge compound eyes. Lu Yin couldn't tell what it was feeling, but its vibrations suddenly sped up. It was obviously uneasy, it had been controlled. Any intelligent creature couldn't escape the effects of Lu Yin's speech, unless its level was higher than Lu Yin's. This transparent moth obviously couldn't surpass Lu Yin. Lu Yin sized up the giant moth in front of him. If Mingjue and you had seen this scene, they would have been even more shocked. This transparent moth had only touched them once, and their bodies had disappeared. However, Lu Yin had stopped it. The creature in front of him was like a moth. Its entire body was transparent, and there was a flickering light within its body that could penetrate the void and disappear upon contact. It had absorbed the pollen collected by the fully sensed creatures. It was very strong. Lu Yin could feel strong thoughts. It was resisting, but under the effects of Lu Yin's speech, its consciousness and thoughts couldn't resist. From the perspective of consciousness and thoughts, this transparent moth was very small while Lu Yin was the giant. I know you can understand me. Drop your guard and give up resisting. Otherwise, die, Lu Yin said slowly. The moth's wings vibrated even faster, filled with unease and vigilance. It also had a strong desire to attack, but it was still suppressed. Lu Yin frowned and raised a hand. He flicked his finger, and a terrifying power pierced through the void. At the same time, it pierced through the transparent moth's body and dragged a dark crack into the distance. The moth's compound eyes vibrated, and it let out a sharp shriek. Next time, it'll be your head, Lu Yin said. This transparent moth was the same as the fully sensed creatures in that its defense was very low. It was no wonder why it had hidden itself and even the mother tree. As long as Mingjue and the others could avoid this thing's attack, they could still deal with it. Lu Yin's threat was effective, and the moth's wings stopped vibrating. Its compound eyes stared at Lu Yin as it gradually quieted down. Lu Yin sized up the moth and stared at its body. It disappeared upon contact. How had it done that? Lu Yin approached the moth and looked at its body. He saw that the void was constantly changing. No, it wasn't the void, but rather time. The moth's body was filled with a disorderly flow of time, as if it was wearing an outer layer of time. This time, however, was very chaotic. That's right, it was chaotic. It was no wonder why the moths had disappeared upon contact. They hadn't completely disappeared, but rather, the places that the moths had come into contact with had reappeared at a certain point in time due to the chaotic flow of time. Perhaps they would reappear in the next moment, or perhaps they would never reappear. Thus, this was an attack with the power of time. Lu Yin was astonished. The river of time was fixed in the Tianyuan universe, and logically speaking, no creature should be able to do such a thing outside of the Tianyuan universe. Many powerful cultivators could unleash attacks with the power of time, but they couldn't reverse time or even see the past or the future. This was because the river of time was in the Tianyuan universe. However, this transparent moth had been able to do so. Either its existence had crossed the distance of an inch and could touch the river of time, or it wasn't the only river of time in the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin had guessed a long time ago that the river of time in the Tianyuan universe was the only one in the universe. He had only guessed at first, but after seeing the 9 firmaments universe and the distance of an inch, especially when he heard that the 9 firmaments universe had experienced a crisis and had been forced to use the Black Mother Tree to avoid the calamity, he knew that the river of time wasn't the only one. No matter how powerful Mr. Mu was, it was impossible for him to surpass the entire universe and fix the only river of time in the Tian Yuan universe. Lu Yin didn't believe that no eternal realm powerhouse could surpass Mr. Mu in the power of time. Even if humans couldn't do it, what about the other creatures in the universe? This transparent moth's control of the grand Tao of time was extremely powerful. It used time to create a near-invincible outer layer, and when combined with its transparent characteristics, it could instantly kill most creatures in the universe. The eternal realm was the peak of all known creatures, and Lu Yin's extreme power was second only to the eternal realm. Below him were people like Mingjue, who had completed the bitter disaster realm. If even they couldn't resist this method, it was enough to prove how powerful this transparent moth was. There were very few creatures in the universe that could deal with it. Wherever this thing appeared, disaster would follow. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. At that moment, countless full-sensory lifeforms surged in from all directions, sweeping towards Lu Yin like a tidal wave. Lu Yin waved his hand, destroying the void and destroying the countless full-sensory lifeforms. In front of him, the transparent moth suddenly retreated. Lu Yin's palm landed, and a terrifying force shattered the moth's body. However, it was blocked by an unfathomable force that prevented his attack from landing. At that moment, countless full-sensory lifeforms shuttled through the void and surrounded the transparent moth, drowning it out. Lu Yin didn't know what it was trying to do, and he didn't need to know. Behind him, streaks of triple firmament sword intent slashed out, transforming into a rain of swords that swept towards the moth. The rain of swords slashed through, destroying countless full-sensory lifeforms. The transparent moth raised its wings and flapped them fiercely, causing a gale to sweep across the world and disperse the rain of swords. "Stop," Lu Yin growled, using word magic. This time, it failed. Lu Yin's expression changed. How could this be? He used his consciousness and thoughts to envelop the moth once more, using word magic to make it stop, but it still failed. He couldn't sense any thoughts from the moth's body. It seemed to have become a shell, and its thoughts had been diverted. How had it done this? Lu Yin suddenly looked at the scattered full-sensory lifeforms around him. These things had scattered the moth's thoughts, just like how Lu Yin had tried to absorb Yuya's thoughts, but Yuya had scattered his thoughts, making it difficult for Lu Yin to absorb them. However, Yuya was a pure thought entity, and this moth was not. Could it be that its body and thoughts could be separated? Just as he was thinking about this, the moth's flapping grew stronger and stronger, and the rain of swords from triple firmament sword intent could not be unleashed. Lu Yin took a step forward, raised a hand, and pressed down with a terrifying force. Heaven and earth flipped as the transparent moth was pushed downwards, crashing into the flower. The moth continued to press downwards, unable to withstand Lu Yin's strength. Suddenly, a chill surged forth. Lu Yin dodged, and the shattered void, the flower, the flow of time, and space all froze in an instant. The next moment, everything shattered like glass. Right below him was the moth's compound eye. Lu Yin looked over, and the moth's compound eye stared back at him. Lu Yin subconsciously dodged, but the compound eye continued to stare at him. Lu Yin dodged a few times, but he suddenly bumped into something. The void that had been fixed and shattered was actually corporeal. The moth's compound eye trembled, and with it at the center, the void began to solidify in all directions. Lu Yin was no exception, and he was enveloped by the solidified void, unable to move. The next moment, the void began to shatter. Lu Yin watched as the crack closed in, and an unlimited amount of power flowed through it. Sealing heaven sequence particles spread out, and he raised a hand to tear it open. Due to various issues, the address has been changed. The web version is slow. Please. The new version will provide you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Translation Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Translation time code. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-28. It was as if a curtain had been forcefully torn apart, and even the void that had been shattering was torn apart at the same time. The transparent moth shrieked in disbelief as it retreated. Do you think you can escape? Lu Yin's consciousness enveloped the moth, and chains appeared from the void to bind it. He had to admit that this transparent moth was terrifyingly powerful. Whether it was its chaotic outer layer or its eyes that had frozen and shattered the void, it was not something that an ordinary person could deal with. If this battle had been left to Ming Zhua and the others, they would have died long ago. However, this thing had run into him. Lu Yin now understood why the alarmed ruler had asked him to provide support. Throughout history, almost every expedition to the outer universe had been supported by eternal realms. Either there was no need for support, as only eternal realms were qualified to support the outer universe. Civilizations had a long history, and without an eternal realm that had a similarly long history, it would be difficult to suppress them. Lu Yin was curious as to how long this moth had existed. If his guess was correct, then it was a creature outside of the sensual universe that had dominated it, so it had to have existed for a very long time. The worldly chains continued to bind the moth, locking down all of its external knowledge. However, the essence of the chains was consciousness, and consciousness could not escape time. The worldly chains were constantly being erased by the chaotic time on the moth's body. Lu Yin waved a hand. Setting sun, burn your martial arts. Burn your understanding of time. A setting sun appeared in the sky, and as it disappeared, the chaotic time on the moth's body also calmed down. It could be forgotten as long as it was a living creature. The effects of a battle technique were surprisingly good. More and more worldly chains descended, and the moth's struggles grew weaker and weaker. Just as Lu Yin thought that it would not be able to struggle any longer, it erupted with another power and broke free from the worldly chains. It soared into the sky and let out a cry that shook the heavens. It flapped its wings, and the wind turned into a sharp blade that slashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin casually brushed it aside and stared at the moth. What is this? He felt a familiar power within the moth's body. It was the power of the realm of mastery battle force. It was that white current. How could this moth exist? Lu Yin stared at the moth and continued to brush aside the wind. At this moment, the moth's power level skyrocketed, almost as if it had changed. White spots appeared on its body that resembled steam, and the wind could not disperse them. It seemed extremely divine. The transparent moth ferociously charged at Lu Yin, wanting to ram into him. However, the chaotic time around its body grew thicker and thicker. Lu Yin spread out his fingers and watched the moth disappear. He then raised his hand and struck out with a palm. Bang! The void collapsed, and strong gales swept out in all directions, slicing the space and time apart. All the flowers were suppressed, and countless beings with perfect senses were annihilated. The transparent moth screeched again as its huge body was sent flying. The compound eye once again froze the void and spread across the world. The space-time that had clearly collapsed and shattered suddenly froze, like an old world album. Lu Yin suddenly waved his hand and sliced it open. A similar white stream of energy appeared in his palm. When the transparent moth saw the white stream of energy in Lu Yin's palm, it turned around and fled. It hadn't expected Lu Yin to possess such power as well. Lu Yin took a step forward, the light around his body shuttling back and forth for a second. Just as the transparent moth was about to leave through the void, the reversal of time caused it to reappear. Lu Yin stood on its back as gray time drifted around his body. He stood outside of time, protected by the flowing light, and was unafraid of the moth's chaotic time. The transparent moth struggled to escape, as it had not expected Lu Yin to be so strong. At first, it had hidden not because it was afraid, but because it did not want to be discovered by more beings in the universe. It was too afraid of this universe. Even if the person on the night pillar was not powerful, it had not planned to personally attack. It had only used the creatures with perfect senses and the flowers as a cover to destroy if it could and chase them away if it could not. However, it had not expected to meet Lu Yin. His verbal law had forced it to disperse its thoughts, and he was unafraid of the chaotic time. Lu Yin's strength was terrifying, and he also possessed the same power. It was now filled with unease, as this creature was terrifying. This was the powerful creature that it had been avoiding all this time. It could not fight with such a creature, so it needed to escape as far away as possible and wait until it transformed. Only by transforming would it be safe. This universe was too dangerous. As it thought about this, the transparent moth turned around and struggled to escape. However, it was unable to break free from Lu Yin's suppression. The void was constantly frozen, but Lu Yin easily tore it apart. The moth's compound ice suddenly shrank, and it let out a shrill shriek. The next moment, Lu Yin looked up and saw thunder exploding in outer space. The void overlapped as numerous shining stars came from different parallel spacetimes. Their radiance grew exponentially as the light transformed into creatures with full sensory perception. They were endless as they flooded towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. So that's how it was. These creatures with perfect senses were actually formed from the light of these stars, and they must have been nurtured by these things. How many creatures could a single star transform into? How many stars were there in a region of space? How many stars were there in a universe? Lu Yin did not dare to think about it, as these creatures with perfect senses were enough to drown out the entire universe. There were far more of them than the insects. For a moment, Lu Yin wanted to tame this moth and have it deal with the insects with perfect senses. However, he first had to deal with these creatures that filled the sky. Although the creatures with perfect senses were not a threat to Lu Yin, they still made his scalp go numb. He pointed at the void, and his power rippled out in all directions. The transparent moth only used these creatures to disperse Lu Yin's power, but the remaining power was still enough to suppress him. Countless creatures with perfect senses were annihilated, but they continued to advance endlessly. Lu Yin's power ripples continued to spread, and the heavens and the earth were annihilated. Lu Yin did not know if this universe could be rebooted before, but it was probably very difficult now since many parallel spacetimes had been destroyed. As the various parallel spacetimes overlapped, gluttony also appeared. Huge chunks of gluttony fell from the sky, twisting as they pierced towards Lu Yin and the moth. However, they were shattered by the power ripples. In the main spacetime, all the cultivators looked at the flickering and shattering sky in shock. Is this universe about to be rebooted? Someone asked in fear. Some had seen the universe being rebooted before, and once it did, they would be in trouble if they stayed. Ming Zhua and Yu had already returned, and their expressions were solemn. Could it be that Junior Brother has rebooted the universe? Yu said, take the night pillar out of the universe first. All right. Whether it was the main spacetime or the many other parallel spacetimes, the creatures with perfect senses all headed towards Lu Yin since they were no longer in danger. As for the flowers, many of them had been shattered by the overlapping spacetime pressure. Gluttony had also been shattered. The entire universe was in chaos. To Lu Yin, this chaos did not pose a threat to him until the void was fixed again. The transparent moth's compound eyes stared at Lu Yin as it fixed the void. This move was useless against Lu Yin, and he was about to tear it apart when he found that he could not move. His strength was not enough. How was this possible? The void shattered, and the crack continued to expand as it extended towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's arm flowed with unlimited power as he used the heaven-sealing sequence particles. He had even used the true God's freedom technique, but it was still not enough. No, this was not the moth's original ability. This was the power of the eternal matter. Lu Yin's battle force had transformed into the palm realm, and the white airflow could fuse with the eternal matter to attack. This transparent moth also had a similar power. As for the eternal matter, it should not be difficult for it to obtain it. At this moment, the power that fixed the void must have come from the eternal matter. Just as the crack was about to reach him, Lu Yin's body became dry. Things could only move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. Crack! The sound of something breaking could be heard as the transparent moth stared at Lu Yin and viciously slammed into him. With a bang, Lu Yin was sent flying into the distance, crashing into gluttony. Gluttony twisted and entangled as it submerged Lu Yin. The transparent moth stared at gluttony. To be precise, it stared at Lu Yin, who was wrapped in gluttony. Die. Gluttony, which had been twisting around, suddenly stopped as cracks spread all over it. With a bang, it completely shattered. The transparent moth did not even think about it as it turned around and fled through the void, but it was still caught by flowing light reversal in a second. Lu Yin patted the fragments of gluttony on his body. How ruthless. It's very close to the limit of what I can bear. As Lu Yin broke through to the primordial realm, the limit of what he could bear naturally increased. Lu Yin himself did not know how high his limit had increased. Back in the consciousness universe, he had withstood an attack from an eternal realm monster with the eternal matter. However, that attack was very different from the transparent moth's desperate attack with the help of the eternal matter. One was a casual attack, while the other was a desperate attack. Although the transparent moth was not an eternal realm monster, its attack with the help of the eternal matter was comparable to an eternal realm monster. It was just like how Lu Yin could fuse the eternal matter with the triple firmament sword intent to attack with the power of an eternal realm monster. Lu Yin was very sure that the transparent moth's attack just now had completely overwhelmed the casual attack of the eternal realm monster in the consciousness universe. And this also made Lu Yin see clearly that if the eternal realm monster really attacked him with all its strength, the eternal matter would definitely not be able to bear it. One had to know that when Celestial Lord Victor and the others used the change of the 9 heavens, they barely withstood the attack of the eternal realm monster and did not die. The eternal realm monster did not do anything at all. If the power of the eternal realm monster was compared to the combat power of an eternal realm monster, it would be a big mistake. Only Master Grass could be compared. He easily threw the eternal realm monster into the Royal God Mountain spacetime. When the transparent moth saw that Lu Yin was not injured, it struggled to escape, but its means had been completely seen by Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up at the starry sky and raised his hand. Disappear. After saying that, a magnificent power shook the starry sky. The current spacetime was completely shattered and overlapped with other spacetime. Including the Mother Tree and Lu Yin, they were constantly changing and appearing in different spacetime. And the most miserable ones were the full sensory creatures. All the full sensory creatures that had entered the spacetime just now were all destroyed in an instant. At the same time, Lu Yin looked at the transparent moth. Stop. It was still the law of obedience. This time, the transparent moth stopped. It used the full sensory creatures to disperse its thoughts and escape from the law of obedience. But Lu Yin had dealt with those full sensory creatures. Naturally, its thoughts could not be dispersed and was suppressed by Lu Yin. Chapter 39-28, Translation Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-29. Lu Yin exhaled and approached the transparent moth, looking into its compound eyes. Let's increase its usefulness first. He then released the starry sky from his heart, followed by the general appointment platform hell. He threw the transparent moth inside. Regardless of whether it was a human or any other creature, as long as they were in this universe, they would have karma. Even a rock had its own karma. When the transparent moth entered the general appointment platform hell, his karma skyrocketed. Lu Yin was delighted, it had increased by this much. This transparent moth had definitely lived for a very long time, which was why his karma skyrocketed so much. It had become the third most powerful creature after Yuya and the meteorite. Yuya's karma had come from the consciousness body itself, from that eternal realm powerhouse who had died. The meteorite had also given him the karma of an entire civilization. The fact that this transparent moth had been able to approach them showed just how powerful its karma was. Lu Yin's karma skyrocketed by a third, which was a lot more powerful. However, his expression immediately darkened. He saw the transparent moth's karma. He saw it exterminate space-time creatures as it roamed the universe, annihilating everything in its path. It was an extremely tragic sight. Civilizations were destroyed in an instant, and they were like locusts that wandered the universe. Lu Yin also saw that the all-sensory life form had collected the white gas from the flowers, which allowed the transparent moth to fuse with the substance of immortality. Many a little makes an ocean, and the white gas came from the dead creatures that the all-sensory life form had killed and collected from them. The all-sensory life form then fed it to the flowers as nutrients, and the other all-sensory life forms fed it to the transparent moth. This was the moth's ecology, and it was also the reason why it was growing stronger. The deaths of countless creatures had helped the transparent moth. This included humans as well. Wanderers, concubines, and cultivators had all died to help the transparent moth. The flowers seemed beautiful, but they were actually hell. The creatures of this all-sensory universe had all been destroyed by the transparent moth, and it treated the entire universe as its backyard, using it as fertilizer to grow stronger. Lu Yin saw wanderers in the massive karma, and he saw the despair of the cultivators before their deaths. He also saw an even more terrifying fact: the transparent moth could still evolve. Yes, it could evolve, just like the all-sensory life forms. This karma allowed him to see how the transparent moth had evolved from one creature to another. It had evolved over and over again until it finally became what it was today. Lu Yin's killing intent soared as he looked at the general appointment platform. He had thought of using the transparent moths to breed full-sensory creatures to deal with the hive civilization, but the transparent moths had crossed his bottom line. Especially its unrestricted evolution, no one knew what ability it would have in the next evolution. Once it broke through the eternal life realm, the universe would have one more kind of disaster. What the transparent moth was doing now was evolving towards the eternal life realm. Moreover, it was closer to the eternal life realm than Grand Venerable Lan Yi and the others. It had a direction of evolution, which was the advantage of living creatures. He didn't want to destroy a hive only to create an even more terrifying civilization. As long as the transparent moth was given enough time, it could turn the stars and the universe into a cradle for the birth of full sensory life forms, becoming the natural enemy of all life forms in the universe. This was too terrifying. When the karmic heavenly Tao's increase ended, Lu Yin released the transparent moth. At this moment, the transparent moth was very quiet. Its wings were slightly trembling, as if it wanted to communicate. "You want to submit to me?" Lu Yin probed. The transparent moth's compound eyes stared at Lu Yin as it lowered its head slightly. Lu Yin looked at it. "You're very strong, and you're very useful to me. Tell me, what was that white stream?" For such a creature, communication was not a problem. The transparent moth stared at Lu Yin for a while and said in a weak voice, "Life Qi." Life Qi. Lu Yin was puzzled. Powerhouses, that's life chi. The birth of every living creature is endowed with life chi by the universe. It's just that the creatures themselves can't feel it. When some creatures die, no matter how powerful they are, they can't be saved because the life chi is gone. Lu Yin frowned. Life chi. When Yen He was seriously injured and he couldn't save her, Mr. Mu told him that it was because her life was flowing away. Could it be life chi? No, if it was life chi, he couldn't save her now. Yen He didn't lose life chi, but Mr. Mu said that it was similar to life chi, but it was definitely not life chi. This should be a power that only the eternal life realm could have. Only the eternal life realm can control life chi. Eternal life realm. Even more powerful than me. An eternal life realm powerhouse. The eternal life realm is very appropriate. Yes, only the eternal life realm can control life chi. When one feels the endless life chi in one's body, that's the moment one steps into the eternal life realm. Before that, whether it's comprehending life chi or taking it away with the eternal matter, it's not the eternal life realm. Only when one can produce an endless life chi can they be considered the eternal life realm. Lu Yin understood that Grand Monarch Lan Yi and the others had used the backlash of the immortal substance to constantly experience the origin and decay of their physical bodies in order to search for life energy. Along with the comprehension of the rebooted universe, they could feel an endless amount of life energy when they stepped into the immortal realm. This was the truth behind the rebooted universe and stepping into the immortal realm. It sounded simple, but it was actually extremely difficult. First, one had to see the eternal matter and grasp it. This was only possible when one reached the perfect crossing calamity realm. Next, one had to experience the origin and decay of the body without dying. Finally, one had to be able to keep up with one's realm. Finding life chi wasn't enough. Only by producing life chi in one's body could one truly step into the eternal life realm. Not a single one of these steps could be missing. And the prerequisite for all of this was the universe rebooted. Otherwise, even a perfect crossing calamity realm powerhouse wouldn't be able to see or grasp the eternal matter, and it would be even more impossible for them to comprehend the mysteries of the universe's rebooted life chi. From the looks of it, it would be pretty good if 1 out of 10,000 perfect crossing calamities could reach the eternal life realm. You want to steal life chi and use the eternal matter to reach the eternal life realm. Powerhouse, I can hear your indifference. Are you indifferent to the life forms whose life chi I've stolen, or are you indifferent to this method? Lu Yin calmly looked at the transparent moth. The moth's huge compound eyes were as gentle as possible, and its voice sounded like a child's when it reached Lu Yin's ears. It had to be said that such a voice was enough to make one sympathize with it, but it thought that Lu Yin didn't understand it. Lu Yin understood it all too well, and the karma he had seen made him certain that this life form was cruel. It had deliberately chosen such a voice to make him sympathize with it. It could determine how a life form like humans could be more sympathetic just by hearing their voices, which was terrifying. Lu Yin then thought about how this life form knew how to hide the mother tree and the flower in the main spacetime without being discovered. This transparent moth's intelligence was extremely high. If not for gluttony restraining all sentient life forms, it would never have been discovered. The universe is like this. Life forms exist only because of the cycle of the universe's life chi. The eternal life realm is an existence that transcends the cycle of the universe, so it surpasses all life forms. To survive in this universe, only those who have reached the eternal life realm can do so. Powerhouse, you are very close to the eternal life realm. You can try my method, and you will definitely reach the eternal life realm soon. Lu Yin asked, you know a lot about the universe? The transparent moth flapped its wings slightly. I only know the rules of survival in this universe. Not being exposed is the only reason for existence. Otherwise, even those who have reached the eternal life realm will die one day. I once saw an eternal life realm die, And that scene made me afraid to come into contact with any life forms in other universes, no matter how small they are. Lu Yin's voice was cold. Then what's the matter with this universe? You killed all the life forms in this universe. The transparent moth was uneasy. You sympathize with them. Powerhouse, sympathy is a shortcut to death. Only by being indifferent can one become stronger. If I don't do this, there will be very little life chi. Once discovered, it will be difficult to survive. The only way to survive is to become stronger, stronger, and stronger. The basic rule of the universe is to avoid, and no one knows what kind of life forms they face. The only ones who can ignore this rule are those in the eternal life realm. I'm asking you, how much do you know about this universe? Lu Yin repeated the question. The moth replied, I've been in this universe for too long. Before I came here, my strength was not even a tenth of what it is now, so I couldn't understand the universe at all. But I know that there are life forms in the universe that are deliberately found. Once you encounter such a life form, run as far as you can. Some civilizations specialize in capturing other civilizations, using all kinds of methods. Lu Yin listened quietly as the transparent moth explained its understanding of the core space. It also told Lu Yin about civilizations that even the ninth firmament universe did not know about. However, in the moth's words, since it could see those civilizations, it meant that they were not far from death. Powerhouse, you came to this universe to prevent your existence from being exposed, right? You have a basic understanding of the universe, and perhaps you are a powerful civilization in this universe that is qualified to capture other civilizations. Powerful existences, can I join you? The moth begged. The word capture made Lu Yin's heart sink. The first time he had gone to the orchid universe with the seventh night pillar, he had thought that it was just a fishing expedition. Now that he thought about it, it was even crueler. Some civilizations specialized in capturing and destroying other civilizations. The ninth firmament universe did not belong to such a civilization, as it only destroyed the universe within a certain range and did not specifically search for other universes. If a civilization specifically searched for, fished for, and captured other civilizations, it meant that that civilization was extremely confident and filled with bloodlust. This was very dangerous. Just as Lu Yin had previously understood, a springboard was a tool that a civilization used to capture other civilizations. In the words of the transparent moth, the civilization behind the springboard was extremely powerful. This was because there were springboards in every part of the universe that the civilization had traveled through. That civilization had set up their springboards to cover a vast and boundless area. Due to various issues, the address has been changed. The web version is slow. Please. The new version provides you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Henyi Translations Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Editor, Henyi Translations Life Force is free to read. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3930. Have you ever seen a civilization full of bones that are similar to mine? Lu Yin asked, thinking of the dark plaza and the bones that had been strewn all over the place. The moth replied, No, I haven't encountered many civilizations, and they all avoid them. From what you know, are civilizations destroyed frequently? Lu Yin asked as he stared at the moth. The moth thought about it seriously. I can't give you an answer. There is no communication in the universe. Lu Yin sighed. The more he understood the universe, the more insignificant he felt. He had once thought that the progenitor realm was the peak, but there were still realms above it, including the ethereal immortal realm. Even if one reached the immortal realm, they would still die. Are there truly invincible creatures in the universe? Lu Yin muttered to himself, not asking the moth, but the moth continued, the universe itself is invincible. I've heard that there are creatures that want to replace the universe and become the supreme existence, but if the universe is replaced, is the universe still the universe? Are they still the original creatures? Is that creature still a creature in the end? This is a guess that has been passed down for a long time. It doesn't matter what the creature is or whether it can replace the universe. What's important is that this joke is very funny. Luin stared at the moth in a daze. A joke? That's right. Sometimes, there will be some jokes in the universe that will bring a little bit of light to this dark and deep starry sky. For many creatures, jokes are light. Luin smiled. This joke is not bad. The moth flapped its wings. Powerhouse, I want to join you. Please give me a chance. Your civilization must have immortal realms, right? Luin nodded. 3. The moth was shocked. 3. As expected of a powerful civilization. You have the qualifications to capture civilizations. I want to help you, please give me a chance. I don't want to hide anymore. Luin said, we can take you in, but it's good that you're willing to help us. What do you need from us? The moth spoke frankly, vitality. I hope to reach the immortal realm under the protection of your civilization. That way, your civilization will have a fourth immortal realm powerhouse. I will never leave your civilization. The more one understands the universe, the more they understand the attraction of your civilization. I want to become a member of your civilization. How do I give you vitality? Give me some living creatures, give me enough time. For an eternal life realm expert, time is not important, is it? Lu Yin's lips curled up. What about me? What benefits can I get? The transparent moth hesitated for a moment. I can give you some of the life energy that your civilization gave me. In addition to the life energy and immortal matter that you already have, you will definitely reach the immortal realm faster than me. 5 eternal realm experts. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Experts, do you dare to imagine? 5 eternal life realm experts are enough to capture any civilization and become one of the most powerful civilizations in the universe. It's wonderful. We don't need to hide. We can arrange the universe, capture other civilizations, and harvest lives. Thinking of this, the transparent moth became even more excited, its entire body trembling. Luin didn't know if that was really what it was thinking or if it was just putting on a show to make him think that it was sincere. No matter what it thought, there was only one result. No matter how strong a creature was, no matter what it had seen, it had its own limitations. The transparent moth couldn't understand Lu Yin's respect for life. Even if the ninth heaven universe expeditions to the outer universe and exterminates all life in the outer universe, even if the reason was hypocritical, it was the truth. They also had respect for life. Of course, some people were indifferent to life, but those people couldn't represent the entire human race, let alone Luin. This was human. Emotions were a feature of human beings. This was something that the transparent moth couldn't guess. The more it understood the cruelty of the universe, the more it couldn't understand the respect and sympathy that humans had for life in the universe outside themselves. Its plundering, killing, cruelty, and wisdom could only lead to one end. You are really afraid of the universe, Luin said slowly. The transparent moth was excited. Now I'm not afraid. 5 eternal life realm experts, we can make other life forms fear us. We will also become the civilization behind the springboard. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the transparent moth's compound eyes cracked open. The cracks that spread from its back instantly spread to the rest of its body. It turned its body and looked up. Luin was standing high in the sky, and the Luin in front of it gradually dissipated. This was not an afterimage caused by too fast speed, but by time. Luin had stopped time. Why? The transparent moth didn't understand why Lu Yin would attack it when it had already surrendered. Lu Yin looked down at it. Since you are so afraid of this universe, there is no need for you to continue living. Wouldn't you be more at ease if you died? The transparent moth's compound eyes suddenly became deep, as if the glowing planets and the flickering light in its body were all concentrated in its compound eyes. You despicable creature, I will kill you. Lu Yin raised his hand and slammed it down again. Vitality wrapped around his palm, accompanied by an extremely terrifying force. It fell with an indestructible force, and the transparent moth's huge body was smashed into pieces. The first blow cracked it, and the second blow shattered it. It wasn't that the transparent moth's defense was strong, but that Lu Yin wanted to find the location of the vitality in its body and see if he could use it for his own use. Unfortunately, he had found the vitality, but he couldn't use it for himself. The vitality dissipated along with the transparent moth's vitality. It was irreversible. If vitality could be stolen at will, then the universe would be even more chaotic. The transparent moth had used its sentient life forms and flowers to plunder the life force of other life forms. It had taken a long time, but even then, the amount of life force it had was not much more than Lu Yin's. Based on its size, it was easy to imagine that plundering life force from other life forms to achieve immortality would be even more difficult than rebooting the universe and achieving immortality. This was probably why it wanted to rely on the humans. With them protecting it, it could steal vitality without restraint, and it would be much faster than before. However, it could never understand how a species like humans could exist in the universe. Their cultivation had clearly reached the limit of immortality, but they still sympathized with them. Or perhaps it was because it had seen too few species. The eternal substance was also gone, and Lu Yin felt a sense of madness. He watched as the substance in the transparent moth's body quickly melted into the void and disappeared. He didn't even have time to grab it. What a pity. The transparent moth's body was shattered, and its compound eyes were turned to dust under the terrifying force. Its resistance was meaningless, and it didn't even have time to curse before it died. Everything had happened too quickly. Lu Yin acted decisively and directly destroyed it. The more strange a creature was, the less time it had to react. Lu Yin's heart was enveloped by the starry sky, and the transparent moth's aura was no longer there. He looked at the mother tree and felt that the battle of the universe was over. In the distance, the sentient creatures fell in droves. Without the transparent moth, their vitality was also dissipating. The flowers were also withering and eventually turning to dust. The transparent moth was a disaster for this universe. This universe didn't wait for the extinction of the ninth heaven universe, but it did wait for the transparent moth. This was the universe. Perhaps at some point in time, a powerful creature would appear in the ninth heaven universe and bring disaster. He only hoped that the three eternal realms could really make the ninth heaven universe a powerful civilization. The transparent moth knew too little about the universe, and it had been hiding all this time. However, it was certain that even if the ninth heaven universe wasn't the most powerful civilization in the universe, it would still be one that stood at the top. If there were two more eternal realms, then it would be even more different. Lu Yin didn't know when it started, but he hoped that the ninth heaven universe would become powerful. His mentality was constantly changing, and his hatred had long faded away. All that was left was the same as the three eternal realms and those who knew about the square inch. He just wanted to survive. This was a very simple wish. The Tianyuan universe had to survive. The ninth heaven universe had to survive. Humanity had to survive. The great master had said something that Lu Yin understood. Perhaps you still don't understand what I'm saying, but one day, when you've experienced the slaughter and destruction of the universe, you'll be able to understand. It's both a barrier and a burden. The Tianyuan universe was the barrier of the ninth heaven universe. Once it encountered a crisis, the ninth heaven universe would abandon it without hesitation. However, its existence also increased the possibility of the ninth heaven universe being exposed. If it wasn't for the fact that the Tianyuan universe wasn't home to humans, why would the ninth heaven universe drag it down? Lan Yin was closer to the universe. If the Tianyuan universe was abandoned one day, Lu Yin wasn't sure if he would hate the ninth heaven universe. He knew very well how difficult it was to survive in the cruel universe. He might not hate it, but he could choose to live and die with the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared in front of the mother tree. He saw a huge mark on the trunk of the mother tree. It had come from the transparent moth, and it was resting here. The mother tree was also declining. It originally belonged to the main spacetime, but it had been moved here. Why hadn't the moth destroyed the mother tree? Could it be that it knew that the mother tree could help this universe avoid disasters? Just like the black mother tree in the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin raised a hand and placed it on the trunk of the mother tree. There was only a weak vitality in his hand, and it was far from being comparable to the ninth heaven universe's mother tree. Could this mother tree continue to survive? After looking at it for a while, he raised a hand and grabbed the void. He found the string of the main spacetime sequence and connected the main spacetime with this one. This spacetime was no longer the same spacetime as before. Spacetime overlapped, causing great damage to the mother tree. Mingjue, Yu, and the others arrived at this spacetime and saw Lu Yin standing under the mother tree. They looked around and marveled at the magnificence of the battle. What about the creature? Mingjue asked. It's dead. Mingjue and Yu looked at each other in shock. They had almost died just from being touched, but Lu Yin was unharmed. Wasn't the difference too great? They couldn't see how big the gap was. The web version is slow. The new version provides you with the fastest star-stepping update. Chapter 3930, Love Reading Without Communication. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3931. We guessed it when the sentient life forms died in droves, but we didn't expect Mr. Lu to be so relaxed. It's amazing, Yu said, staring at Lu Yin with deep admiration. Mingjue laughed. Junior brother, he's the second genius in the history of the Nine Firmaments universe to comprehend karma. Junior brother, you've made a great contribution this time. Let's see who can say something when we get back. So what if you're from the Tianyuan universe? You can still become a divine guard. Lu Yin was no longer interested in becoming a divine guard, so he just looked at the mother tree with a complicated expression. His heart was heavy, and he couldn't feel happy. He had dealt with the transparent moth, and the expedition was over. Was it because of the mother tree? It was giving him grief. The Lan universe's mother tree had also given him grief and destruction. He had never thought that he would experience such emotions, but even if he had, he wouldn't have been able to stop the Lan universe from rebooting. He wasn't a saint, and sympathy couldn't help him survive in the universe. The mother tree of a universe couldn't make him fall out with the Nine Firmaments universe. If the universe rebooted, the mother tree would eventually be destroyed. Of course, if there was a chance that it wouldn't be destroyed, he still wanted to try. Senior, can it still be saved? Lu Yin asked. Mingjue shook his head. No. Can it be moved back to the Nine Firmaments? You said, it's withering. Mingjue sighed. The more one understands the universe, the more grateful they are to the mother tree. We've destroyed more than one universe, but there's never been a precedent of bringing a mother tree back. It's not that we can't, but that we don't dare. The more mother trees there are, the more likely it is to be exposed. And this mother tree has clearly declined. Even if we move it back, it might not survive. Junior brother, don't think too much about it. Lu Yin pulled his hand back. He had forgotten that the mother tree had supported the universe, but it had also exposed it. That was why the transparent moth had moved it away. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I'll send you off. He pressed his hand against the mother tree, and with a boom, it shattered and scattered. You wanted to say something, but seeing Lu Yin's back, he didn't say anything. Generally speaking, the mother tree of an extinct universe should disappear along with the universe's rebooting, but seeing Lu Yin's state, he wisely didn't say anything. The mother tree shattered and gradually dissipated, but a green light appeared from within and entered Lu Yin's body. The destruction of Lan's mother tree also had this light. Did you see anything? Ming Zhua and you were puzzled. What? Nothing. Junior brother, are you alright? Ming Zhuo was worried that Lu Yin had been beaten silly. Lu Yin asked, according to the process, shouldn't we be looking for useful resources next? You nodded. As long as we can confirm that the current universe is not too dangerous, the cultivators on the night pillars can look for resources. They can bring all the resources they can use back to the continent of the 9 clouds. One of our night pillars will stay here to determine the number of parallel universes and finally determine the time to restart. Lu Yin returned to the main spacetime. At this point, the cultivators on the night pillar no longer needed to form a formation, as there was no longer any danger in this universe. There weren't even any decent creatures. The fully sensed life form had completely wiped out this part of the universe. Although the full sensory universe war was the strangest war that many people had ever experienced, it ended the quickest and didn't give them much time to do anything. However, if they were given a choice, they would rather face the garnering sky universe. At the very least, they would know how they died. One cultivator after another headed towards the 6th night pillar. They were cultivators of the 6th night pillar to begin with. Chonan Hongye stood in front of the war drum and beat it for the 6th night pillar. Following that, the 2nd, 4th, and 5th night pillars beat their drums as well, their voices echoing throughout the universe. We will send you all off. We will send you all off. Rest in peace. Lu Yin also arrived at the 6th night pillar and looked at the flat surface that had been cut off. The long bloodstains were very eye-catching. They were from Lu Li. If we go back, the 6th night pillar might not even have a decent leader, Lu Fei's voice sounded. Lu Yin asked, do you want to stay? Lu Fei nodded. Lu Jing is dead, and the 6th night pillar has also lost a peak expert. I want to stay. I don't know how long it will take for the 6th night pillar to recover. I thought that we could use this battle to recruit more experts to help the 6th night pillar recover, but I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Lu Yin recalled Lu Li's longing for the expedition. What would have happened if he had agreed to join the 6th night pillar? Lu Fei looked at his sword. This is the universe. When we enter the core and truly see the continent of the 9 clouds, all our arrogance vanishes. We are still very weak. Lu Yin glanced at him. Your sword intent has improved. Not bad. It seems that you have hope of reaching the peak of the continent of the 9 clouds. Lu Fei put down his sword. Thank you. Have you ever blamed me? What? You interfered with the battle for the sword master of the 4-lin sword and gave the sword master of the 4-lin sword to Lu Xizhan. No. I didn't then, and I don't now. A few months passed. During this time, the cultivators searched everywhere for resources and found many useful resources for the continent of the 9 clouds. Among them, they were most concerned about the stones. The night pillar could travel through the universe because of those stones. Only special stones could carry the night pillar through time and space. The Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe did not have such stones. It was not that they did not exist, but that they had been collected by the continent of the 9 clouds. The continent of the 9 clouds had only 1 night pillar at the beginning, but it had gradually increased to 9 night pillars through the expeditions to other universes. The stones were the resource that they cared about the most. When the 6th night pillar was cut off, other than the dead cultivators, the stones were the biggest loss. A universe had endless resources, and it was impossible to determine them in a short time. The cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds could only determine the resources that they wanted the most and bring the information back to the continent of the 9 clouds. After a few more months, they could return to the continent of the 9 clouds. Luin wasn't in a hurry to return. The 4 spiritualized battleships were supporting Tianyuan, so Tianyuan should be fine. One day, Luin suddenly felt a spying gaze from outside the full sensory universe. This surprised him, and he wondered if it was a creature from another universe. The transparent moth's careful concealment made him feel like he was treading on thin ice, and he subconsciously headed outside the full sensory universe to determine the source of the gaze. Stepping out of the sensory universe, Luin looked into the distance and met a pair of eyes. They belonged to a human, and when the person saw Luin, his gaze flickered as if he had recognized Luin. After that, his body was dragged away by some sort of force and disappeared. Was that Hafong Mountain? That person had come from the continent of the 9 clouds and had come from Hafong Mountain to check the situation in the full sensory universe. That person was the child from Green Awakening story, the child tied to the bamboo pole. He had seen the battle in the full sensory universe, and it was the same as when he had needed reinforcements. Luin relaxed and returned to the full sensory universe. He realized that he had lost his sense of security, just like the transparent moth. The further he looked, the more insecure he felt. The continent of the 9 clouds had hidden itself like the transparent moth had hidden the mother tree. Luin was also afraid that a powerful creature would find it one day and turn the humans of the continent of the 9 clouds into the second transparent moth. With a heavy heart, the 2nd, 4th, and 6th night pillars headed back to the continent of the 9 clouds. It was time to return. The 5th night pillar remained in the full sensory universe. Luin was the 5th night pillar's night chief, but he didn't want to stay behind. He appointed Sword Master Taitsong as the night chief while he returned with the 6th night pillar. Not long after the 3 night pillars left the full sensory universe, a blue sword appeared from the void. The sword's edge was sky blue and surrounded by a fishy aura. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a revolving nebula. It wasn't a hand that was holding the sword, but rather a tentacle-like object covered in green moss. It continuously extended out of the void, but then it stopped. It's gone. How could it be gone? Is there a powerhouse in the continent of the 9 clouds that can deal with it? Or has a new eternal realm expert been born? What's Chishu doing? I thought that it could expose the continent of the 9 clouds. It's really a race blessed by the heavens, huh? After saying that, the tentacle covered in moss disappeared with the blue sword. The person who remained in the 5th night pillar didn't notice at all. At the same time, far away in the distance, beneath the dark and deep starry sky, an enormous figure roared furiously, and its sharp claws pierced out without end. It obliterated space and left behind numerous even deeper marks that stretched out endlessly into the distance. If Luin was here, he would definitely recognize that the sharp claws belonged to the Eternal Realm monster. The Eternal Realm monster was incomparably huge. It attacked the person who was almost invisible to it, but that person kept pushing it further and further away from its original position. It became angrier and angrier, roaring and howling, as if it wanted to shatter the starry sky. Master Qingchao carried a bamboo basket and looked at the huge monster in front of him helplessly. I've said it before. Cooperate with me and slowly retreat. I won't attack you. Don't resist. It's useless even if you resist. I'll definitely push you away. Why bother? The Eternal Realm monster glared at Master Qingchao with its remaining 2 eyes, and its sharp claws pierced out again. If you were at your peak, it wouldn't have been easy for me to deal with you. But now, you're meaningless. You're just an Eternal Life Realm shell. If Lu Yin's killing power is just a little stronger, you'll die. Listen to me and step back. I don't want to kill you. Keeping you alive will cause him some trouble. The sharp claws continued to stab out, ignoring Master Qingcao's words. Half a year later, the Eternal Realm monster retreated a lot from its previous position. Master Qingchao calculated the time. It's almost time. You can go back now. I hope you don't disappoint me. After that, he looked at the Eternal Realm monster again. It hurts a little, bear with it. In the next moment, the green grass grew infinitely, covering the starry sky, and swept toward the Eternal Life Realm monster. The grass covered with eternal life substance swept the Eternal Life Realm monster away. I've said it before. You're just an Eternal Realm shell now. It's useless. Hatred is really terrible. It makes you so irrational. At this distance, it'll take you some time to find Lu Yin. After that, Master Qingchao turned to leave. Suddenly, he looked in another direction. His expression changed from leisurely to solemn. Anger gradually appeared on his calm face. Why is the insectoid nest civilization moving in the direction of spiritualization? Does spiritualization also have an insectoid nest? He suddenly thought of something. The Tianyuan universe must have diverted the disaster and sent someone to spiritualize the insectoid nest. How hateful. How could they do such a thing? Due to various problems, the address has changed. The web version is slow. The new version provides you with the fastest star-stepping update. Translation: Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Translation. Go back to. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-32. Master Qingchao knew that he had been careless. He had been in the Eternal Realm for countless years and controlled everything. He had even dared to scheme against the Zhouxiao universe. However, he had neglected the ant-like Tianyuan universe. Now, he had been ruthlessly tricked by the Tianyuan universe. It was impossible to change the direction of the hive. Even if the spiritualized hive was destroyed, it was impossible. The only thing he could do now was to destroy these insects. There are no eternal realms. The Zhouxiao universe covers the area. Eternal realms can't enter. Otherwise, the Wonder Gate would not sit by and do nothing. These insects can be dealt with, but... He hesitated and looked at his wrist. The causal chain was not only targeted at humans but also everything with causal effects. The price he had to pay to deal with these insects was too high. He suddenly looked in the direction where the Eternal Realm monster had been banished. That thing had no scruples, but it did not listen to him. After hesitating for a moment, he headed towards the Zhouxiao universe. The Night Pillar also headed towards the Zhouxiao universe. On the 6th Night Pillar, Lu Yin liked to sit beside the cut surface. This place made him feel threatened. In fact, even without the reminder of this surface, he still felt threatened. Chunan Hongye walked over. I thought I was going to die. Lu Yin looked at her. Are you afraid? Sir, are you mocking me? I am. Chunan Hongye was stunned. She looked at Lu Yin. Afraid? Lu Yin looked up. Yes, I am. I am afraid of facing unknown creatures. Today, I can deal with a full sensory creature. Tomorrow, other creatures will deal with us. To those creatures, we are also monsters. The universe teaches us what reverence is, but it does not make us afraid, Chunanhongye said. Lu Yin smiled. I'm afraid of losing everything because I have a lot. But humans, the more they have, the more they will lose. Brilliance will eventually lead to loneliness, and perhaps this is why many people yearn for solitude. They don't dare to accept loss. Chunanhongye was curious. Sir, what do you have? What is the Tian Yuan universe like? Can you tell me more about it? Lu Yin did not refuse. Among the 7 fairies, Chunanhongye was very special. Although she was not strong, she was worthy of respect. He suddenly remembered that he had touched Chunanhongye and the karmic lotus pond. The Tian Yuan universe is different from the Zhuxiao universe. There, love and hatred in the human world were always very attractive, making people unconsciously listen to them. His current state of mind was completely different from when he had been in the Tian Yuan universe. Had he become more open-minded? No, that wasn't right. If there was a grudge, there would be an eye for an eye. This was a principle that Lu Yin had not changed. It was just that there was no one else who could give him any more grudges. His gaze leaped out of the current universe. Tell me, why have you been blindfolded since you were young? Have you really never thought of taking it off? I've thought about it. I almost took it off a few times, but I still managed to persevere. The people of the Chiao Nan clan are different from others. We are the beginning of the war, and we are also the end of the war. This requires a strong will. Not everyone can remain indifferent when they see people they are familiar with die in battle. We have to do this. Even if our loved ones die in front of us, the war drum is our place. We cannot leave that place, even if we know that we can save our loved ones. I can't bear that pain. It's better to cover my eyes. That's not a sign of a strong will. It's a form of avoidance. Everyone praises me for forsaking my sight to practice the Ballad of Gale. Actually, it would be great if I could open my eyes one day. Lu Yin and Chunanhongye talked a lot, as if they were close friends. Time passed quickly. Mr. Lu, can I ask you a question? I don't know. I don't know who I touched. Chunanhongye was very calm. That's not the question. Lu Yin felt awkward. Sorry, please ask. Of the 7 sisters, who do you want to marry the most? Lu Yin stared blankly at Chunanhongye. What was the difference between this question and the previous one? Chunanhongye smiled. Is it hard to answer? Why do you ask? Because you'll probably marry one, or more. Lu Yin laughed. I rejected the azure lotus ruler in front of all of you. I rejected it then, and I still reject it now. I already have a wife. Chunanhongye turned and looked at the sky. You don't like any of them? Lu Yin smiled bitterly. You're all very outstanding. But you're even more outstanding. You seem to be very stubborn about this question. Chunanhongye said seriously, I said that you'll probably marry one, or more. Let me put it another way. If you have to marry one, will it be me? Lu Yin did not understand why Chunanhongye would ask such a question. He was not naive enough to believe that this woman liked him. Then do you want me to marry you or not? I don't want you to. Why? Lu Yin was curious. Was this woman so eager to ask such a question just to eliminate the possibility of him marrying her? Chunanhongye muttered, I was born in the Chunan family, and I should die in the Chunan family. Dying in battle is my destiny, but I won't have such a destiny if I'm with you. Lu Yin said, you love the Chunan family. Chunanhongye smiled. Who doesn't love their family? Besides, the Chunan family is worth everything I have. Some people are strong, and some have powerful souls. In my eyes, the Chunan family's souls are the strongest. She then pointed at her eyes. I can't see here, but that doesn't mean I'm blind. Lu Yin nodded. Alright, you don't have to worry about it. If I really have to marry one, I'll be the first to give up on you. Chunan Hongye stood up and bowed solemnly to Lu Yin. Thank you. Lu Yin was speechless. He felt insulted. Back to the topic, who do you want to marry the most? Didn't you already ask? You didn't answer. Your goal is not to marry you. I've already agreed. The 7 of us sisters are of one mind. I can help you ask. No need. Lu Yin paused. What's the situation with your eldest and 3rd sisters? Chunan Hongye shook her head. I don't know. We don't ask about their identities. But we all know one thing about 3rd sister. She's not from the Joshua universe. Lu Yin was surprised. Not from the Joshua universe? Chunan Hongye nodded. We felt it the first time we met her. But she cultivates with a spirit seed. That doesn't mean anything. Lu Yin was deep in thought. Actually, we don't know if 3rd sister is human or not. Mr. Lu, did you touch 3rd sister? Lu Yin rolled his eyes. No. Then who is it? Do you know? I really don't know. You denied it too quickly. Subconsciously, Chunan Hongye looked cold, but she was surprisingly chatty. It took 5 years to travel from the full sensory universe to the Joshua universe. During these 5 years, Lu Yin spent most of his time in seclusion. He did not see anyone. Occasionally, he would come out to chat with Chunan Hongye. Through Chunan Hongye, Lu Yin saw another side of the 7 fairies. He knew that Lu Xiyu was active and lively. But because she was a woman and had no talent in swordsmanship, she was afraid of disappointing her father. So, she forced herself to practice swordsmanship since she was young. She practiced until she cried, hid in her room, and practiced until she danced with the sword in her dreams. In order to be apprenticed to Qing Lian Shangyu, the active and lively Lu Xiyu forced herself to go through the unbearable loneliness. Even if Lu Xizhan asked her to give up, she did not. She forced Lu Xizhan to become the head swordsman, but it was far less than what she had forced herself to do. Lu Xizhan's open-mindedness and lack of competition was actually a deliberate act after seeing Lu Xiyu forcing him. He wanted her to know that he did not care about the head swordsman or the Donglin Sword Gate's inheritance. He only cared about his daughter. Both father and daughter were forcing him, each more ruthless than the other. Lu Yin did not see this side of them. He only saw Lu Xiyu forcing Lu Xizhan to become the head swordsman. He saw Lu Xizhan's unhappiness, but it was not because he was forced to become the head swordsman, but because Lu Xiyu had never let go of her worries. Lu Yin knew that Ming Xiaolong was easily angered and angry because of the trauma she had when she was young. It was because she protected her brother, Ming Xiaoqiu. Although Ming Xiaoqiu was older than her, she was the one who protected him when they were young. Lu Yin thought back to the Ling Plains, when Ming Xiaolong learned that Ming Xiaoqiu had suppressed his breakthrough so that he would not help the Spring and Autumn Scroll. At that moment, Ming Xiaolong's anger had been completely suppressed, and she had begged Lu Yin. That protection still existed even now. Lu Yin knew that Heartless might seem cold and uncaring, but she couldn't bear to trample an ant to death. Her feelings were hidden in an invisible corner, and she had given the world as much warmth as she could, but no one had ever seen it. The 7 fairies each had their own characteristics, and what was seen on the surface was only the surface. No wonder Qinglian you said that they were not bad. Looking at the starry sky, the 9-fold universe was constantly approaching. Lu Yin stretched, I'm finally back. Beside him, Chunan Hongye looked at the 9-fold universe in a daze, yes, I'm finally back. I thought that I would definitely die in the sensual universe. Lu Yin glanced at her. I'm very happy to work with you. I hope that the next time, you'll still be the one to beat the drums for me. Chunan Hongya smiled charmingly. As long as you don't think that I'm too weak, I'm willing to beat the drums for you. In the ninefold universe, countless eyes looked at the starry sky. The night pillars shuttled back and forth like meteors falling. When the smoke and dust cleared, the night pillars were fixed on the ground. This sensual universe expedition was finally over. Lu Yin stood on the night pillar and frowned. The second, fourth, fifth, and sixth night pillars were in the ninefold universe. There should be 5 more night pillars in the ninefold universe, but when he looked at them the moment they fell, there were only 3. Where did the other 2 go? Just as he thought of this, a door appeared in front of him. Lu Yin lifted his foot and stepped through the door, disappearing. Walking out from the other side of the door, he saw the Sparrow Terrace in front of him. What appeared in front of Lu Yin was Jingmen Shangyu and Master Qing Chao. At this moment, Jingmen Shangyu and Master Qing Chao were also looking at Lu Yin. Other than them, there was no one else on the Sparrow Terrace. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-33. Lu Yin looked at Master Qing Chao in a daze. He had not seen Master Qing Chao since he was thrown into Jiuxiao universe by tomorrow's beast. He did not expect to meet him under such circumstances. Wait, when did Master Qing Chao return? Did he stop the 4 space-time battleships from supporting the Tianyuan universe? Thinking of this, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stared at Master Qing Chao. Master Qing Chao looked at Lu Yin calmly. It has been many years, but you are still as elegant as ever. No, you are even better than before. I heard that you are invincible in Jiuxiao universe, second only to Shang Yuxin. Congratulations. Lu Yin's voice was calm. Senior, when did you return? Master Qing Chao smiled. Return. Do you think Jiuxiao universe is Tianyuan? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. How is the Tianyuan universe? Are you asking about Tianyuan or the 4 spacetime battleships? I want to know both. Lu Yin did not deny it. Master Qing Chao put his hands behind his back and sighed. I did not expect something like that to happen. The relationship between spiritualization and Jiuxiao universe was exposed. It is my negligence, but this has nothing to do with me. Jingmen Shangyu has already told me about your plan. Master Lu, let's follow your plan. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Senior, you did not stop the spiritualized universe from supporting the Tianyuan universe? Master Qing Chao shook his head. No. Are you willing to let the spiritualized universe's cultivators stay in the Tianyuan universe forever? Lu Yin deliberately emphasized the word forever, wanting to see Master Qing Cao's attitude. Master Qing Cao's attitude was the same as always. He even smiled. Of course. Lu Yin frowned. Something was wrong. He looked at Jingmen Shangyu. He could not see Jingmen Shangyu's face, but Lu Yin could feel the stifling atmosphere. Seeing Lu Yin look over, Jingmen Shangyu said, of course he is willing. The spiritualized universe, including Jiuxiao universe, is in trouble. Do you still remember the insect nest that was brought to the spiritualized universe by the little guy from the Tianyuan universe? The Tianyuan universe was right. The insect nest's crisis has shifted from Tianyuan to spiritualization. Endless insects are heading towards Jiuxiao universe. Lu Yin was surprised. Heading towards Jiuxiao universe? Master Qing Chao said, it can be considered as spiritualization. After all, the two are too close to each other. Lu Yin now knew why Grandmaster Grass was willing. Since the insects could make Jing Men Shangyu take them so seriously and even use the word danger, it meant that their numbers were terrifying. They were enough to pose a threat to the Nine Clouds universe and the spiritualized universe. At that time, the spiritualized universe's cultivators had been taken to the Tian Yuan universe to avoid the disaster. Therefore, the Nine Clouds universe would be the one to deal with the insect disaster. Man calculated and God calculated, but he did not expect things to turn out this way. Back then, he had wanted to get rid of the spiritualized universe's Zerg nest and use the spiritualized universe's cultivators to help the Tian Yuan universe get rid of the Zerg nest. Who would have thought that the hive civilization had already set off? However, in this way, the Tian Yuan universe had also avoided danger. Furthermore, the support of the spiritualized universe to the Tian Yuan universe was necessary. Otherwise, who knew when the bugs would turn to the Tian Yuan universe? He had already destroyed the spiritualized insect nest as quickly as possible, but he had still lured the insect over. This meant that the insect would be able to determine the location of the insect nest the moment it sensed its location. In that case, the Tian Yuan universe's location would definitely be exposed. It would be perfect for those spiritualized cultivators to be in the Tian Yuan universe, and Lu Yin would feel much more at ease if they worked together with the Tian Yuan universe. But now, Zhou Xiao had to endure the insect tribulation first. Was this considered a calamity for the Zhou Xiao universe? Lu Yin did not see any bugs within the square meter, so he could not be sure. However, based on startled Gate Shangyu's expression, it might be possible. The current situation was very clear. The Tian Yuan universe would work together with the spiritualized universe to protect themselves in the Tian Yuan universe and deal with the bugs at the same time. The bugs' calamity would then be transferred to the Zhou Xiao universe. Senior, did you see those bugs? Lu Yin stared at Master Qing Chao and asked. Master Qing Chao sighed. I saw them. They were endless and terrifying. What were you thinking when you saw them? Master Qing Chao did not hide anything. Calamity. The spiritualized universe's calamity. That's right. That's why you're in a good mood now. The spiritualized cultivators have run away, Lu Yin said. Master Qing Chao smiled faintly and looked at Lu Yin. I have to thank you for this, Master Lu. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It's fine. Those cultivators have run away, but you're still here. That's enough. Master Qing Chao raised an eyebrow. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Senior Startle Gate Shangyu wants to protect the Zhou Xiao universe. Then, I'll leave the immortal master of this bug nest to you. When Startle Gate Shangyu heard this, he instantly felt much better. Although a group of cultivators had run away from the spiritualized universe, it did not matter. That group of cultivators was only large in number, but their strength was not strong. Any one or two forces in the Zhou Xiao universe could surpass them. The important thing was that Master Qing Chao was still here. That was enough. One had to know that the immortal master was definitely an eternal realm cultivator. It was necessary for Master Qing Chao to test the immortal master. Master Qing Chao frowned but did not deny it. This was also what he was worried about. He was very sure that the immortal master would definitely come. He was happy that a group of spiritualized cultivators had left, but he could not leave. If he had known that the spiritualized cultivators had gone to the Tian Yuan universe, he would not have come back at all. If it were other creatures, even if they were eternal realm cultivators, they might not clash with the Zhou Xiao universe. However, there's a 90% chance that the immortal master will come, Master Qing Chao said in a low voice. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why? Startle Gate Shangyu said, the Zhou Xiao universe covers the karma celestial phenomenon and even extends to the Tian Yuan universe. This area is where the human race is. Generally speaking, eternal realm cultivators will not step in. Otherwise, it would be a provocation. Moreover, the karma's celestial phenomenon can cover such a large area as a warning to any creatures that see it not to provoke or expose themselves. As for creatures below the eternal realm, there are no restrictions. They can enter and leave as they wish. After all, we eternal realm cultivators are not omniscient and omnipotent. We can't see every corner of the Jiao Shao universe. Therefore, eternal realm cultivators who can see the karma's celestial phenomenon clearly should not come. However, these bugs are an exception. This involves some rules. I will tell you after this disaster. In short, if the immortal master appears, I will leave Master Qingchao to you. Don't forget your agreement with the Jiao Shao universe. We have never violated it in so many years. Master Qingchao said helplessly, "Don't worry. I will do my best to stop the immortal master. But if I can't, don't blame me. It is definitely not easy to deal with someone who can control this hive civilization." Jingmen Shangyu looked at Lu Yin again. "If an eternal realm cultivator appears, I will leave it to Master Qingchao. If it is below the eternal realm, I will leave it to you. After all, it is not convenient for us to take action." As soon as he said this, Lu Yin subconsciously looked at Jingmen Shangyu's wrist, but he could not see it. He knew that Master Qingchao was bound by the karma chain and could not kill the bugs on a large scale. If Jingmen Shangyu said so, it meant that there was a limit. Lu Yin could only agree. Speaking of which, the hive civilization was attracted by him in the beginning. If he had not wanted to draw out the Lost Clan's ancient card, the hive would not have descended and become the coordinates of the hive civilization. Back then, he had not been able to completely eliminate the hive in the Tianyuan universe. As a result, the trouble was getting bigger and bigger. Jingmen Shangyu raised his hand, and the shadow of a mother tree appeared in the void. What extended from the shadow was the model of the entire Jiao Shao universe. It gradually extended to the spiritualized universe, to the consciousness universe, the orchid universe, the sensory universe, and even the distant Tianyuan universe appeared in this model. At this moment, Lu Yin could truly see the entire Jiao Shao universe. He saw the gargoyle universe, the tomorrow universe, the mind universe, and so on. The universe is vast and boundless. No creature can determine the coordinates of the entire universe because no civilization has ever unified the universe, Jingmen Shangyu said slowly. My Jiao Shao universe can only determine the coordinates of the range in our own way. This is the power of the tomorrow beast. Using the tomorrow beast's power as a unit and the time it takes to throw the Jiao Shao pillar, the pillar flies once a year. The mother tree is the central coordinate. This is the way my Jiao Shao universe has determined. After he finished speaking, the model changed in 4 directions. One was outside the spiritualized universe. It was not far from the model, but the actual distance required the help of a springboard or the pillar thrown by the tomorrow beast. One was outside the consciousness universe. One was in another universe in the Jiao Shao universe. One was slightly further away. Outside the spiritualized universe, 2 degrees to the southeast. Outside the consciousness universe, 3 degrees to the north. In the empty universe, 4 degrees to the west of the Jiao Shao universe. These 4 positions are where the hive civilization attacked the Jiao Shao universe a year ago. Now, the Bitter Abyss and the Silan Sword sect have joined forces with some family forces and a large number of rogue cultivators to the spiritualized universe. The 8th night pillar went to the empty universe, and the 3rd night pillar went to the furthest Jiao Shao universe, 4 degrees to the west. I'll leave this consciousness universe to you, Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the model and looked at the 4 directions. He was puzzled. Why is this hive civilization scattered in 4 directions? And they are very far from each other. Their speed. Master Grass said, with their speed, it is impossible for them to reach the 4 directions in such a short time, unless they have a special method. He looked at Luin. There are too many strange species in the universe, and there are many ways to travel in the universe. The Night Pillar and the Battleship are the Jiao Shao universe's way. The Eternal Realm monster you saw has its way of moving, and the Hive civilization has its own unique way. The scariest thing about the Hive civilization is that it can continuously evolve. This is similar to the full sensory creatures. Evolution is full of unknowns, and the bugs can evolve using the advantages of the creatures in the universe where the Hive is located. This makes it not strange for them to do anything. Stargate Lord said solemnly, I once saw a strange creature that used other creatures as a springboard to move. As long as it touched any creature, it would become the source of its activation. Even now, I don't understand the principle behind it. I also saw a creature that kept stacking the void and finally used the void as a spring to move. Lu Yin's eyes widened. There was such a method. Master Grass said, don't underestimate the universe. There are too many things you haven't seen. Before entering the Jiao Shao universe, did you think of the Night Pillar's method of movement? You definitely didn't think that the universe could move. Lu Yin frowned. Senior, your words remind me. Why can the universe move? The full sensory universe seems to be moving, getting closer and closer to the Jiao Shao universe. That's why the Night Pillar's expedition to the full sensory universe happened. The web version is slow. Please. The new version will provide you with the fastest star stepping update. Chapter 393, Star Stepping of Directions. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.